slide भी थोड़ा इसका नहीं थोड़ा more yeah.
Came whether that was needed or not, and that was subsequently called the propriety audit. You also were authorized to ask me a question की तुला खरंच गरज होती का याची? उद्या मला 10 लाखाचा खर्च करण्याची परवानगी आणि मी 15 लाखाचा.
ये so smart go. Wait. Smile चाहिए अच्छी सी. बहुत अच्छे करे वैसे रखो. Smile चाहिए अच्छी सी.
Sushil sir, welcome to the branch.
Sir, Magus, pull again, please. Sir, please.
Every step is the new high. Every achievement is the new feather. And every smile is the new mile.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The most awaited event is finally here. On this auspicious morning, I, Madhura,
And I, Garvita,
are pleased to welcome each and every one of you to the Brainstorming National Conference on Legal Path versus Technological Path. The National Conference of CA students is a very prestigious event for the Institute and are organized once every year. The conference aims to provide a common platform wherein students from the chartered accountancy profession across the country join together and share their knowledge on contemporary topics. What is legal path? Laws and rules regulates the business world, and a chartered accountant has to work in the professional business world. Hence, it is an important requisite for CA students to have the knowledge of the laws and regulations applicable in the business world.
let's know about the technological path. As we all know, the computers and computing devices play an important role in the growing modern economy. Being proficient at accounting, law, tax, etc. is not sufficient. Having a good sound of knowledge for the IT universe is very important for the CA. The aim of this conference is to make our students cope up with the technology by pacing with the legal forms.
It is indeed a proud moment for all of us. It gives us an immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Western India Chartered Accountant Student Association, Aurangabad.
A stage is incomplete without the guests honoring it. May I request the charismatic personality, our branch chairperson, CA Yogesh Agarwal sir, to escort the chairman and managing director of Narayan Infra Private Limited, our today's chief guest, Shri Ullas Gavli ji sir, on the dais. Welcome, sir.
May I request the humble personality, our Vikasa chairperson, CA Mahesh Indani sir, to escort the enricher himself, the CCM, chairperson of SSCB operations, CA Sushil Goel sir, and our boss man, CCM, chairperson of Board of Studies, CA Dayanivas Sharma sir, and CA Atul Gupta Kumar sir.
May we have a huge round of applause.
Welcome, sir. I request the amiable personality, our branch secretary, CA Kedar Pandey sir, to escort the man of discipline and dedication, our center council member, CA Vishal Doshi sir.
I request the dynamic personality, our branch vice chairperson, CA Ganesh Bhalerao sir, to escort the pilot, the mentor, our CCM and conference director, CA Umesh Sharma sir, on the dais. Welcome, sir. I request our Vikasa Vice Chairperson, Ms. Shivani Ganar, and Vikasa Secretary, Ms. Janvi Rathi, to grace the dais. Every auspicious occasion commences with the lighting of the lamp. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for the same. I request our branch committee members, Amol Goda sir and C. Rupali Bothra ma'am, to be on the dais. The light of divinity, wisdom, intellect, and good works are all manifestos of the symbolic nature of the lamp. Light symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and knowledge. The light of knowledge is fully capable of destroying the darkness of ignorance.
This also helps us in overcoming all the difficulties and achieving success in all our endeavors. I request everyone to race for the ICI motto.
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामोषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूना सर्यतश्च नान्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Moving forward for the felicitation, I request CA Yogesh Agrawal sir to felicitate our chief guest Shri Ullas Gauri ji.
May we have a huge round of applause.
I again request CA Yogesh Agrawal sir to felicitate our past president CA Atul Kumar Gupta sir.
Maheshandani sir to felicitate the SSEB Operations Chairperson CA Sushil Goyal sir. I again request CA Maheshandani sir to felicitate the BOS Chairperson CA Dayanavas Sharma sir.
May I now request CA Kedar Pandey sir to felicitate the Vice Chairperson CA Vishal Doshi sir. I request CA Ganesh Bhalirao sir to felicitate the Conference Director CA Umesh Sharma sir. A word of hearty welcome is the sweetest of all things in life. I request our branch chairperson, CA Yogesh Agrawal sir, to welcome our guests with his generous words.
Thank you, Lucy. Respected dignitaries on the dais, today's chief guest, Sri Ullasji Gauri sir, guest of honor and our beloved past president of ICI, CA Atulji Gupta sir, CCM CA Sushilji Goyal, chairman of BOS SSCB operations, CCM CA Dayanavas Sharma sir, chairman of BOS academics, CCM CA Vishal Doshi sir, vice chairman BOS academics, CCM CA Umesh Sharma sir and our own member of Aurangabad, and conference director CA Umesh Sharma sir, RCM and branch nominee CA Gautam Lat in his absentia, Aurangabad Vikasa chairman CA Maheshandani, branch vice chairman CA Ganesh Bhalirao, branch secretary CA Kedar Pandey, Vikasa vice chairperson Shivani Ganar, Vikasa secretary Janvi Rathi, dignitaries of the dais, branch treasurer CA Amol Goda, branch committee member and future chairperson of Aurangabad branch CA Rupali Botra, past chairman of Aurangabad branch Vijay Rathi, Nikhil Gramle sir, and all the members who are present here, and my dear friends, good morning to all of you. Good morning, sir. So, what about Josh? How is the Josh? Hi, sir. How is the Josh? Hi, sir. How is the Josh? Hi, sir. Good morning to all of you. After 2.5 years of gap, we people are having such type of gathering, or after having such gathering always gives energy for other events, conducting those events, and having such special personalities for as far as student is concerned, the main policy makers from ICI, as far as Board of Operations and Board of Studies academics are concerned. Sushil Kumar Goyal sir and Dayanavas Sharma sir will also guide us on the topic of new education policy, that is correct we call it. Friends, this platform, Vikasa platform, is specially been designed by ICI only for students. And मुझे ये महसूस हो रहा है कि आप लोग कितना participate कर रहे हैं, I don't know. I humbly request you all to involve yourself for giving back to profession by way of this Vikasa platform. This platform is very good platform for you people to develop your skills, inner skills, आप अगर यहाँ पे आते हैं तो आपको यहाँ पे स्टेज डेयरिंग जो मिलता है, आपके सामने मैं खड़ा हूँ यहाँ पर, हमारे टाइम पे ये प्लेटफॉर्म विकासा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था. वी पीपल रियली फील एंड बाय वे ऑफ committee member and by way of Vikasa chairman, say for example, we people enjoy with you as a student. So I humbly request you all to come forward and participate in branch activities. This year we have opened this platform of CA members also. As a students, we are allowing you people to participate in MOCs also, and we have decided that this year no CA member will be part and parcel of any MOC for CA members programs also. So please come forward and participate. मेरी एक BOS चेयरमैन सर, दोनों BOS चेयरमैन सर से एक रिक्वेस्ट थी कि हम लोगों को स्टूडेंट्स के लिए पहुंचने के लिए और उनके पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए काफ़ी मेहनत लेना पड़ता है. जैसा हम लोगों ने MCS और ITT और OP प्रोग्राम्स का कुछ कंपल्शन किया हुआ है. मेरे रिक्वेस्ट थी सर, आई डोंट नो दिस प्लेटफॉर्म इज़ परफेक्ट और नॉट, बट फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग कि हम लोग अगर ये कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करना और एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में पार्टिसिपेट करना प्लस पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन में इनका पार्टिसिपेशन रखना, इस चीज़ के लिए इनको अगर कुछ कंपल्शन करते हैं ना तो दिस विल श्योरली ऐड वैल्यू टू दी स्टूडेंट्स. इन लोगों को जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है ना, दे समहाउ दे गेट अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट कि दिस इज़ नॉट कंपल्सरी और इसमें से हमको क्या मिलने वाला है. बट जब दो स्टूडेंट्स हु आर अटेंडिंग दिस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस विल श्योरली गेट नॉलेज, and that will surely help them in their management skills and professional skills also. सर मेरा और एक रिक्वेस्ट था सुशील सर से कि we at Aurangabad branch we have already forwarded one request for one more ITT lab, because what is happening now, some training courses are overlapping and we are finding it difficult to have parallel courses for, say for example, ITT basic and ITT advanced. So for this we request you to please consider our request, which has already been forwarded to you people. And one more sir, we have forwarded one request for faculty development programs. We are facing lot of difficulties at branch level to have faculties, because some criteria are there कि जो CS और MCS और इसमें जो faculties है, they cannot be part of the ITT or advanced ITT faculties. So इसमें हम लोगों को अगर आप लोग allow करते हैं, so that will be more beneficial as far as the branches are concerned. With these short opening remarks, I welcome you all to this the August gathering of students, and आपको मैं सभी को एक बात रिपीट करना चाहूँगा कि प्लीज़ पार्टिसिपेट इन ब्रांच एक्टिविटीज़. दिस इज गोइंग टू ऐड वैल्यू टू योर करियर. थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट.
Thank you so much, sir.
I request our Vikasa chairperson, CA Mahesh Indani sir, to welcome our guests with his kind words.
Very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected members present here, and dear students. A very good morning and welcome you all to this 2 days national conference on 25th and 26th of June. This CS Students National Conference is after a very long period of 3 years. So, and I'm very confident that you all will definitely enjoy these 2 days, because in these 2 days we have organized such 2 sessions, very important sessions, and never ever happened in any of the national conferences in India. And these 2 sessions are the Moot Court and the Shark Tank. So students, these 2 important sessions will really add value addition for all of you, and other sessions are also very good, and all paper presenters have taken a very big efforts, and their presentation will definitely involve you. And one more thing that we have done in this national conference, that one Google sheet will be provided to you, in which there will be the questions. You all have to answer those questions, and the one who is the winner we will announce his name on the stage. So please participate and please be there in all the sessions. So we at Aurangabad Vikasa has organized various sessions from time to time for you students, and will organize in the coming future various events. So I request everyone, as Yogesh sir already said, to participate you on all the coming events. So please participate and enjoy this 2 days national conference. I restrict myself here. I have to speak very much with you, but due to the time constraint, I am restricting myself here. And once again, welcoming all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We thank CA Maheshandani sir for this gracious opportunity to host an annual conference in an offline mode after a long wait of 3 years. Thank you, sir. I'm now honored to call the CCM and Conference Director, CA Umesh Sharma sir, for his knowledgeable words.
गुड मॉर्निंग। आज मुझे इतनी खुशी हो रही है कि मेरी आवाज़ ही नहीं निकल रही है, क्योंकि मेरे सीए की जो शुरुआत है करियर की, वो शुरुआत हुई थी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से। आज के 22 साल पहले MM चितले सर थे और यहाँ पर रवि मुसले सर चेयरमैन थे, और फर्स्ट नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस स्टूडेंट की हुई थी। और वहाँ पे जो हमने सीखा, वहाँ पे जो हमने पढ़ाई के बारे में, इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में जाना, उसके बाद में मेरे ज़िंदगी में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया। एंड आई एम हैप्पी दैट यू आर ऑल्सो देयर टू चेंज योर लाइफ आफ्टर दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस। और मुझे इतनी खुशी है कि जिनके नाम में ही उल्लास है, ऐसे उल्लास गवली सर यहाँ विराजमान है एज ए चीफ गेस्ट। और अतुलनीय पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट अतुल गुप्ता सर हमारे साथ में है। DOS के अंदर, ऑपरेशंस के अंदर जो हमारे बच्चे हैं, इन सबको बहुत एक अच्छा उज्जवल भविष्य मिले। और सबसे मेन है कि हमारे बच्चे, हमारे CA स्टूडेंट ज़िंदगी भर सुशील रहे, इसके लिए हमारे अध्यक्ष सुशील गोयल सर। और जब आप सरस्वती माता की पूजा करते हो तभी आपको ज्ञान आता है, और आप हर बार अगर कोई गलती होती है तो बोलते हो कि हम पे दया करना माता, पास कर देना हमको। तो हमारे ऐसे दया निवास सर जो बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ एकेडमिक्स के अध्यक्ष हैं, इनके अध्यक्षता में नई पॉलिसी आ रही है, तो ये ज़रूर आने वाले भविष्य में जो निर्माण हो रहे CA और उनके स्टूडेंट्स के ऊपर क्या दया होने वाली ये बताएंगे। देन एक बहुत बड़ी आगे आपके ज़िंदगी में सफ़र है, और इसमें एक कहावत है कि हमारा गोल विशाल होना चाहिए, और ऐसे विशाल दोषी सर हमारे साथ में है जो आपके गोल को अचीव करने के लिए रहेंगे। यही बात मेरे ब्रांच के सारे सदस्यगण, जिसके अंदर योगेश, गणेश, रूपाली, अमोल, देन महेश इंदानी, देन केदार, और जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं विकासा के, शिवानी एंड हिज टीम, एंड ऑल द मेंबर्स ऑफ औरंगाबाद ब्रांच, थैंक्स फॉर दिस ब्यूटीफुल प्रीमाइसेस, थैंक्स फॉर दिस ब्यूटीफुल ब्रांच, थैंक्स फॉर दिस ब्यूटीफुल स्टूडेंट्स। और मैं यही सरस्वती माता से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि इस ब्रांच को खूब अच्छे CA मिले, खूब अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ से पास हुए, और हमारा भविष्य और सुनहरा और बेहतर रहे। कोई भी अगर कमी आ रही है, एज अ कॉन्फ्रेंस डायरेक्टर आई एम देयर, आई एम सॉरी फॉर एनी एरर्स एंड ओमिशंस, बट एज अ स्टूडेंट्स, एज अ मेंबर्स, वी ऑल आर देयर टू cope up with all the difficulties in our life, and I wish this conference a grand success. With these words I end my words. Thank you.
Thank you for your beautiful words, sir. I request the CCM Vice Chairperson, Board of Studies, CA Vishal Doshi sir, to share his vision and principles with us.
उमेश भाई के बाद बोलना ऐसा लगता है सचिन के बाद चेतेश्वर पुजारा आ रहा है। Honorable Chief Guest, Ullas ji, Honorable past President of our institute, Atul bhai, Board of Studies leaders, Sushil bhai, Daya bhai, my council colleague, Umesh bhai, the whole managing committee of Aurangabad, the branch, Vikasa and all the students. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a privilege to be among students early in the morning, but on a weekend, and that gives a lot of energy to all of us, I would say. I will just say two things over here. One is with respect to the students who are coming up for making the paper presentations. Let's give a big round of applause to all of them. Friends, it takes a lot of efforts. It takes a lot of efforts, and I would say it takes a lot of guts to come up and speak up in public. And let us encourage them. I would request all of you to remain present when your friends are coming up over here and making presentations on various topics. The second thing I would share is a real life experience on how to be successful in CA examinations. Sunna hai? Okay, fine. Just one incident, a real life incident of mine. My father is also a chartered accountant. और गुजराती हूँ ना, तो हमारे सीए में क्या है, वो एक होली, दिवाली, नवरात्रि तो आती है एग्ज़ाम के टाइम, बराबर है ना? When you have a May, November thing, you always have that. And being a Gujarati, I am very crazy of Garba. तो नवरात्रि आती है, my intermediate was due in the November, and just before that, you know, वो एक रात, दो रात, तीन रात कंट्रोल किया कि नहीं जाना है, पढ़ना है, नहीं जाना है, पढ़ना है. And then on the fourth evening, वो स्प्रिंग उछलती है ना, तो वैसे उछला. एंड आई एंड माई कजिन बोथ ऑफ अस वर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द इंटरमीडिएट. कुर्ता उर्ता पहन के बाहर जा रहे थे, एंड माई डैड वॉज इन द लिविंग रूम. ही जस्ट आस्क्ड मी, विशाल कहाँ जा रहे हो? आई सेड, गरबा करना इतने साल करता हूँ अभी, यू नो, यू हैव दैट ऑल द एक्सक्यूजेज दैट यू वुड लाइक टू गिव. And then he said just one sentence which I want you to remember. I remember even after 25 years that one sentence. He just said, विशाल ये डिसाइड कर लेना कि ये नवरात्रि करनी है कि लाइफ की सभी करनी है. So this is the level of focus, this is the level of dedication that is expected when you are appearing for your CA exams, when you are pursuing your CA course. And I wish, see, there would be n number of distractions, right? But those distractions can wait. Your studies and your examinations and your career will not wait for you. So with these words, I wish you all the best and wish the conference also all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for the motivation, sir.
I request CCM, Chairperson, Board of Studies, CA Dayaniva Sharma sir, to guide us with his exponential knowledge and experience.
Good morning to all. Respected Chief Guest today, thank you very much for coming and giving motivation to all of our students, because looking at you, I think they'll get more inspired to do something bigger in life. Thank you very much for coming in, sir. The most important person which I personally feel in my life, who has actually guided me all throughout, and a person who has always been there when you have, I think, pain or problem. Atul bhai, thank you very much always for being there. I think a big round of applause. I can only tell you one thing. I've seen him, the way he fights to the toughest situations. I still remember the day when he took over as a president, and after 1 month or so, COVID came in. I still remember that words at night 11 o'clock which I got and said, दया भाई कुछ नहीं मानूंगा, जो best कर सकते करो, what support you want will give you. And today proudly I can tell you, because of his vision, today the entire digital learning hub what we are seeing, can you just imagine what kind of learning dissemination has happened in the entire country? In 1 year of COVID, 97 years of learning has taken place during the toughest time. A big round of applause for him. I think for students or for members, even he made members as students. You know, the kind of approach, the kind of knowledge which has gone to the last borders of the country. It is why I'm telling you this is only for telling you one thing. In toughest time, you can actually perform the best. And this is an example. Followed with the examination centers, I know still, Atul Bhai, because the students should know what, as a position, as a president, you actually take care and how strong stands you need to take care. The moment that 600 or 700 centers converted into 1500 centers overnight, and across the length and breadth, students who have been given all the facility to go and write examination. I think most of you also in this hall sitting have written your examination either in foundation or intermediate, right? So you have written, it's only because of his all credit. Then I have Sushil Bhai, who has always been as elder brother around, and though he tells me that you are Board of Studies academic chairman, I am SSCB operations chairman, tum bade bhai, hum chote bhai, but the fact is, he is a bigger brother. Because we create the academics behind, but that academics are to be converted into wisdom. That means the learning are to be converted into wisdom that need to be implemented in your life, and that is how he has taken his responsibility as SSCB chairman, and he is doing his best from his side, right? A big round of applause. Because of him, we are all here. Followed with Vishal Bhai. As he rightly said, not only Vishal from his entire aspect, he is tall also. He is Vishal. And whenever I feel during this CRET implementation, he has been the biggest support in the entire system and been there all throughout. So, having a nice vice chairman or a co-chairman is always making a difference. And thanks to him that he's been there, and today he's going to chair a session. I think it's going to be a wonderful learning experience for all the students, paper presenters, as well as the students on the other side. Thank you, Vishal Bhai, for being there. And Umesh Bhai, I think less said is better. Actually, आप सबको एक बात बता दूं. जब कभी उमेश मेरे से मिलता ना, तो आके पैर में खड़ा हो जाता. Reason वो भी बता देता हूँ. I am married to a girl from Aurangabad. तो मैं इस शहर का दामाद हूँ, correct? So that makes me feel more privileged to be here today and be among yourself. I'll not take much of time, but all the managing committee members, chairman and Vikasa chairman, compliments to you that you could organize this entire thing. However, I'm going to come back and discuss at length in my session on CRET. So at that time, we'll discuss and deliberate more and more. Wish you a great learning. Don't miss out learning. It is always coming. आएगा time, चला जाएगा. आया तो time, सीख लो जितना सीख सकते हो. Right? Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the kind words, sir. May I now request CCM and Chairperson of SSCB, CA Sushil Goel, sir, to enlighten us.
Very good morning to all of you. Should I repeat? Very good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, now it is better. Honorable Chief Guest, Ullas Gauliji, he is a motivation not only to the students, also to the person sitting on the dais, looking after so many work in the city of Aurangabad. Thank you, sir, for being here. Atul, sir, we seen him as a, although in age he is younger to me, but we always seen him as a Bada Bhai, because when I was in regional council, he was in central council, and for last 10 years we have a close association. And there I was mentioning about the exams. And Atul Bhai was the president that time. And the entire country was watching. So many students were writing about the exams ki ICA ko exam karne nahi chahiye, ICA ko exam karne chahiye. On those situations, I was an exam committee member, And Atul Bhai has taken all toughest decisions. And we proved the world that ICI can do the best under the toughest circumstances. And you know, few weeks back, Supreme Court in a judgment referred that some of the organizations that you should learn from ICI how to take exam. Should learn from ICI how to take exams. And all of you must salute this person for conducting exam in best possible manner. And everybody was surprised to see that whether in COVID situation when everybody is talking, that exam should not happen. And few of you have passed BCom exam during this COVID. And when we take interview of those students, sir, the student simply says, sir, I am online BCom. Please do not ask me anything, I don't know anything. Do you wanted that type of chartered accountant? No. So that we have proved. Thank you, Atul sir. दया भाई, पढ़ाई के लिए तो हम आए हैं यहाँ और दया भाई पढ़ाते हैं. हम लोग तो यहाँ खेल कूद नहीं करने के लिए आए. In conference, what you will do? Entire day of enjoyment? No. My friend, this is a learning which will help you entire life. Whatever you are reading in your syllabus, whatever you are doing in exam, will not give you, it will not ensure you best life. I am promising you. Even you go after passing CA, your mark sheet will not give you employment. Your interview will give you employment. And what you will perform in the interview will be learned here. The skill that is management and communication skills. And nothing can be best example from this conference that how you can communicate. And management, please understand those who are managing us, those who are managing registration, those who are managing food arrangements, they are learning law. These students not only taking part and working here, please never think that. We have invited, the chairman asked all of you to be part of the working team in the Aurangabad branch. Please be part of that. So Daya Bhai, whatever is teaching it, what we say, when a knowledge practically used, converted into skill. And I am from Skill Enrichment Board. So whatever you are learning, we are trying to implement it in practical manner and be focused to that. Thank you, Daya. And Daya has now taken a, I can say, humongous task, that is implementation of CRET. CRET is the world-class syllabus designed for you. And this in CRET, not only we are going for academic, we are having 4 parts of the CRET, that is academic, soft skill, exams, and as well as practical training. So please be ready to respond to the public opinion Daya Bhai is seeking. Umesh Bhai, I must want to say all the people of Aurangabad to have a round of clap for yourself only for sending such a wonderful person to Delhi. He is Umesh Bhai only that this year, 2020, this is the first national conference for students being organized in Aurangabad. Other national conference is in pipeline, but he is a man who is continuously following, and so all of you are here. Vishal bhai pata nahi kaun se cricketer hain, but I see him as a Sachin in the field of profession, be it a company law, be it auditing. There he performing as a Sachin, no doubt on this. Thank you, Vishal bhai, being here. Have some time technical sessions of Vishal bhai, then you will be able to understand who he is exactly. All the chairman, management committee member of the Aurangabad branch, Vaikasha committee members, I can see chairperson on the dais. Only message I want to give from here And all we know, and so many times we heard that लहरों से डर के नौका पार नहीं होती और कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. And always remember in life, because whatever you have done in the past will not have impact on your future unless you are continuously thinking about that. If you can focus on your studies, if you are dedicated, विशाल भाई ने बोला गरबा बरबा बंद करने का. Believe me, whatever effort you are going to give will help you entire life. ऐसा नहीं कि वो गरबा नहीं कर सकते, एग्जाम के पास में नहीं कर सकते, 2 महीने पहले ही कर लो यार. Have a friend and have a garba after the exams. Who is stopping you? But be focused. And friends, especially to the boys, these girls are performing like anything now. कली मैं एक वीडियो देख रहा था, उसमें बोल रहे थे कि कॉलेज में एडमिशन हुआ तो गर्ल्स और बॉयज़ में क्या फ़र्क होता है. जब कॉलेज में एडमिशन होते हैं, अब 3 साल तो इधर गुजारने हैं, तो लड़के खोजते हैं किसका चेहरा देख के 3 साल गुजर रहे हैं. एंड whereas the girls look for a boy, कौन अपना काम निकाल देगा. So boys, be alert. And that's why I'm saying so. We are organizing so many things from Board of Studies. Academic Dayabhai is taking care of other things. What not we are doing. We have done elocution contest last month. We are doing at branch level, at regional level, at national level. And all 3 winners at elocution level at national are girls. Because boys तो कुछ दूसरे काम में लगे होंगे. So be focused. And अभी तो बात बदल रही है ना, housewife से house husband. नहीं, only my cousin, she is earning 10 lakh and her husband earning 8 lakh per year. Both are chartered accountant. अभी घर पे गेस्ट आए, छुट्टी लेनी है, किसको लेंगे? किस पे कम नुकसान होगा वही छुट्टी लेगा ना. Then we become chartered accountant. कि घर में नुकसान कम करना. So future, चलो, thank you. But be focused for your study. It is not, and will not make you best chartered accountant if you are not putting your best. Because I always say, दुनिया के कोई भी कोर्स ट्राई करने से हो सकते हैं, other than chartered accountant. Here, if you are only trying, you will not success. You have to put 100% of your effort. Then only you can become chartered accountant. किसी ने सुना कि वो ट्राई कर रहा था CA और CA हो गया. But I know 100 of courses जो हमने ट्राई किया CA स्टूडेंट ने और हो गया. किसी को BCom पास होने के बाद में बहुत खुशी हुई, कुछ फील हुआ कि मैंने कुछ किया. नहीं, CA करने के बाद होती है. तो जो चीज़ डिफ़िकल्ट है उसी को अचीव करने में कुछ प्राउड फील होता है. सो बी रेडी फॉर इट. एंड इट इज़ नॉट सो डिफ़िकल्ट. It is not so difficult if you are focused on your studies, if you are trying to learn anything, why you are learning this and how it can help you in your life. How it can help you in your life. If you focus on that matter, definitely you will learn. And observation power, I was hearing Amitabh Bachchan one day, how he become most successful person in the, not country, world, not in terms of money. Please never compare everything with money, that he is successful and he is earning more, so he is successful. Everybody look forward to hear him. That is the successful. He's saying, I feel I am successful because I am having more observation power. I observe everything and do start observing and things will fall in place. anything you people feel that Board of Studies, some demand came for the additional ITT lab, and something he has asked about the faculty development program. ये सब बातें हम कमरे में भी कर सकते थे. But it's good that students should know how much the management committee putting effort for you only. He is not going to gain anything by having all this work. So he is thinking about you and only you. So wishing you, all of you, happy learning time. One class of person I have not addressed so far, that is the paper presenter. I always mention that who is going to present paper, he is already a winner. He's already achieved that. He's got selected. But those who have not got selected, please try hard for the next time. And believe me, today by writing the paper, you must be thinking that I have better than yesterday. I have become better than yesterday. So please keep on doing, and all of you should keep writing papers. If it is getting selected, good. Not getting selected, try for best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom.
I would now like to call the past president of ICAI, C. Atul Kumar Gupta sir, who has been instrumental to our institute's journey.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The very respected chief guest of this CA Student National Conference at Aurangabad, गवली साहब, हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ के चेयरमैन स्टूडेंट स्किल एनरिचमेंट बोर्ड, जिनकी अध्यक्षता में ये प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहा है, सीए सुशील गोयल जी, हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ के जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम के चेयरमैन, मैं हमेशा एक बात बोलता हूँ, इट इज़ नॉट द एप्टीट्यूड बट द एटीट्यूड दैट डिटरमाइंस अवर एल्टीट्यूड. तो एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट करने वाले, कैपेबिलिटीज़ टेस्ट करने वाले हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ के चेयरमैन सीए दयानिवास शर्मा जी और वाइस चेयरमैन सीए विशाल दोषी जी, आपके हीरो और कॉन्फ्रेंस के कोऑर्डिनेटर, जिन्होंने बड़े कवि अंदाज में सबका परिचय दिया कि गोल विशाल होना चाहिए, व्यक्ति को सुशील होना चाहिए, माता रानी से दया मांगते रहना चाहिए, जो है. तो हमें इतना बढ़िया कवि सिस्टम नहीं पता सर, हम आपको उमेश जी को डिफाइन कर पाएँ, पर मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि कर्मठ और हम्बल पर्सनैलिटी. मैं काउंसिल में करीबन 9 वर्ष रहा, 9 वर्ष मैं रीजनल काउंसिल और दूसरे बॉडीज़ में रहा. तो 18 वर्षों में अगर मैंने किसी व्यक्ति को इतना हम्बल देखा तो उनमें से एक उमेश भाई. हमारे ब्रांच के, औरंगाबाद ब्रांच के यशस्वी, क्योंकि मैं यशस्वी इसलिए भी कि चेयरमैन है और साथ में मेरे को उमेश भाई ने बताया कि दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस वी आर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग इन द औरंगाबाद, तो उनको ये सौभाग्य मिला. तो मैं हमेशा एक बात बोलता हूँ कि जब हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर, रीजनल काउंसिल मेंबर, ब्रांच के मैनेजमेंट कमेटी के मेंबर बनते हैं, तो देखा जाए तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी ब्लेसिंग्स है कि हम 4 लाख लोगों में आप 32 हैं, 64 हैं, या आप ब्रांच की पूरी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी के आप जो है वो अध्यक्ष हैं. परंतु कहीं ना कहीं पर ये एक बहुत बड़ा दायित्व जो होता है वो अपने, मतलब ये ब्लेसिंग्स है अलमाइटी की, लेकिन विद अ कंडीशन कि दैट यू हैव टू पे बैक. तो उस तरीके से अपने जो चेयरमैन और उनकी पूरी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी जो ऑफ द डायस एंड ऑन द डायस हैं, स्टूडेंट्स के हमारे प्रतिनिधि जो विकासा औरंगाबाद के हमारी सारी पूरी जो टीम है उन सभी को, और हमारे जो सीनियर मेंबर्स फ्रंट रोज में बैठे हैं, और जो आप द फ्यूचर ऑफ द प्रोफेशन FCA, द फ्यूचर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स. A very good morning to all of you, and at the outset I convey my sincere gratitude to the Umesh bhai, Daya bhai, Sushil bhai and the entire branch management committee for giving me this opportunity to come and share some of my thoughts. Though I have a separate technical session on GST, I will be sharing some of the thoughts on the GST at that point of time. लेकिन यहाँ पर इनॉग्रल में हमारे चीफ गेस्ट साहब के बोलने से पहले कुछ बातें अपने आपके साथ करना चाहूँगा. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आप लोगों को एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ, एक कन्फेस करना चाहता हूँ. पहले मैं तो थोड़ा डर गया कि क्योंकि दया भाई ने ही बोला कि जो एग्ज़ाम होता है वो अतुल भाई ने कराया, फिर सुशील भाई ने भी बोला एग्ज़ाम वो आपने कराया, तो पास हमारे यहाँ कम होते हैं, रह ज़्यादा जाते हैं. वो बोले कि भैया अंडे वंडे टमाटर वमाटर लेके आए हुए नहीं आए, यही वो व्यक्ति है जो एग्ज़ाम कराता है. भाई साहब आप चलो अंदर नहीं तो बाहर मिलना. तो मैं सिर्फ एग्ज़ाम से रिलेटेड आपको ये बात बताना चाहूँगा कि पहली बात तो ये कि दो आई एम नॉट द काउंसिल मेंबर नाउ, आई डेमिटेड द ऑफिस, बट विद द ऑल कन्विक्शन आई कैन से यू कि एक ICI की जो हमारी एग्जामिनेशन की जो पद्धति है, जो सिस्टम है, इसको जैसे भाई साहब ने कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने माना कि आपको लर्न करना चाहिए, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कुछ बच्चे भी गए थे जब कोविड के टाइम पे कि एग्ज़ाम नहीं होना चाहिए. तो कुछ होता है क्या है कि जिनकी तैयारी अच्छी नहीं हुई, जो ज़्यादा सोशल मीडिया पे रहे, अब पेरेंट्स को भी तो कुछ बताना ही है ना कि भाई ICI नहीं करा रहा, मैं तो तैयार हूँ कराने के लिए, तो चुपचाप सोशल मीडिया पे डाल देना कि एग्ज़ाम मत करो मत करो मत करो. नहीं कराया तो बोला देखो कुछ करा ही नहीं पाते हैं. तो लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में उस टाइम पे भी बच्चे गए थे, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट को उन्होंने बोला कि हमें ना 30 मिनट्स एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए, क्योंकि कोविड का टाइम है और हम लोगों ने मास्क लगाया हुआ है, हमने किसी ने ग्लव्स भी पहने हुए हैं, तो हमारे को स्वेटिंग होगी. तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक बड़ी अच्छी बात बोली कि अगर आप CA का एग्ज़ाम दे रहे हो तो स्वेटिंग तो वैसे भी होनी चाहिए. तो काफ़ी लोगों ने ये भी बोला कि जैसे हमारे आदरणीय अरुण जेटली साहब ने एक बार बोला था ICI के फंक्शन में कि मैं भी कोशिश कर रहा था CA करने की, लेकिन क्योंकि CA में पास होना मुश्किल है और LLB में फेल होना मुश्किल है. तो जैसे सुशील भाई ने भी कहा कि कुछ चीज़ें होती हैं जहाँ पर ईजियर अप्रोच रहती है, लेकिन CA ने हमेशा एक बात को समझा कि हमें सशक्त जो है वो प्रोफेशनल्स बनाने हैं, हमें ऐसा नहीं बनाना कि कोई भी बन गया. और इसी वजह से आप लोग देखते होंगे कि आज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की जो रिस्पेक्ट है, जो रिकॉग्निशन है, वो हिंदुस्तान में नहीं, हमारे जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, आप थोड़ा आगे बढ़ेंगे लाइफ में तो देखेंगे कि हमारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को कम से कम 100 कंट्रीज़ के अंदर आज की तारीख में वर्ल्ड क्लास और नंबर 1 प्रोफेशनल माना जाता है. मैं अभी रिसेंटली वर्ल्ड बैंक गया, मैं अलग अलग कंट्रीज़ में मुझे जाने का सौभाग्य मिला, थैंक्स टू दी काउंसिल एंड दी ICI फॉर गिविंग दिस काइंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड दी काइंड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस टू मी. लेकिन मैंने किसी भी कंट्री में गया और कहीं पर भी हमारी बात हुई, वर्चुअली बात हुई, आज की तारीख में दुनिया की फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनीज़ की बात करें या कोई भी कंपनी की बात करें, आज की तारीख में 70-80% कंपनीज़ के जो सीनियर मोस्ट पोजीशंस हैं, अगर आप दुबई में बात करेंगे तो इवन CEO की जो पोजीशन है आज की तारीख में चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स ही उसको हैंडल करते हैं. तो इस एग्ज़ाम को मुश्किल तो बनाना था, लेकिन एग्ज़ाम के बारे में मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि आज की तारीख में 70, 72, 74 साल की हिस्ट्री में कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि ICI के एग्ज़ाम में कोई स्केल डाउन किया जाता हो कि हमें रिजल्ट को कंट्रोल करना है. ये केवल और केवल आपकी कैपेबिलिटीज़ होती है कि आप किस तरीके से परफॉर्म करते हैं. और इवन जब आप बताते हैं ना कि कोई पेपर मुश्किल था, आउट ऑफ सिलेबस था, तो इवन जो है वो काउंसिल कोई अगर कोई मिस्टेक पता चलती है तो उसके लिए मॉडरेशन भी करती है, ताकि जो है वो किसी भी बच्चे के साथ किसी भी तरह का अन्याय ना हो। नेचुरली हम लोग उतना नहीं समझ पाते क्योंकि हम खुद पेपर दे रहे होते हैं, तो मैं भी ऐसा ही था कि मैं भी पेपर दे रहा था, तो हमें लगता था कि 1 मिनट के लिए शायद हमारे साथ जो है वो उतना बढ़िया न्याय नहीं हुआ, मैंने उतना अच्छा लिखा था जितना बढ़िया मार्क्स नहीं मिले। लेकिन जो है वो एक सिस्टम जो है वो अपने आप में पूरी तरीके से काम करता है कि किसी तरीके से हम जस्टिस करें। एग्ज़ाम के बारे में बात और नहीं करूँगा, सिर्फ 2 लाइनें ही बोलूँगा आपको कि जैसा कि दया भाई ने कहा, टफेस्ट टाइम था। नवंबर 20 में एग्ज़ाम कराना, मई में ख़त्म हो चुका था, जुलाई में कोशिश करी नहीं हो पाया, 1 नवंबर से शुरू करने की कोशिश करी नहीं हो पाया। फाइनली 21 नवंबर 2020 को हम लोगों ने एग्ज़ाम को फाइनली जो है लॉन्च किया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गए, बच्चों ने सोशल मीडिया पे सब गंदा गंदा लिखा, अतुल गुप्ता को कोरोना हो जाए, इसकी पूरी फैमिली को कोरोना हो जाए हैं, और सब कुछ जो जो लिख सकते थे वो सब कुछ लिखा। अच्छा नहीं था लेकिन फिर भी। पर मैं आपको एक बात बता सकता हूँ कि पूरी काउंसिल ने जिस तरीके से मेरे साथ खड़ी हुई, पूरे सिस्टम जिस तरीके से खड़ा हुआ, और जैसा कि दया भाई ने बोला कि हम लोगों ने एग्ज़ाम सेंटर्स को इमीडिएटली डबल किया, और मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि बहुत सारे टेस्ट, तो मैं जो है वो माता रानी के अलावा ठाकुर जी को बहुत मानता हूँ। तो आप लोगों ने एक कहानी सुनी होगी, एक सच्ची, मतलब जो एक पुरानी एक वो है हमारी, कि जब जो है वो ब्रिज के ऊपर इंद्र भगवान का कोप हुआ, तो जो है श्री कृष्ण जी ने अपनी एक उंगली पे पर्वत को उठा लिया था। तो सिचुएशन लगभग वैसी थी कि श्री कृष्ण भगवान ने पर्वत उठाया हुआ था, उस पर्वत का नाम था ICAI, और जो है वो उसके नीचे मैं खड़ा। क्यों कह रहा हूँ मैं ऐसी बात, क्योंकि 21 नवंबर से एग्ज़ाम शुरू होने थे और 21 नवंबर और 22 नवंबर को अहमदाबाद में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया गया। तो हमें जो है वो कर्फ्यू के अंदर अपने बच्चों को E-पास जो हमारा था, हमने नोटिफिकेशन इशू करवाई कि जो है वो एग्ज़ाम, जो हमारी एग्ज़ाम का जो हमारा एडमिट कार्ड है उसको E-पास माना जाए। कुछ बच्चों का फ़ोन आया कि जी हमारे पास तो आने जाने का साधन नहीं है और खाना भी नहीं है, हम पेपर देना चाहते हैं। तो हमारे जो आज के वर्तमान वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं अनिकेत तलाटी जी, उन्होंने क्या किया कि उन्होंने जो है वो अहमदाबाद ब्रांच से बिलोंग करते हैं, तो उन्होंने पिक एंड ड्रॉप की सर्विसेज शुरू कर दी। कुछ बच्चों ने कहा कि हमारे पास खाना नहीं है, तो अहमदाबाद ब्रांच में हमने ढाबा खोला कि बच्चों आओ और यहाँ पर खाना खा के फिर एग्ज़ाम देने की तैयारी करो। हमारे जो है वो नेपाल के अंदर, नेपाल सरकार ने बोल दिया कि हम एग्ज़ाम नहीं करा पाएंगे कंडीशंस को देखते हुए। नॉर्मली हम लोग जो है फ्लाइट से क्वेश्चन पेपर भेजते हैं, तो हमने बाय रोड क्वेश्चन पेपर भेजे, और भी बहुत सारी बातें हुई, उन लोगों ने मना कर दिया और फाइनली हम लोगों ने उनको एग्री किया। 8 कंट्रीज़ में पेपर कराया कोविड होने के बावजूद भी, युगांडा जैसी कंट्री में जहाँ 2 स्टूडेंट थे। और फिर उसके बाद एक इलेक्शन की अनाउंसमेंट्स, कहीं पर चक्रवात आ गया है और कहीं पर जो है वो कोई दूसरी समस्या है। तो क्या हुआ कि हमारे जो आज के हमारे चेयरमैन हैं बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ के, दया भाई, इनके सामने एक समस्या आई कि वहाँ पर जो है वो इलेक्शन है उस दिन जिस दिन एग्ज़ाम है, लोकल म्यूनिसिपल टाइप के जो इलेक्शंस होते हैं। उन्होंने मना कर दिया कि 32 में से 29 सेंटर आपके एग्ज़ाम के हमारे इलेक्शन बूथ में कन्वर्ट किए जाते हैं। हमारे पास 3 दिन का समय है, हम लोगों ने 29 एग्ज़ाम सेंटर चेंज करने हैं। और आप मानेंगे कि हमारे उस टाइम पे जो मेरे को नाम याद नहीं आ रहा, पंकज जी हमारे ब्रांच के चेयरमैन थे। जैसे हमारे चेयरमैन है ना आजकल योगेश जी, मैं बताना चाहूँगा सर, चीफ गेस्ट सर, आपको सेक्रीफाइस की प्रकाष्ठा कि उन्होंने कहा कि ये बड़ा मुश्किल समय है, प्रेसिडेंट को भी टेंशन है, काउंसिल को भी टेंशन है, हमें सबको साथ देना है। उनका बच्चा खुद का CA की तैयारी कर रहा था और उसका अटेम्प्ट ड्यू था। उन्होंने अपने बच्चे को रिक्वेस्ट करी कि इस बार आप एग्ज़ाम मत दीजिए क्योंकि मेरे को वहाँ पर ड्यूटी पे खड़ा होना है। ये है, आपको मैं बताऊंगा कि अपने बच्चे को ये कहना कि आप एग्ज़ाम मत दीजिए क्योंकि मुझे उस एग्ज़ाम ड्यूटी पे रहना है जहाँ पर किसी भी वक्त कोई भी सिचुएशन आ सकती है, कोविड का समय है, और हमारे को सारी सिचुएशन को फॉलो करते हुए, MHA की गाइडलाइंस को फॉलो करते हुए अपने उन 5 लाख बच्चों के भविष्य को देखना है। पूरे सिस्टम ने जिस तरीके से सेक्रीफाइस किया, मैं जीवन भर उस सेक्रीफाइस को कभी भूल नहीं पाऊंगा। आपको जान के बताना चाहूँगा, हम लोगों ने एग्ज़ाम सेंटर बनाए 200 बच्चों के हिसाब से। कुछ बच्चों ने बाद में ऑप्ट आउट कर लिया, और आपको मैं बता दूं कि एक सिचुएशन ऐसी आ गई कि हमारे पास कुछ एग्ज़ाम सेंटर ऐसे जिनमें एक ही बच्चा अपीयर होने वाला था, और फिर भी वो एग्ज़ाम सेंटर चला। एक बच्चे के लिए एक एग्ज़ाम सेंटर क्या था? सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये देखना कि जिस सपने के लिए आप लड़ रहे हैं। उमेश भाई ने कहा ना, आपको विशाल भाई ने कहा ना, बहुत सारे गरबे आएंगे, बहुत सारे नवरात्रे आएंगे, लेकिन क्या है, हमारा सपना है। क्योंकि हम सब लोग लो मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं, हम लोग स्ट्रगलिंग लाइफ से बिलोंग करते हैं। हमारे पेरेंट्स के पास, कईयों के पास उतने पैसे नहीं है कि वो हमें पढ़ा पाएं, कईयों के पास वो साधन नहीं है कि वो 1 मिनट के लिए, तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं, मैं मानता हूँ, हमेशा ये बात कहता हूँ कि ये जो कोर्स है ये एक्चुअली में सोशो इकोनॉमिक जो एम्पावरमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा टूल है। वो गरीब बच्चा जिसके पास कुछ नहीं है, वो सोचता है कि ये सपना है मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन जाऊं तो मैं अपने पेरेंट्स को मैं अपने जो है वो सपोर्ट कर पाऊंगा। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि इस कोर्स की खूबसूरती क्या है। आप लोग आज यहाँ पर सब बैठे हैं ना, एक टाइम ऐसा था, हमारे पास तो ऐसा भी नहीं था क्योंकि जब हम पढ़ते थे तो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस नहीं होती थी उस तरीके से, लेकिन ऐसी सिचुएशन थी कि किताब खरीदने के पैसे नहीं थे, ऐसी सिचुएशन थी कि घर पे किराया देने के पैसे नहीं होते हैं। लेकिन आप में से वही बच्चा जो यहां पर बैठा हुआ था आज आपके सामने एज ए एक्स प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में खड़ा हुआ है। तो आपके सपने, इन सब का मिशन, आपका विजन, आपका ड्रीम, इन सब का मिशन, यही जो है ICAI है। सर मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा ICAI के बारे में थोड़ा सा। वैसे तो आपको सर उमेश भाई के उसमें सब कुछ पता ही रहता होगा, लेकिन क्योंकि हमारे भविष्य भी यहाँ पर बैठा हुआ है और ये मैं इनको बोलता हूँ कि यू आर द फ्यूचर ब्रांड एम्बेसडर ऑफ द प्रोफेशन। ICAI एक ऐसी संस्था है सर, सिर्फ 5-7 बुलेट पॉइंट्स बताऊंगा और फिर अपनी बात को समाप्त करूंगा, क्योंकि हमें टेक्निकल सेशन भी करना है और आपको भी हमारा सुनने का सबका बड़ा हमें गौरव की बात है कि आप यहाँ पर हैं। तो ICAI जो है दोस्तों 1949 1 जुलाई 1949 को ICAI की स्थापना की गई थी। और मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि हमारे देश का संविधान जब तक अडॉप्ट नहीं किया गया था तो किसने बनाया, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली ने पास किया कि हमारे देश में एक ऐसी संस्था होगी, स्किल डेवलपमेंट की एक ऐसी संस्था होगी जिसको हम जो है वो सोसाइटी का कॉन्शियस कीपर के रूप में जानेंगे। थोड़े से बच्चे थे, थोड़े से मेंबर थे, पर आज गौरव की बात यह है कि आज एक थोड़ी सी फीस में 65,000 रुपीज़ टोटल फीस है, जहाँ पर आज कॉलेजों में 5-5 लाख रुपया, अगर आपको MBBS करना है या आपको इंजीनियरिंग करनी है या आपको कोई और कोर्स करना है तो 5 से 10 लाख रुपए 1 साल की फीस होती है। ये पूरा कोर्स जो है वो केवल 65,000 रुपये के अंदर जो है वो आप पूरा कोर्स कर सकते हैं। और मैं आपको बता दूं सर, उसमें भी अगर आपके बच्चे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर के हैं, तो उनको जो है वो 75% 50% की जो है वो स्कॉलरशिप वो जो है वो अपने को मिलती है। अगर बच्चा गरीब है और बच्चा मेरिटोरियस है तो करीबन ICAI हर साल 7 करोड़ रुपए से ऊपर की स्कॉलरशिप जो है वो बच्चों को बांटता है, ताकि किसी भी बच्चा जो हमारे जैसा, मेरे जैसा बच्चा अगर चाहता है कि वो अपने जीवन को आगे लेके जाना चाहता है तो उसके पास वो सारी सुविधाएं रहें जो 1 मिनट के लिए उसके लिए उसको ड्रीम को पूरा कर पाएँ। तो दोस्तों मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि एक संस्था जो केवल और केवल एक ऑफिस से 1949 में शुरू हुई थी, बिना किसी गवर्नमेंट की ग्रांट के, बिना किसी गवर्नमेंट की फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट के, केवल और केवल आप सबकी ताकत से, अपनी मेहनत से और अपने सेक्रीफाइस से, इन सबके सेक्रीफाइस से आज की तारीख के अंदर आपकी संस्था जो है वो 47 कंट्रीज के साथ 4 लाख से ज्यादा मेंबर और 8 लाख मेंबरों के साथ आज की तारीख में पूरी दुनिया के अंदर सर्वोच्च संस्था के रूप में जो है वो पहचानी जाती है। मैंने एक बात कही, ये सोशो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट का टूल है। तो सर इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट तो हो गया कि अगर एक ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवर की बच्ची फर्स्ट रैंक लेके आती है, एक कुली का बच्चा, एक चाय बेचने वाले का बच्चा अगर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनता है, और अगर मैं अपनी बात करूं तो मैं कहूं कि सर जो सड़क पे स्टॉल लगाता था अगर वो प्रेसिडेंट ICAI बनता है तो ये अपने आप में इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट का टूल तो वैसे ही है। और सोशो क्या होता है? सोशो सुशील भाई ने कहने की कोशिश करी। आज की तारीख में 28% से ज्यादा मेंबर जो है वो फीमेल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं। आप रैंक उठा के देख लीजिए साहब, टॉप 20 रैंक्स के अंदर 15 रैंक्स जो है वो गर्ल्स की मिलेंगी सर। 45% स्टूडेंट जो है वो फीमेल स्टूडेंट्स हैं। इससे बड़ा एम्पावरमेंट का टूल आज हमारी महिला, आज हमारी फीमेल कुलीग्स, हमारी बच्चियां बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनी के अंदर GM और CFO और CEO की पोजीशन पे आज की तारीख में अगर हैं तो इस प्रोफेशन की देन है। इससे बड़ा अपने आप में सोशो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट का टूल क्या हो सकता है। तो दोस्तों, मैं बहुत सारी बातें कह सकता हूं आप लोगों से। 1500 से ज़्यादा IAS IPS ऑफिसर आज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों के CFO चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं। लेकिन सब चीज़ों के पीछे सिर्फ एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगा जो आप लोगों से हमारे सारे कुलीग्स ने कही और वो कहना चाहेंगे, और वो क्या, कि इस पूरी प्रोसेस के पीछे केवल और केवल आपका वहां तक पहुंचने का जो रास्ता है उसके पीछे एक ही चीज है, और वो है आपकी मेहनत, आपका कमिटमेंट, आपकी कंसिस्टेंसी। तो क्या है, ये सारा इकोसिस्टम आपको इनवाइट कर रहा है। मैं अपने घर में, मेरा भतीजा CA कर रहा था, मैंने उसको, जैसे विशाल भाई को उनके पापा ने कहा, तो मैंने उसको यही बोला, ये 5 साल और 50 साल, इस 5 साल में मेहनत कर लो और अगले 50 साल जो है वो आपके जीवन में कहीं ना कहीं पर जो है वो आपके लिए जो रिस्पेक्ट, जो रिकॉग्निशन, जो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट को आप ढूंढ रहे हैं, जो ड्रीम्स आप ढूंढ रहे हैं, वो आपके अचीव होते हैं। तो सिर्फ मैं आप लोगों से एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगा, दोस्तों, आप सब आने वाले समय में चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनेंगे। आप सब लोग जो है वो अपने ड्रीम, अपने फैमिली के ड्रीम, अपने पेरेंट्स के, अपने दोस्तों के ड्रीम को पूरा कर पाएंगे, समाज के ड्रीम को पूरा कर पाएंगे। केवल और केवल कुछ ऐसी बातें जो आप सब लोगों को ग्रहण करनी पड़ेंगी, जो आपको इम्बाइब करनी पड़ेगी। सोशल मीडिया छोड़ के, फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप और सब चीज़ों को छोड़ के, कहीं ना कहीं पर हमारे को ये बात समझनी पड़ेगी कि हमारे को कठोर परिश्रम करना है, हमारे को डिसिप्लिन रहना है, हमारे को सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्टाइज डेवलप करनी है। इट इज नॉट द एप्टीट्यूड बट द एटीट्यूड, मीन्स मुझे जो है वो अकाउंटेबिलिटी वाला एटीट्यूड डेवलप करना है, मुझे मैच्योरिटी वाला एटीट्यूड डेवलप करना है, मुझे समझना है कि मैं कौन हूं और मैं क्या करना चाहता हूं। मेरा नाम पहले सब्जेक्ट, अगर सब्जेक्ट की लिस्ट बने एक्सपर्ट्स की, तो मेरा नाम पहले 20 के अंदर होना चाहिए। मुझे ऐसा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनना है। अगर आप लोगों ने जिस दिन ये ठान लिया, जिस दिन मन में ये प्रण कर लिया, और मैं एक बात कहता हूं, जब मैं 2017 में बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज का चेयरमैन था, नई सिलेबस लॉन्च किया गया था, मैंने एक स्लोगन दिया था साहब, एस्पायर टू इंस्पायर। क्या मतलब होता है एस्पायर टू इंस्पायर का? क्या मतलब होता है? आप किसी की इंस्पिरेशन बन सके। तो जिस दिन आपने ठान लिया कि ये मेरे जीवन का लक्ष्य होगा कि मैं किसी की इंस्पिरेशन बनूं, मतलब आप किसी के रोल मॉडल बने, तो जिस दिन आप लोग जो है वो अपने आप को वैसा बना पाएंगे, वही आपकी जो है वो सच्ची जीत है, सच्ची सक्सेस है। तो दोस्तों, अपनी बात को यहीं पर समाप्त करना चाहूंगा, सिर्फ इसी बेस्ट विशेष के साथ कि माता रानी, प्रभु आपको जो है वो जल्दी से जल्दी एक सक्सेसफुल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनाए। आप अपने अपनी फैमिली के ड्रीम्स को तो पूरा करें, साथ में इस भारत भविष्य के लिए, अपने जो है भारतवर्ष के लिए, उसके भविष्य के लिए जो है वो आप अपने आप में एक महत्वपूर्ण पिलर बन के रहें, एक बहुत बड़े योगदान कर पाएं, अपने आप में एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पिलर के रूप में रहें, और अपनी मेहनत, अपने एफर्ट से आप अपना और अपने प्रोफेशन का नाम रोशन करें। यही दुआओं के साथ, यही आशीर्वाद के साथ, ब्लेसिंग्स के साथ, थैंक यू वंस अगेन वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू।
We thank our guest of honor for his remarkable words of guidance. And I'm definitely sure, sir, you will find us and the future ambassadors of ICI with all the dedication and persistence. I now request Ms. Mikasa Secretary Janvi Rathi to introduce our chief guest, Shri Ullas Gavli ji.
Thank you, Garvita. Good morning, everyone. Lovely aura, isn't it? I am so honored and privileged to introduce you all to our chief guest for this CA Students National Conference, the very honorable and respected Dr. Ullas Gavli sir. Dr. Ullas Gavli, presently Chairman and Managing Director of Narayana Infrastructures Private Limited, company engaged in development of industrial infrastructure. He completed his graduation in arts, subsequently post-graduation in business administration and doctorate in public administration. During college days, sir was an active student worker. He was member of National Advisory Committee of Students' Unrest, headed by the then president. He worked as managing director of Mavim Limited, an undertaking of Maharashtra government. Sir was vice president of Garware Polyester Limited founder chairman of Hindustan Awas Limited, an affordable housing company. He also worked as corporate advisor to Skoda Auto Private Limited. Sir is indulged in various activities of CMIA, a regional industrial association, and various NGOs that mainly work in field of health, education, sports and cultural. Presently, he is member of board of directors of Akar Auto Industries Private Limited, Marathwada Auto Compo Private Limited, Aurangabad Smart City Development Corporation Limited. Sir has such an inspirational and diversified journey which will definitely leave a lasting impact in our lives. Students will definitely try to endeavor this in their professional lives. We are honored that we have you as our chief guest, sir. Thank you for gracing the dais and with your valuable presence today. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Well, the dignitaries on the dais, I'm a little confused as to in what language I should talk to you. I remember that it was maybe about 20-25 years back. I had an opportunity to travel in some tribal areas in Bihar and Jharkhand. And somebody, while introducing me, he said that यद्यपि आप मराठी हैं, लेकिन हिंदी में बकता बड़ा अच्छा है। तो हमने कहा कि थोड़ा प्रयास आपके साथ हिंदी में बोलने का भी किया जाए। वैसे तो मेरी मातृभाषा है नहीं, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के साथ जो दिल्ली और कहीं और रहने का मौका मिला, थोड़ी हिंदी भी सीख लिया हमने। सर, यहाँ पर तो ये जितने मैं छोड़ के सारे जो लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, ये सारे ही लोग सीखने की, पढ़ाने की बात कर रहे थे। मित्रों, मैं खुद आपके साथ क्यों आया हूँ यहाँ पर? आजकल मैं जाता नहीं, अब मैं सोशल प्रोग्राम ज़्यादा लेता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन अग्रवाल जी ने 4 दिन पहले जब मेरे से बात करी और कहा हमसे कि आप आइएगा, स्टूडेंट्स का प्रोग्राम है। देखिए, कुछ ऐसी पूजाएं होती हैं, जिन पूजाओं का न्योता जब आपको आता है, बुलाया जाता है, तो ऐसा लगता है कि अगर मैं वहाँ ना जाऊँ, दर्शन ना करूँ और प्रसाद ना लेऊँ, तो शायद कहीं वो भगवान का अधिक्षेप होगा। और इसलिए जब भी किसी स्टूडेंट्स का प्रोग्राम होता है, भले ही वो प्राइमरी के हो, कॉलेज के हो, यूनिवर्सिटी के हो, कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के बोर्ड्स पर रहने का मौका आया था मुझे, तो इसलिए मैंने सोचा है कि स्टूडेंट्स के प्रोग्राम में जाना मैं मना नहीं करूँगा खुद को कभी, और जाना ही चाहिए। द रीज़न बीइंग, आई एम अ प्रोडक्ट ऑफ स्टूडेंट मूवमेंट। जो भी मैं आज ज़िंदगी में खड़ा हूँ, जो आपको बताया गया और जो ना आपको मैं शायद बोलने में बताना चाहूँगा, ये सारा हासिल करने के लिए मुझे अगर किसी ने सिखाया है तो मेरे शिक्षक थे। मेरे माता पिताओं से जो शिक्षा मिली मुझे, वो तो वैल्यूज़ की थी, लेकिन समाज में मैं कैसे आऊँ, उभरूँ कैसे, लोगों के सामने आऊँ कैसे, ये सारा जो भी मुझे पढ़ाया गया है, सिखाया गया है, वो सारा मेरे शिक्षकों ने किया है। आपण मराठीमध्ये मंचाला, जिसे आप लोग मंच कहते हैं, उसे मराठी में व्यासपीठ कहते हैं। और ये व्यासपीठ हे का असतं? आद्य गुरु व्यासांच्या नावानं हे पीठ असतं। तर व्यासांचा वारसा सांगणारी ही सगळी मंडळी इथं बसलेली आहेत, मी एकटाच नाही। त्याच्यामुळे मी तुम्हाला शिकवण्याचा प्रयत्न करणार नाही, हे तुमच्या शिकण्याविषयी बोललेत, मी तुमच्या शिकल्यानंतरच्या आयुष्याविषयी बोलणार आहे। अभी हमारे यहाँ जितने एग्ज़ाम्स होते हैं, गुप्ता साहब एग्ज़ाम की बात कर रहे थे, अबाउट the sincerity in which the organization works and the way it is conducted. There are only 2 difficult examinations in this country, said to be. That is, one is UPSC and the other one is obviously CA. UPSC के बाद क्या होता है कि once you pass, जो भी 600-700 करीब, there are about 8 lakh people, those who apply, and thereafter say about 600-700 are selected. But then the government takes their responsibility to maintain them throughout their life and even post-retirement many times. But this is, your examination is one, जहाँ पर there are no concessions. It's only merit that works. And then thereafter, once you pass out, then you only have to manage everything for yourself.
खुद को अपने को खड़ा रहना है, आपने। अब ये जो आप करते हो, तो ये करने के लिए क्या होना, मैंने एक आपसे एक और बात कहूँ, मैं आखिरी में कहने ही वाला हूँ। जितने ये लोग बोले थे ना, आपने एक देखा होगा, किसी के हाथ में कागज नहीं था, किसी ने कोई लिख के नहीं लाया था। ये सारे लोग दिल की बात कह रहे थे, दिल से कह रहे थे, और सही भाषा में, सही लफ्जों में, सही शब्दों में आपके सामने व्यक्त हो रहे थे। तो सबसे पहले मित्रों, और मैं बच्चों का हूं तो भी सुन लीजिएगा। बच्चों, आप एक समझ लीजिएगा कि व्यक्ति कौन होता है? वही होता है व्यक्ति जो व्यक्त करता है, और व्यक्त ना कर सके तो उसे व्यक्ति कैसे कहोगे आप? तो सबसे पहली बात यह है कि these days everything in this life has become marketing, selling. In real sense, you have to convince someone. You have to sell your ideas. आपलं म्हणणं दुसऱ्याच्या पुढे मांडण्यासाठी प्रभावी पद्धतीने योग्य त्या शब्दांची निवड करून, प्रत्येक शब्दाला स्वतःचं व्यक्तिमत्व असतं, त्या व्यक्तिमत्वाचा आदर करून आपल्याला बोलावं लागतं. तर त्यामुळे ते बोलत असताना ते व्यक्त करण्याची कला ही तुमच्या सीए होण्याच्याही पलीकडे तुम्हाला गरजेची आहे. तुम्ही कुठल्या प्रोफेशनमध्ये आहात, इट हार्डली मॅटर्स, बट द क्वेश्चन कम्स that whether you are able to communicate properly or not. Unless you are able to do that, I think one can't be successful. मला नोकरी करायची आहे, मी अर्ज घेऊन तुमच्याकडे आलो, माझं उत्तर काय असतं? तुम्ही विचारता मला, काय रे बाबा काय? तर मी सांगतो मराठी बोललो तर चालेल ना, काही लोकांना काही अडचण नाही ना. तर गुप्ता जी थोड़ी माफ़ कर लें, हम मराठी लोगों को एक बड़ी गलत आदत है, हम मुझे स्विच ऑफ हो जाता है मराठी पे कभी. तो हम लोगों की एक बड़ी बुरी आदत है, एज एन एम्प्लॉयर आई हैव सीन दैट लॉट ऑफ पीपल दे कम और उस बंदे को पूछते हैं कि क्यों भाई क्या है, तो एक कागज सामने रख देता है. वो कागज भी सही नहीं होता है, वो उससे झटापट करता है सही करने के लिए, सीधा करने के लिए सामने रख देता है. सर अरे भाई आप तो कहो ना, क्या कहना है आपको, सांगा ना काय म्हणणं आहे तुझं. देन द क्वेश्चन, टिपिकल मराठी क्वेश्चन इज, साहेब ते अमुकाला ओळखता काय तुम्ही? हो ओळखतो, पण तुझी वो पूछता है कि फलाने को पहचानते हैं आप? तो हम कहते हैं हाँ भाई पहचानते हैं, लेकिन आपकी पहचान बताइए ना. तो कहते हैं नहीं, त्यांनी पाठविलं, उन्होंने भेजा. ठीक है, पुढं काय? मग आमचा प्रश्न असतो, अरे बाबा पुढं काय? नाही ते नोकरी कशाची कशाची, तुला शिपाई व्हायचं आहे का माझा साहेब व्हायचं आहे? माझा साहेब व्हायचं तर माझ्या साहेबाकडे जा, पण तुला बाकी काय नाही, जे असेल ते. अरे तू काय शिकलायस? मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर मैं किसी के पास जाता हूँ तो लोएस्ट लेवल दैट आई वांट टू बी somebody's driver, I have to go and tell him that look, I am so and so, my name is so and so, I have a driving license, I have an experience of these many years, और इतने साल मैंने इतनी सारी गाड़ियाँ चलाई हैं. I understand that you perhaps need a driver, so I have come to you with a request that you may kindly consider me, and then मैं आपको ये एश्योरेंस देता हूँ कि आपके बीवी बच्चों को, आपको सबको मैं बिल्कुल सेफ यहाँ से वहाँ तक ले जाऊँगा. I don't have any history of any accidents. Instead of this, we take pleasure in telling कि त्याला ओळखता काय, याला ओळखता काय. Here, what I'm trying to tell you, young boys and girls, is this, that हम अपने नाम से जीना सीखें. हम किसी आम लड़के से, बंदे से पूछते हैं तो बताता है मैं उनका दामाद हूँ, उनका बेटा हूँ, साहेब आम्ही त्यांचे जावई बरं काय, यांचे पाहुणे आहोत. अरे हो ठीक है, मग तुझं काय, तू कोण आहेस? हम लोगों को बचपन से हमारी लीडरशिप ने, माँ बाप नहीं सिखाते ये, हमारी अगल बगल की जो लीडरशिप है, इन लोगों ने किसी और से नाम से जीना सिखाया है. अगर हम किसी और के नाम से नहीं जी सकते हैं, मैं असं आहे की मी शिवाजी महाराजांच्या नावाने मोठं होण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो. जर शिवाजी महाराजांशी मला डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट होता येत नसेल तर त्यांच्या नावानं जो जगतो त्याच्या नावानं मी जगण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो. हमारी कोई पहचान है नहीं क्या? तो मित्रों, मेरा सबसे कहना आपको यह है कि बोलना सीखो, अच्छा बोलना सीखो, व्यक्त होना सीखो, अपने विचार दूसरों के सामने स्पष्टता से रखना सीखो। और दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि ये गर्व की बात है कि आप इसके बेटे हो, उस माँ का नाम आपके साथ है, पिताजी का नाम है, अपने फैमिली का नाम है, लेकिन इसके अलावा अगर गर्व की बात कुछ होनी चाहिए तो ये होनी चाहिए कि हमारे माता पिता कहें कि ये मेरा बेटा है, ये मेरी बेटी है। तो ये हासिल करने के लिए हमें जीना है। किसी और के नाम से अगर बड़े होने के प्रयास हम करेंगे तो मेरा ख्याल है शायद इसमें हमें कोई यश नहीं मिलने वाला। मैं एक मज़े की बात बताऊँ आपको कि मैं इतने सालों में कुछ नौकरी करी हुई है। आई वर्क इवन फॉर द गवर्नमेंट एज चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, आई मीन मेयर, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर एंड देन चेयरमैन ऑफ अ गवर्नमेंट कंपनी। समथिंग वेरी सरप्राइजिंग फॉर मी एंड वेल, उसका गर्व है मुझे। मैंने आज तक कहीं भी नौकरी के लिए अर्जी करी नहीं है। I always got an offer, and then subsequently it was regularized with an application that I submitted. I never got a reply that with reference to your application and the interview that you had with us on such and such date you are hereby appointed. It never happened. The reason being, ये मेरे शिक्षक लोग थे, ये मेरी इंस्टीट्यूशंस थी जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सारा पढ़ाया और ये मुझे सिखा के इतना काबिल किया कि लोग मुझे बुलाए, मैं कहीं गया नहीं। And I was able to establish that, well, whatever that they expect from me, I should be able to deliver. Wherever I work, even today, I have excellent relations with them. हमारे जैसे शुरुआत हुई यहाँ आने से पहले, तो अग्रवाल जी ने हमसे कहा था कि इट्स अ प्रोसेस ऑफ वैल्यू एडिशन। मैं आपको एक बात बताऊँ, इवन आवर लाइफ इज अ प्रोसेस ऑफ वैल्यू एडिशन। एवरीथिंग इन दिस लाइफ, इट्स वैल्यू एडिशन। एक कपास का बीज होता है, वो बोया जाता है, ये बोने के दिन है, वो बोया जाता है, उसका पेड़ खड़ा होता है, उससे कपास आती है, उसको जीनिंग होता है, प्रेसिंग होता है, बेल्स बनती हैं, उसका स्पिनिंग होता है, उसका कपड़ा बनता है, कैलेंडरिंग होता है, उसे कपड़े सिए जाते हैं, एंड देन एक अच्छे से मार्केट में, अच्छे से सुपर मार्केट में एक शर्ट आया, कोई कपड़ा खरीदते हो, एक छोटा बी था, एक बीज था, उससे there is a fabric that is being sold to you, that is something ready-made that is being sold to you. The value addition at every stage, there is a value addition. When that gets converted into monetary terms, then the question comes of profit or loss. But the process is value addition. मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं, अब मेरे घर में एक मेरा छोटा पोता है। मैं जब मेरी खुद की ज़िंदगी देखता हूँ, आप लोगों की ज़िंदगी याद करता हूँ, जो आप जैसे मेरे सामने बड़े हुए हैं, मेरे बच्चे, उनको, तो बच्चा पैदा होता है तो सिर्फ रोता है। उसके बाद एक 4-6 महीने बाद वो कोई पहला लफ्ज़ यूज़ करता है, वो बोलना शुरू कर देता है। माँ कहेगा, पिताजी कहेगा, जो भी है, something that is meaningful, that is the first stage of value addition in his life. And thereafter, then the process of education starts. So what education is giving you? It's adding value to your personality, to your life. 12वीं पास है, प्रैक्टिकल टर्म्स में कहूँ तो 12वीं पास बच्चे को हम शायद प्यून करके ले लें, उसको दे दें 4-5 हज़ार रुपये। उसके बाद वो अगर ग्रेजुएशन कर ले तो क्लर्क करके रख दे, 7-8 हज़ार रुपये दे दे। उसके बाद और सीख जाए तो उसको और उससे ज़्यादा पैसे दे के ले लें। इफ़ ही इज़ अ प्रोफेशनल वी पे मोर। सो अल्टीमेटली व्हाट इट इज़, द प्रोसेस ऑफ एजुकेशन इज एडिंग वैल्यू टू योर लाइफ। सो लुक एट द एंटायर प्रोसेस एज वैल्यू एडिशन। इसके अलावा तो कुछ है नहीं। मैं एक थोड़ा मेरा अनुभव बता दूं, जिसमें किसी ने मुझे बहुत, यानी शायद गलती मेरी थी, लेकिन उसने सिखाया मुझे। It was about 25 years back that I was heading one of the corporates here, and then we had decided to have a joint venture with 2 British companies. There was one company called Titan and the other was called Atlas. And the MDs of both the companies came here. And the responsibility was entrusted on me to talk to them, take them around. And then I took them to all our factories. थक गया था वैसे भी, तो मैंने मेरे जनरल मैनेजर को कहा कि भाई एक काम करो, इन लोगों को आपके प्लांट पे 6 मंजिलें जाना है, लिफ्ट से वाटर में नीचे अपने रूम में बैठा रहा। वो 2 थे मेरे साथ, मेरे और एक कलीग थे, 4 लोग थे, तो ड्राइविंग सीट पे मैं बैठा था। फैक्ट्री से जैसे बाहर आया तो वो बंदा स्मिथ, आज भी नाम मुझे याद है, वो स्मिथ मुझसे कहता है कि Mr. Gowli, I was not doctor at that time, so he said, Mr. Gowli, this manager of yours, he deserves to be sacked. I said, what's wrong with him? He said, no, he deserves to be sacked. I said, what's wrong? He said, his concepts are not clear. I said, what happened? He said, I asked him a question as to what is that you make here. And he said, we make polyester chips. I said, yes, we make polyester chips. The film plant is the other side. The video plant is that side. We make polyester chips here. He was uncomfortable. He said, okay, take it. Then I asked him a question as to Smith, do you think that even my concepts are not clear? He said, no, I won't comment. Then I said that, do you feel that I should be sacked? Then he smiled and he said, well, that is your boss's prerogative. Who am I to tell you? Let him decide. I was uncomfortable. I didn't know what should have been the right reply. Then we went to one of the hotels here for lunch. Then I had decided that I'll take out the answer from him. What should have been the correct answer? I asked him, Smith, had he been your employee, what would have been his reply? He said, now I can answer. His reply would have been, we make money. You're all chartered accountants. You are going to be chartered accountants. Ultimately, what is that we make? In any commercial enterprise, as I said, it is value addition. And for a commercial enterprise, for a company, for a business enterprise, that value addition has to be converted into monetary terms, to be shown in the balance sheet, to be shown in your profit and loss account as either loss or profit. And if it is to be shown as profit, there has to be addition, irrespective of the fact whether you are making scooters, polyester film, watches, or anything. What am I supposed to do? कि भाई मेरे प्रमोटर ने जो पैसे डाले, बैंक ने उसे दिए हुए पैसे हैं, ये बैंक के पैसे किसके हैं? ये तो आम आदमी का पैसा है, आम आदमी का डिपॉजिट मेरे पास उसने विश्वास से मुझे दिया हुआ है, उसको वापस करना है। मुझे मेरे शेयर होल्डर्स ने जो पैसे दिए हैं, वो सारे उसको वापस करने हैं with due dividend on that. And for that I have to work effectively. I have to add value in the entire process at all the steps carefully. मैंने सही रॉ मटेरियल लेना है, मैंने सही रेट से लेना है, मैंने मैक्सिमम कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव तरीके से उसको प्रोसेस करना है, इफेक्टिवली मार्केट में सेल करना है, और आप लोगों के ज़रिए मेरी कॉस्ट पे कंट्रोल रखते हुए मैंने अकाउंटिंग परफेक्ट रखना है। ये अगर मैं सो अल्टीमेटली व्हाट इट इज़, it's a process of making money. There were days when we were in the college, there were days पैसे कमाना गुनाह हुआ करता था। किसी के बारे में अगर पूछो तो बताया जाता था कि भाई वो क्या करते, अरे क्या वो पैसे कमाते हैं आजकल, अरे गुनाह है, पैसे कमाना गुनाह है। मी मराठीमध्ये तुम्हाला एक सांगतो, हे बघा, आपण चांगलं राहणं, चांगलं जेवणं, चांगल्या लोकांमध्ये राहणं, चांगले कपडे घालणं, हा भोग निश्चित आहे, तो एका मर्यादेपर्यंत असावा, त्याचा अतिरेक झाला ही प्रकृती आहे। चांगलं राहणं, चांगलं जेवणं, चांगल्या लोकांमध्ये राहणं ही प्रकृती आहे। ज्या वेळेला त्याचा अतिरेक होतो त्याला विकृती म्हणतो आपण। त्याच्यामुळे पाहण्याकरता याचा तुम्ही कुठल्याही प्रकारे खेद वाटून घेण्याचं कारण नाही। दुसऱ्याच्या खिशातले पैसे जबरदस्तीने न काढता, कुठलीही गोष्ट अनैतिक न करता जर मी चांगलं राहू शकायचं तर तो माझा अधिकार आहे। आमच्या लहानपणी मी 4थ्या वर्गात असताना मला एकाने सांगितलं होतं, एक आमच्याकडे शाळेत भाषण द्यायला आलेले ग्रस्त, त्यांनी सांगितलं, मित्र हो, श्रीमंत व्हा, मनानं श्रीमंत व्हा, प्रकृतीनं श्रीमंत व्हा, गरिबाचं कौतुक करा, गरिबीचं करू नका। गरिबी आणि गरीब दोन भिन्न गोष्टी आहेत, आपण गल्लत करतो। गरीबाला प्रोटेक्ट करा, गरिबीला प्रोटेक्ट करू नका। गरिबीचं उच्चाटनच झालं पाहिजे आणि गरिबाला बरोबर घेऊन झालं पाहिजे। त्याच्यामुळे हे जे आपल्याला सगळं शिकवलं जातं ना, कि हे तो आजकाल पैसे कमवण्याच्या मागे, there is absolutely nothing wrong. It is your right to make money in a proper process. You should not adopt a process which is illegal, which is immoral, but yes, you should be making money. Well, there are so many things that I thought that I'll talk to you, but with the constraints that we have, I thought maybe जो आप लोगों से बोलना था शायद बोल लिया है मैंने. इसके अलावा कभी और मौका मिले तो ज़रूर बोलूँगा. I am proud to be a product of student movement, a product of educational institutions. आप भी अपने प्रोफेशन के लिए बिल्कुल अभिमान रखिए, गर्व रखिए. आपके प्रोफेशन के बारे में एक ही छोटी सी बात कह लूँ. मेरे एक मित्र हुआ करते थे, मेरे सीनियर थे, अभी नहीं है बेचारे. वो मुझसे ये पूछते थे कि बिजनेस, जब उनके अकाउंट्स के बारे में मैं पूछता था, ये कर रहे हो, वो कर रहे हो सारा, तो मुझसे कहते थे यार आप आईने में कितनी बार देखते हो दिन में? यू कैन आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू योरसेल्फ आल्सो. आईने में कितनी बार देखते हो आप? तो मैंने कहा याद तो नहीं है, लेकिन 2-4 बार तो जरूर देखा जाता है. He said in business, your accounts is your aina. At least once you should look. You should know what's happening. If you don't know that, then you are definitely going to lose. And हमारा आईना कौन है बिजनेस का? आप लोग. हमारा आईना बने रहिएगा, हमें आईना दिखाते रहिएगा, एंड शो अस कि यहाँ गलती है आपकी, ये आपका कपड़े को यहाँ दाग लगा हुआ है. दैट बिकॉज अभी ऐसे हैं, इनैक्टमेंट बदल रहे हैं, एंड ज़रूरत एक ज़मान, मैं अभी अग्रवाल साहब से थोड़ी देर पहले जब बात कर रहा था तो उनसे मैंने ये कहा कि एक ज़माना था कि दिस प्रोफेशन वॉज वन ऑफ द सो मेनी प्रोफेशंस. And well, we looked at chartered accountant like any other accountant. But now, he has become a necessity, even for a common man. Because of so many things that are happening around and so many restrictions. And here, your role is important. You have to see to it that the interest of your client are protected without harming the interest of this country. Because the common man who may not be your client, he is getting whatever that is due to him from the government out of the taxes that he pays. So आप tax planning हमको सिखाइएगा, evasion मत सिखाइए. या आप पास होने से पहले मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ. So thank you very much. आजकल बात ऐसी है ना कि इतने यंग बच्चे किसी की बात बड़े शांति से सुने, बहुत कठिन होता है. और मेरे बच्चे खुद के नहीं सुन लेते मेरी बात. तो इतने सारे लोग बोलने के बाद जब मैं बोलने आया, ये तो सारे आपके गुरु हैं, मैं गुरु नहीं हूँ. मैं मित्र होने का प्रयास किया, रहना चाहूँगा ज़रूर. तो आपने सुन लिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you, sir, for your precious words, and we are privileged to have you. We honorably welcome our past chairmen of Ahmednagar branch, C.A. Prasad Bhandari and C.A. Sandeep Desada, sir. Welcome, sir.
Aurangabad branch of WIRC has a tradition of felicitating each year the immediate preceding year Vikasa committee for their expedient contribution. This year we have 3 past committees as we couldn't felicitate them due to COVID. Our core committee members have really worked hard and have added glory to our Vikasa by their creative work. On behalf of the Aurangabad branch of WIRC, we would like to extend our utmost gratitude to the teams and their hard work. I request our dignitaries on the dais to felicitate our core committee members. On the stage, team 1920, D-Din Vikasa Chairperson CA Ganesh Bhalerao Sir, Vice Chairperson Aniket Kadam, Secretary Hariom Kulkarni, Treasurer Vipul Ladda, Core Committee Members Satyam Lande, Chaitali Pathak, Prerna Sanghai, Divya Pirtani, Aditi Bajpai and Shruti Bujle. Now we have Team 2021. Our D-Din Vikasa Chairperson CA Yogesh Agrawal Sir, Vice Chairperson Shivam Kevar, Secretary Tulsi Parashar, Treasurer Chaitali Pathak, Core Committee Members Gayatri Ratnaparki, Meenal Sharma, Hemant Khankule and Rupesh Agrawal. Can we have a big round of applause? We now call Team 21-22 on the dais. Our D-Din Vikasa Chairperson CA Rupali Bothra Ma'am, Vice Chairperson Yash Jaiswal, Secretary Garvita Kankaria, Treasurer Sakshi Khedkar, Core Committee Members Kiran Chavan, Rajasi Khandelwal and Rushikesh Gavli. Big round of applause for Team 2021. Today we have birthday of Rupali ma'am, so wish you happy birthday ma'am. I thank all the excellences for doing the honors. I request CA Yogesh Agrawal sir to present memento to our chief guest Shri Ullas Gauri ji.
I request our branch secretary, C. Kedar Pandey sir, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Like I always say, thank you is a very small word, but as a tradition, I take this opportunity to put the vote of thanks. I would first of all thank our chief guest, Shri Ullas Gauri ji, for his remarkable words. Sir, तुम्ही आम्हाला आद्यगुरु व्यासांचं व्यासपीठ अशी या व्यासपीठाची ओळख करून दिली. सर, अशा या व्यासपीठावर तुम्हाला आमंत्रित करण्याचं भाग्य आम्हाला लाभलं आणि आमच्या आमंत्रणाला मान देऊन आपण येण्याचं अगत्य केलं त्याबद्दल शतश धन्यवाद. We thank our past president Shri Atul Kumar Gupta sir. He talked about sacrifice. तो आप लोगों को जैसे चार्टर अकाउंटेंट एग्जाम में या कोर्स में जब आप एंटर करते हो तो वहीं से आप लोगों का सैक्रिफाइस चालू हो जाता है. सर, वी थैंक यू फॉर टीचिंग अस द सैक्रिफाइस यू हैव मेड एट दैट टाइम ड्यूरिंग योर प्रेसिडेंटशिप एंड इंट्रोड्यूसिंग अस विद द सैक्रिफाइस यू हैव मेड. थैंक यू सर. I also put our heartful thank to the chairperson SSCB Sushil Kumar Goyal sir. He has taught us about observation. Now it's upon you to observe किसको करना है. सराउंडिंग को करना है या उस चेहरे को करना है जिसे हमें 3 साल देखना है. और we also put our thank to board of studies chairperson and औरंगाबाद के दामाद जी श्री दयानिवास शर्मा सर. Sir, thank you for your words of wisdom. We also thank vice chairperson CA विशाल दोषी सर. उन्होंने हमें बताया कि ये नवरात्रि करनी है या हर नवरात्रि करनी है, ये अब आप लोगों पे डिपेंड करता है कि ये नवरात्रि करनी है या हर नवरात्रि करनी है. राइट. We also owe a special thank to CACCM उमेश शर्मा सर. उमेश शर्मा सर ने बताया कि उनका करियर जो शुरू हुआ था वो ऐसे ही किसी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से शुरू हुआ था. मैं ये चाहूँगा कि ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू हुई है, जब हम लोग यहाँ पर डायस पर ना रहे, आप लोगों में से ही कुछ लोग इस डायस को ग्रेस करें और इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से आप लोग आपका करियर शुरू करें. एंड लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट, we thank our branch committee, we thank our Vikasa committee, and at the same time we thank the participants and the paper presenters as well. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request everyone to stand for the national anthem.
एक सीट छूट गया. एक सीट छूट गया. उधर में जाना. We now move forward for the technical session on GST. I request our MOCs, Ms. Aishwarya Ajmera and Pranjal Tibrewala, to take over the further session. Thank you.
CA Students National Conference 2022, organized by Board of Studies and hosted by Aurangabad Branch, WIRC and Vikasa, Aurangabad Branch. I am glad to have the conference beaming with your presence.
The secret of getting ahead is getting started. So, without wasting any further time, we kickstart our event, CA Students National Conference, Legal Path versus Technological Path, with our first technical session on indirect tax GST, led by none other than CA Atul Gupta sir.
We kindly request CA Anand Naha sir, Session Coordinator, and Ms. Vidhi Godha, Vikasa Committee Member, to escort past President of ICAI, CA Atul Gupta sir.
Welcome sir. We now request CA Anand Nahan sir to welcome CA Atul Gupta sir with a bouquet. request Ms. Vidhi Godha to welcome CA Anand Nahar sir.
Before we call upon the participants, let me give you a quick introduction for today's panel. We have eminent personalities from our very own field, CA Chetan Gujrati sir and CA Nikhil Jaju sir as judges for today's session.
I would now request Kajal Agarwal, our Vikasa committee member, to welcome CA Chetan Gujrati sir with a bouquet.
I would again request Ms. Kajal to welcome CA Nikhil Jaju sir with a bouquet.
Getting ahead, now I would like to request Ms. Vidhi Godha to come forward and introduce our past president, CA Atul Gupta sir.
A very good morning to one and all present here, our esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, guests and my dear friends present here. I feel honored and glad to welcome and introduce our chairperson for the first technical session of the day, who though does not require any formal introduction, as all of us are very well aware of his work and achievement in his profession. As his name suggests, Atul, he is a Tulinier. He is incomparable, unique and only one of his kind. CA Atul Kumar Gupta sir is a man of refined thought process, quick understanding and sharp vision. He has served the accountancy profession for more than 2 decades and has also been the president of ICI for the term 2021 and vice president for the term 2019-20. He has served as chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, Board of Studies, IT Committee and Indirect Tax Committee of ICI. Under his stewardship at Board of Studies, the new scheme of education and training of ICI was benchmarked with the revised International Education Standard as was launched in 2017. Even in the hard times of Corona, he managed to successfully conduct CA exams all over the India. He is known and widely appreciated for his key contribution to ICI as a felicitator of goods and service tax regime, particularly in its formative years. Being thoroughly conservant with professional concerns and demand of his time, he has authored many relevant books including GST Concept and Roadmaps. He is also the chairman of GST Committee of Federation of Indian Industry. Being an academic by temperament, he has published numerous articles and delivered lectures in about 1500 seminars and conferences. C. Atul Kumar Gupta sir has also achieved to take his profession globally. On international front, he is on board of International Federation of Accounts and also on board of XBRL. Earlier, he has been the chairman of Committee of Education, Training and CPD of SAFA, board member of SAFA, IRRC, PFC Committee and CAPA. With deep interest in research, he is credited for the project of preparation of accrual-based financial systems of the Indian Railways under the ambit of Accounting Research Foundation. He has also been chairman of ICI Accounting Research Foundation and director of Governing Board of Indian Institute of Insolvency Professionals and Registered Value Organizations. With his diverse and deep knowledge, he has served in various governmental bodies in the past. He has been first chairman of the Accounting and Finance Services Sectional Committee constituted by the Bureau of Indian Standard. He has also been a member of Government Accounting Standard Advisory Board, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority IRDA, SEBI's Primary Market Advisory Committee. Apart from his academic and professional achievements, he never fails to motivate and inspire us by constantly working hard, conducting GST polls and sharing his knowledge on platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter. His designations and achievements are never-ending. It is a moment of extreme pleasure for all of us to have you as our chairperson, sir. I once again welcome you on behalf of Aurangabad branch of WRC and Aurangabad Vikasa. Thank you.
Instructions for paper presentation is as follows. After the start of presentation, first bell will ring after 12 minutes and final bell will ring after 15 minutes. All the paper presenters are requested to take note of the above point.
Moving forward with this technical session, we have 3 topics to be discussed for the paper presentations, for which I would request CA Anand Nahar sir to draw the lots and decide the sequence. Is decided. First coming up is Anup Kumar.
One of the breakthrough points of GST over value-added tax, excise duty and other indirect taxes is input tax credit. To add up to our knowledge on the same, here's coming up Anup Kumar from Ranchi with the topic Input Tax Credit as per GSTR 2B.
Next, Bhakti Agrawal, please be ready.
Audible? So, if someone says something about input tax credit, the very first thing that strikes to our mind is what to claim, how to deal with input tax credit. Because the most of the changes and the frequent changes that has been done by the council is nothing but about input tax credit. And still question arises while filing returns, how we will claim input tax credit. So here I am. Good morning everyone. Good morning respected jury. Good morning sir, our session chairman, our session coordinator and all the students present over here. I, Anup Kumar from Ranchi, Jharkhand, welcome you all in this huge national conference organized by Aurangabad Vikasa, and I am here to share my insights on the topic GST input tax credit. So, is it so difficult to understand input tax credit? Is it? It might be, but it's not impossible. So, before we know how to claim input tax credit as per GSTR 2B, let us understand how to claim input tax credit. For input tax credit, we have GSTR 2 in our bare act of GST, but for the time being, there is 2 written in the practical life, that is GSTR 2A and GSTR 2B. Previously, the taxpayer had to claim input tax credit as per GSTR 2A as available in the date of filing return with some certain conditions to claim it. In GSTR 2A, the nature of GSTR 2 is dynamic, which keeps on changing, which creates lots of problems for the taxpayer as well as the council to keep the track of all the invoices to be claimed. Because of it, GSTR 2B came into the figure. In July 2020 onwards, the taxpayer have to claim the input tax credit as per GSTR 2B with certain conditions. GSTR 2B solves the problem of GSTR 2A, where GSTR 2A keeps on changing, where GSTR 2B is static and helps the taxpayer as well as the council to keep the track. So let us understand what is 2B, which invoice of inward supply will be reflected in 2B and how it is different from 2A. So suppose you had a taxpayer and you had an inward supply from 2 suppliers called Mr. Jerry and Mr. Tom, who are registered under GST Act. So Mr. Jerry, who is the smartest one, filed his return on 9th of May, that is within the due date, whereas the Tom, the dumb one, filed his return on 15th of May, that is after the due date. So the return filed by Jerry, the invoice, the invoice filed by the Tom will be reflected in the GSTR 2B of my month. So, there will be a timeline. So, let me explain once I'll get the presentation, now you will understand better. So, there is a timeline which shows how the invoices will be reflected in which month GSTR 2B. So, if the return is filed within the due date, then the invoice will be reflected in that month GSTR 2B itself. But if the return is filed after the due date, the invoice will be reflected in the next month GSTR 2B. But the most important point that should be considered, if the return is filed after the due date of the next month, that is, if the return of April month is filed after the due date of May month, then that invoice will be reflected in the GSTR 2B of June month, and this will be go so on. Shall I get the presentation? So this is the timeline which shows which invoice will be reflected in which month's GSTR 2B. So previously the taxpayer can claim input tax credit as per 2A, then the time changes. The taxpayer have to claim input as per GSTR 2B with certain conditions which was mentioned in Rule 36 Sub Rule 4 of CGST Act 2017, where taxpayer can claim input as per GSTR 2B plus 5%, but in the Finance Act 2022, the finance budget changed the Rule 36 Sub Rule 4 and amended that rule and changed that taxpayer will claim input as per 2B, and that extra 5% which was given to the taxpayer was revoked. So this was the Rule 36 Sub Rule 4. Now moving forward, what is difference between 2A and 2B? As GSTR 2A and 2B both shows inward supply, but the major difference that is 2A is a dynamic in nature which keeps on changing, whereas GSTR 2B is static. If you purchase the invoice, if you purchase the goods from a taxpayer in April month, then that invoice will be reflected in GSTR 2A. But in GSTR 2B, we have the invoice of previous months also, and in some cases we have the invoice of previous year also, as the inward supply, the front taxpayer file is written within the due date. That's depend on that situation. Now moving forward, is it necessary that we have to claim input as per GSTR 2B, the input that reflects in GSTR 2B? No. There are few input tax credit which not reflects in GSTR 2B, but we can claim. That is, first thing, reverse charge mechanism. The input, if that doesn't reflect in GSTR 2B, but you had an inward supply from an unregistered person after a certain limit, then you have to pay that, increase your liability under reverse charge, and same input should be claimed by the taxpayer, even not reflecting in GSTR 2B. But there are some conditions where input are reflecting in GSTR 2B, but we can't claim that is block credit as per section 17 subsection 5. So, few points that need to be considered while filing GSTR to be returned is the first, if the input tax credit as per book is greater than input as per GSTR 2B, then we have to claim input as per 2B. But when input tax credit as per books is less than GSTR 2B, then what points should we consider? The first thing, we have to check input that has been blocked and which are reflected in GSTR 2B. And the second thing, we have to make reconciliation because that effect may be created by the previous invoices which was reflected in current GSTR 2B. And the last point is import of goods. Import of goods. If you have imports goods from outside and even that input is not reflecting in GSTR 2B and you have proper documents, valid documents, so after following prescribed procedure you can claim input tax credit. So frequent changes might create problems to our profession, but we are meant to deal with it. And even our holy book Gita says, Parivartanameva Stramasti. That means the only constant in change, the only constant is change, and we are meant to deal with all the changes. Thank you. It's Anup Kumar signing off today.
Thank you, Anup.
Recently, news has been flooded with busting of fake invoicing frauds in GST. To curb this practice, concept of e-invoicing has been introduced. To give us a brief overview on fake invoicing under GST and e-invoicing, we have Bhakti Agrawal from Pune. Bhakti, please come up. The Google link on Instagram has been updated. You are requested to please go and check the page.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present on and off the dais, distinguished members, members of the institute, and my dear friends. Myself, Bhakti Agarwal, and I am from Pune. Pune is also known as Oxford of East. And my topic for the day is fake invoicing under GST and e-invoicing. Ever since the introduction of GST in the Indian taxation system, GST officials have been diligent to work out a mechanism to stop tax evasion in India. Over the years, there have been instances wherein tax fraudsters have been caught using fake invoices and claiming fake ITC. And such occurrence was only possible in the absence of a proper mechanism to tackle such a situation on a nationwide level. Thus, e-invoicing came into being. So, e-invoice generation and ITC claim will go hand in hand. This may lead to a lesser tax frauds in the near future. Now, let's understand these transactions of fake invoicing with the help of an example. I hope everyone has seen Money Heist. किसने देखी Money Heist? यार औरंगाबाद का क्राउड देखता ही नहीं है सीरीज मतलब आई अंडरस्टैंड कि सीए स्टूडेंट्स है पढ़ना होता है बट सीरीज तो कोई देखता है ना कि नहीं देखते आप लोग ठीक है तो आज मेरा एग्जाम्पल भी इसी पे बेस्ड है आप सब इस कैरेक्टर तो पहचानते ही होंगे नायरोबी फ्रॉम मनी हाइस्ट एंड द मोस्ट फेमस कैरेक्टर प्रोफेसर तो आज मेरा एग्जाम्पल भी इनके अराउंड ही रिवॉल्व करता है ये एग्जाम्पल कुछ इस प्रकार है Nairobi issues an invoice against professor without an actual supply and he says ha 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 no goods only invoice मतलब ये फेक इनवॉइस की डेफिनेशन में आता है बट अभी हम इसको कुछ नहीं बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि Nairobi does not pay tax to the government or a minor amount of tax liability is paid. He just shows the invoice in GSTR1. So professor is able to claim ITC of that invoice as it is being auto-populated in GSTR2A, now GSTR2B. Then professor would again issue invoice to Berlin. आप लोग बर्लिन को तो जानते ही होंगे मनी हाइट से तो अभी प्रोफेसर इश्यूज इनवॉइस टू बर्लिन Professor pays tax because professor already has ITC in its credit ledger. Consequently, Berlin would also be able to claim ITC. All of these persons are the parts of the same network to take illegal benefit of ITC. Hence, it is very difficult for the GST department to prove that Berlin has fake invoice as he has taken invoice from professor and professor is an absolute tax compliant. Ultimate defaulter is Nairobi, but it is just a fictitious person. I hope अभी आपको समझा तो होगा कि फेक इनवॉइसिंग का ट्रांजैक्शन बनता कैसे है. मतलब इसको कंसील किया जाता है जस्ट लाइक मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग. हम ओरिजिनल सोर्स को कंसील करके लेयर ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शंस करते हैं. अभी मैं आपको एक्चुअल डेफिनेशन बताती हूँ फेक इनवॉइसिंग का. दैट व्हाट इज फेक इनवॉइसिंग? Fake invoicing is not defined under GST Act 2017. But in general, fake invoice refers to an invoice which does not comply with the provisions of the Act and rules. In simple terms, when a registered person issues a tax invoice without actual supply of goods or services or payment of GST, then such invoice is presumed to be fake invoice. As a matter of fact, the GST charge on in fake invoicing, one party is issuer of invoice and the other party is beneficiary. Sometimes beneficiary might be a genuine one. Even then, beneficiary can be made answerable to the department. अब आप लोग सोचते होंगे कि ये फेक इनवॉइस इशू क्यों करते हैं, मतलब ये सब करने का मोटिव क्या है इसके पीछे. तो लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड मोटिव बिहाइंड इशूइंग फेक इनवॉइस. The main objective of the taxpayers behind issuance of fake invoicing may involve evasion of GST on taxable output supplies by availing undue ITC or supply without invoices or without payment of taxes, converting excess of input tax credit into cash by transferring it into ITC to those who can utilize it, or by shifting ITC from exempted supplies to taxable supplies, inflating the turnover for the purpose of availing higher credit limit or for obtaining bank loans or for improving evaluations for the sale of the stake. अब ये सब करने के consequences होते क्या हैं? मतलब हम fake invoice तो issue कर देंगे, सब कुछ होगा, but इसके consequences क्या होंगे? Fake invoice penalty. As a consequence of issuing fake invoice, every taxable person who supplies goods or services without any invoice or issues a false invoice will be liable for a penalty which will be equal to the tax evaded or the ITC availed or the ITC passed on by him to the other registered person. Similarly, since the same transaction is considered, it also has the same penalty. Like for example, similarly if a taxable person issues any invoice without actually supplying any goods or services to another registered person, then he will be liable for a penalty which will be equal to the tax evaded or the ITC availed or the ITC passed on by him to the other registered person. Now let's understand what are the measures to curb the menace of fake invoices. मतलब हम ऐसा क्या कर सकते हैं कि हम ये fake invoices को रोक सकते हैं. तो menace of fake or bogus invoices is so rampant in India these days that few cases get reported every day from any part of the country. Since GST is a tax law which is implemented, complied with and administered online, it becomes relatively easier for the tax regulators to find out transactions outside the system or unrecorded transactions or unverified transactions outside the system. E-invoicing is increasing mandated by the governments across the globe, particularly due to GST evasion and tax leakage. The government is trying to fight fake invoices even before the era of GST. E-invoicing in India is proposed to put an end to this by mandating authorization of every invoice from the government portal. Real-time invoices reporting discourages subsequent fraudulent changes. अब मैं आपको बताती हूँ कि ये e-invoicing का हमें जरूरत क्या है. जैसे आपने बताया कि fake invoices को हम कर्व कर सकते हैं अगर e-invoicing है हमारे पास. तो let's see the need for e-invoicing. So there is a need for e-invoicing under GST as it will help in curbing tax evasion, as the tax authorities will have access to transactions as they take place in real time, since the e-invoice will have to be compulsorily generated through the GST portal. There will be less scope for manipulating invoices since the invoice gets generated before carrying out a transaction. It will reduce the chances of fake GST invoices and the only genuine ITC can be claimed. Since the ITC can be claimed will match with the output tax details, it becomes easier for the GSTN to track fake credit claims. Also, e-invoicing automates the complete procedure and removes the requirement of the human interface, which helps in reducing the manual errors, which is otherwise high in numbers since the applicability of GST. अब मैं आपको बताती हूँ कि ई-इनवॉइसिंग एक्चुअली होता क्या है. मतलब बहुत लोगों का मिथ रहेगा कि ई-इनवॉइसिंग मतलब क्या, कि आपको है ना बस कुछ है ना डिजिटल फॉर्म में ई-इनवॉइसिंग मतलब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इनवॉइसिंग बस ऐसा कुछ करना है. तो एक्चुअली ऐसा नहीं है. ई-इनवॉइसिंग इज समथिंग कि आप खुद जनरेट करते हो ई-इनवॉइस एंड देन यू ऑथेंटिकेट दिल इन इट्स 35th meeting has decided to implement a system of e-invoicing which will apply to specific categories of persons. E-invoicing does not imply to generation of invoices on the GST portal. That would be a myth. Instead, e-invoicing involves the submission of an already generated standard invoice on a common e-invoice portal. E-invoicing is an innovative system implemented by many countries across the globe to standardize the communication of data. More than 100 countries have already implemented an e-invoicing system. The e-invoicing system is regarded as a major tax reform under GST because it will standardize the format of e-invoicing, and the main objective is to provide machine readability and uniform interpretation, allowing interoperability across all GST ecosystems. Now let's see कि इनवॉइसिंग एप्लीकेबल किस किस को होता है एंड कौन से डेट से होता है. तो ई-इनवॉइसिंग इज मोर ऑफ एप्लीकेबल ऑन अ टर्नओवर बेसिस. द टैक्सपेयर्स मस्ट कंप्लाई विद ई-इनवॉइसिंग if the turnover exceeds the specified limit in any financial year from 2017-18 to 2021 and 21-22. Also, the aggregate turnover include the turnover of all GSTNs under a single ban across India. The Indian government has implemented the e-invoicing system in a phased manner. मतलब वो लोगों ने ऐसे है ना टुकड़े जो हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं कि ऐसे पार्ट्स में वो लोगों ने e-invoicing को एप्लीकेबल बनाया है इंडिया में. अब आप लोग सोच रहे हैं पार्ट में क्यों बना दिया, एक ही बार में क्यों नहीं बोल दिया सबको करने के लिए. बट ट्राई एंड अंडरस्टैंड, इंडिया इज अ कंट्री विद अ लार्ज पॉपुलेशन. तो समझ सकते हैं आप, यहाँ पे कुछ भी छोटा सा होता है तो वी हैव कर्फ्यूज, एवरीथिंग वी हैव, दंगे फसाद जो चाहिए आपको वो सब मिल जाता है यहाँ पे. तो अगर इतना बड़ा रिफॉर्म करते हैं हम बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में, तो बिजनेस के जो ओनर्स हैं वो कितना ये करते हैं इसके आगे. इसलिए इसको फेस में किया. The first phase of e-invoicing began on 1st October 2020 for all large enterprises with a turnover above rupees 500 crore. After that, the second phase extended to those with a turnover of above rupees 100 crore from 1st January 2021. While the third phase covered mid-sized businesses with a turnover over rupees 50 crore from 1st April 2021. The fourth phase of e-invoicing in India began on 1st April 2022, recently, spanning several micro, small, medium enterprises. It shall apply to businesses with a turnover of more than rupees 20 crore. अब ऐसे कौन लोग हैं जिनको e-invoicing applicable नहीं है, मतलब irrespective of their turnover, it's not required that they'll generate e-invoice. So e-invoicing is also not applicable to nil-rated or wholly exempt supplies. As in these cases, only a bill of supply is issued and not a tax invoice. E-invoicing is not applicable to financial or commercial credit notes. Only credit and debit notes that are issued under Section 34 of CGST or SGST Acts needs to be reported. E-invoicing is not applicable to high C sales and boarded warehouse sales, since these transactions are neither supply of goods nor a supply of services as per Schedule 3 of the CGST Act. एडवांटेजेस ऑफ ई इनवॉइसिंग. अभी इनवॉइसिंग क्या होता है, कैसे होता है, किसको एप्लीकेबल है, किसको नहीं है, ये सब हमने देख लिया. अब इसके एडवांटेजेस क्या है, लेट्स सी दैट. तो ई इनवॉइसिंग हैज मेनी एडवांटेजेस and some of them are: it minimizes the reporting of same invoice details number of times in different forms. Part A of e-way bill will be auto-populated through e-invoicing. E-invoicing helps to reduce tax evasion. Procedure for generating e-invoice. Every taxpayer or business is responsible to generate the invoices in prescribed format and will generate JSON file for each B2B invoices. These JSON files are uploaded to the Invoice Registration Portal (IRP) for approval. After successful verification, the portal will return the invoice to the supplier along with a unique reference number known as invoice reference number, digital signature and a QR code. The invoice will also be shared with the corresponding buyer on the email ID provided by him. Now let's see the general penalty. अब आप बोलेंगे कि हमने फेक इनवॉइसेस को तो स्पेसिफिक पेनल्टी बताई, बट ई इनवॉइसिंग को जनरल पेनल्टी क्यों? क्योंकि now if we don't have follow the e-invoicing rules or if we do not issue invoice under e-invoicing system, despite e-invoicing being applicable to us, then we shall be liable to pay penalty. If there is no specific penalty mentioned in the CGST Act 2017 for not issuing an invoice under e-invoicing system, then the penalty which will be extend to rupees 25,000 rupees. Now I would like to conclude my presentation. From all the discussions, we can conclude that India has learned from the experiences of various countries and then it has launched e-invoicing under the post-audit methodology instead of clearance method. Also, e-invoicing is considered as a major tax reform under GST and it will promote interoperability, enhances transparency and reduces human intervention in the invoicing process of business. Hence, it is an exciting time for tax technology in India as the government is inclined to make the tax functions completely automated. With multiple steps like e-invoicing, faceless customs, e-way bill, the age of digitalizing tax has arrived. Lastly, I would like to end my presentation by Charles Darwin quote, which says, "The most important factor in survival is neither intelligence nor strength, but it is our adaptability." Thank you everyone for being such a lovely and patient audience. Thank you everyone. Thank you Aurangabad Vikasa.
Thank you, Bhakti.
Under taxation laws, reconciliation, that is, comparing two sets of data entries for identifying variances, plays an important role. To elaborate on the same, we have with us our next paper presenter, Vishakha Bodke from Mumbai, to speak about reconciliation of books and GST returns and data analysis of it.
Good morning to one and all. On CA Day, auspicious day for us. On this day, July 2017, goods and service tax was introduced as a method of indirect taxation. It was predicted that will introduce a new area of tech-enabled compliance system, where the supplier will file details of every outward supply transaction made by him and the same auto-generated in GSTR 2B on the recipient GSTR 2B or 2A. The role of the recipient that would be only either to confirm, validate or modify the entries and compute the total tax liability. Due to severe consequences associated with mismatch of GST returns, it is important to the registered person under the GST regime to learn and adopt the game of GST reconciliation. So, today I, Vishakha Bodke from Mumbai, going to present on my topic reconciliation of books and GST returns and data analysis of it. The reconciliation of accounts, records and returns plays an important role in the life of the registered person. Am I audible, sir?
Everyone at the back, please be quiet.
Now there are different types of reconciliation. The GST taxpayer could do so that between the GSTR 1 and 3B to know the sales details, GSTR 3B and 2A 2B to match the ITC, e-way reconciliation, e-way bill reconciliation, final accounts with audited annual returns. So this is, my topic is very vast to explain in within the few minutes. So I'm just touching up the basic ITC reconciliation and the e-way bill reconciliation. So let's understand the ITC reconciliation through an example. So here it is a hypothetical example. As you all know that there is a character in Tarak Mehta, Popatlal and Jethabhai. Jethabhai, you know that he is a supplier, a businessman pie, but in my example, he is a recipient. Because he wants to do the business, so he has to purchase the goods from someone else also. So in my example, he is a supplier. And the Popatlal is hypothetically became the supplier for the Jethabhai. Now, the supplier Popatlal supplies the goods to the Jethabhai amounts rupees 11 lakh 80,000 inclusive of GST at the rate of 18%, and the same amount has been paid by the Jethabhai to the Popatlal. Now, being a Golden Retriever award winner, as he always used to say in the serial, so he has very decent person and he filed his GSTR1 on time with accurate details. Because of this, the recipient Jethabhai can avail the ITC as per his GSTR 2B or 2A, whatever. When he knows that his supplier Popatlal has filed his reconciliation, when he filed his GSTR1, the supplier recipient did the reconciliation with this GSTR 2B data after the 12th of June. Here the GSTR 2A or 2B data generated after the 12th of every month, after a supplier filed his GSTR1 details. Okay. So here my Jethabhai recipient can avail the ITC only after the supplier filed his GSTR1 on time with accurate details. GSTR1 filing date is 11th of the month. So let's take another example. Let's take another part of this example. Here my Jethabhai has one more supplier known as Sundarlal. You know the character of Sundarlal in Tarak Mehta as well, how he is. So Jethabhai purchased the goods worth rupees 4 lakhs at the rate of 18%, 4,72,000 from Sundarlal. Sundarlal, as careless, he didn't file his GSTR1 on time. Due to this, the recipient Jethabhai not able to avail the ITC for that particular month, that is for the May 2022. So because of this, the recipient ITC blocked. Because of this ITC blocked, he has to pay the total liabilities in cash. Now let's see the consequences of delay in filing GSTR1. There are two consequences in delay in filing GSTR1. One is, if the supplier does not file his GSTR1 on time, the ITC details of that particular transaction will not be reflected in GSTR 2A or 2B for that particular month. So because of this, the recipient, as in the previous slide I said, the recipient will not be able to avail the ITC for that particular month. Second consequence is that now the GSTR 2A and 2B are still in the practice. Though some amendments has been come in the GSTR 2B, the 2A, if the supplier haven't filed his GSTR1 on time, still the detail of that particular month ITC comes into the GSTR 2A. So here the system became confused what the statement should prefer, what report should prefer, GSTR 2A or 2B. So the Jethabhai has two confusion because he is, as per his books of account, GST ITC as per his purchase registered, he has 72,000. ITC as per 2A, he has 72,000, and as ITC as per GST 2B, he has 0 because the recipient, Sundarlal, who was the son Sundarlal, didn't file a GSTR. So because of this, GSTR 2B data will be reflected in following month, that is in the June. So how should he claim ITC? Should he claim ITC or not? 2A, according to 2A or according to 2B, he should claim the ITC. So because of this confusion, the CBIC has clearly stated that the final clearly states that ITC must be availed as per the invoice detail appearing in the GSTR 2B. Means the recipient can avail the ITC only and only if the details appears in the GSTR 2B. If it is not appearing in GSTR 2B, he will not be able to take the ITC for that particular month. So to summarize my example, recipient should not be able to avail ITC and it is not reflected in GSTR 2B statement. As can be seen, to learn more about the ITC reconciliation, books of accounts with the GSTR 2B, there are some simple equation which I have created by Moot. Let's take an example through the table. We can see from the table that total ITC as per the books for the month of May 2022 is 1 lakh. Total ITC as per the GSTR 2B is 1,50,000. Here, why the differences has been occurred? Let me tell you. Sometimes it happens that GSTR 2B will be GSTR 2B ITC will be more than ITC as per the book, because again the same reason the supplier hasn't filed his GSTR on time. That is 11th of the month. After reconciliation book of data with the GSTR 2B, we found out that the ITC is matched with GSTR 2B for the month of May 2022 is amount 72,000. So here the eligible ITC for the May 2022 is 72,000. So rest 25,000, what will happen to that 25,000? The question marks. So that 25,000 unmatched ITC will be carried forward to the next month, that is in the June 2022. When I see my book, that ITC as per the book is 75,000 and unmatched ITC, I will add it to there, that comes to 1 lakh, and as per my GSTR 2B statement, ITC 1 lakh. After reconciliation, I found out that my ITC as per my GST book and ITC as per my GSTR 2B matches. So eligible ITC for the June 2022 is 1 lakh. So here, after reconciliation, what I have learned from this, so after reconciliation is important for the ITC availing. So after reconciliation, I found that for the June, my ITC has been reconciled, and I can do this. As New Year 2022 came, our finance minister has given a wonderful gift in the ITC, in the form of ITC, important amendment in the form of ITC. What was that? With the effect from 1st January 2022, a taxpayer can avail the ITC only and only when the supplier who supplies the goods and services has disclosed the detail of this transaction in the GSTR 1 and the same gets appear in GSTR 2B. That was the amendment which I was already told you earlier. So the recipient here, the role of the recipient is he has to verify that whether the supplier has taken all the details of the transactions or not. This reconciliation has to be done across the month of every month. So there are some certain conditions the recipient has to look into the points that this condition has satisfied or not to avail the ITC or not. These conditions these conditions are section 16 subsection 2 clause A. This condition section 16 clause 2 subsection A says that recipients should have the invoice of the transaction. Means that if you purchase something goods, then you must have an invoice. Otherwise, it will form a fake invoice case. Second condition says 16 subsection 2 double A. This rule was amended. This section was inserted with the rule 36 subsection 4, which was already presented by some Anup before my presentation. In this section, I already told what was the section. Next section is 16 subsection 2 B, clause BA. Here section says recipient should receive the goods or services or both. Otherwise, he won't be able to take the ITC. So it is the condition, he has to satisfy this condition. Then fourth condition is section 16, subsection 2, clause C. Says that such input tax credit is not restricted as per the provision section 38. There are certain provision, section 38, which state that GSTR to part, we can tell you in the later part. And next, last section condition is section 16, subsection 2, subsection D. Now let's reconcile GSTR 1, 3B and sales register. Quickly reconcile this. In my, as you can see from the slide, that there are some differences has been occurred in GSTR 1, 3B versus book GSTR 1. These differences occur due to the credit note, debit note less taken in the returns, credit note, debit note more excess taken in the returns, or sales invoice invoices has been missed. As you can see in the February, there are human error rather than the accounting year, because as per the GSTR 1, this sales invoice were 41,58,497, but in GSTR 3B it has wrongly entered as 4,50,897, which is huge amount differences. Because of this, the GST, there will be a red flag in the GSTR department. GST department will be very strong at this point. How the differences will be something will be fishing or something. GST department might be thinking about this. So because of this, the reconciliation we have to do at every month. Now we have talked about the ITC with the GSTR 1, 3B books and all. Now let's see what the compulsory document made by the government as a anti-revenue leakage measures in April 2018. E-way bill says that assignment value over rupees 50,000 has to make a e-way bill for the supplier. So, and this detail has to become in GSTR 1. After matching two reports, tax officer found out if any differences, then the taxpayer has to give the explanation for that mismatches. As we can see from my example, that Mr. Lal had e-way bill for worth supply of 55 lakhs, in which, Mr. Lal had e-way bill in sales invoice of 50,000 for October. That total value comes to the 70 lakhs, out of which he has 50 lakhs worth rupees e-way bills. But in GSTR 1, he has taken all the, if he is not able to clarify the reason, he has to pay the penalty or the total amount of tax liability. The same condition happens where the reverse is situation, where he has not taken the invoices details in the GSTR 1. Let me quickly recover my points. That issue during the reconciliation under GST, where what are the issues will become under the GST reconciliation, that invoice numbers will be different for supplier and purchasers, invoice date will be different for the supplier and purchasers again, credit note, debit note issues will arise, multiple invoices, as means the supplier and purchasers had a business in many businesses together, a fixed regular business has, so there is multiple invoices of the same value but at different rates, so multiple invoices issues may come. So, and different return periods, the supplier filed the returns at after the GSTR 1 filing dates. So at the this is the points when we have to look into the points that reconciliation of turnover of books, reconciliation of turnover books as per the returns, we have to verify. These are the points that audited annual financial statement. This means that when consolidated financial statement are prepared at the pan India level, so before reconciliation, the audited financial statement has to be prepared at the GSTN by GSTN breakup, so that all the reconciliation can be done.
Sorry to interrupt, but
yeah. So at the end, I want to conclude that reconciliation is very important for to avail the ITC.
Thank you, Vishakha.
Big round of applause for all our participants.
Before we proceed with this session, there is a small announcement. Blood donation camp has been organized on first floor, so all the requested students are requested to go up and donate the blood for a good cause. Sorry, the arrangements have been made on second floor.
We would now like to Gupta sir to enlighten us with his few words.
Good afternoon, friends. The very respected the coordinator and the colleague from the Vikasa and the jury and the paper presenters, friends. Once again, I am between you, all of you. इससे पहले कि मैं क्योंकि जीएसटी के लिए समय कम है, हम लोग ऑलरेडी सेशन का जो टाइमिंग है वो उससे हम काफ़ी शेड्यूल से पीछे चल रहे हैं. So I will not be speaking much about the GST topic per se, though I can speak on the various aspects related to the GST. दो पार्ट्स में बात करना चाहूँगा. एक जो हमारे दोस्तों ने प्रेजेंटेशन दी और थोड़ा सा GST के बारे में मे बी फॉर 5 मिनट्स. सबसे पहले तो मैं तीनों अपने जो हमारे पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स हैं, अनूप, भक्ति एंड विशाखा, मैं उनको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगा फॉर द करेज एंड आप सब लोगों को जब मैं प्रेजेंटेशन चल रही थी, आप सब लोग बात मोर और लेस मेजॉरिटी ऑफ यू वर डिस्कसिंग अमंग ईच अदर, लेकिन डायस पे खड़े होके बोलना और शुरू में जो क्या होता है कि जब आप बोलते हैं ना तो पेट में गुदगुदी होती है, पैर कांपते हैं, इतने सारे लोग, इतने सारे चेहरे, लाइट पड़ रही होती है, तो दैट रिक्वायर्स अ लॉट ऑफ करेज. तो मैं उस करेज के लिए इनको और इनकी जो प्रेजेंटेशन थी, जो पीपीटी बनाया हुआ था, उसकी जो ब्यूटिफिकेशन है, जो अच्छा प्रेजेंटेबल पीपीटी बनाई थी, उस दोनों चीज़ों के लिए मैं आप तीनों को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगा. और साथ में मैं आप सभी लोगों को भी एक बात कहूँगा. मैंने एक बात कही थी इनॉग्रल सेशन में, एस्पायर टू इंस्पायर. तो आप सभी को इंस्पिरेशन लेनी चाहिए कि ना कि बात करते हुए, रादर ये इंस्पिरेशन लेनी चाहिए कि अगली बार जब भी इस तरह का कॉन्फ्रेंस होगा, आई विल प्रेजेंट द पेपर. तो क्योंकि जब ये कर सकते हैं तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता या कर सकती. तो दैट शुड बी द इंस्पिरेशन. और हमें सीखना चाहिए कि ये जो प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं उसमें क्या चैलेंजेस आए, क्या इशू आए, लोग बात क्यों कर रहे हैं, मुझे कैसे इम्प्रूव करना है. सो दैट इज समथिंग दैट वी शुड लर्न फ्रॉम द एफर्ट्स पुट इन बाय द फ्यू ऑफ योर कोलीग्स. मैं नाम ना लेते हुए तीनों के बारे में कुछ कमेंट्स देना चाहूँगा जस्ट टू इम्प्रूव. ठीक है जी, आप प्लीज़ इसको नेगेटिवली मत सोचिएगा, लेकिन कुछ कॉमन बातें जो मैं आप तीनों को ही कहना चाहूँगा, मे बी एप्लीकेबल ऑन वन और दी अदर. एक तो हमारा जो है, मैंने ये देखा कि तीनों की जो प्रेजेंटेशन थी, उन तीनों की प्रेजेंटेशन का जो मोर और लेस हेडिंग जो था, जो टॉपिक था, तो आपने बोला, हमारे एमओसी ने बोला कि अब नाउ शी और ही विल गिव अ प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन दिस टॉपिक. तो हम लोग जो है वो उस टॉपिक से थोड़ा जो है वो डेविएट करते हुए प्रेजेंट करते पाए गए. जैसे एग्जांपल की बात है कि अनूप, मेरी बात का बुरा मत मानिएगा, आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन जो थी वो ज़्यादा मैचिंग कंसेप्ट को लेके थी, लेकिन हम लोगों ने टॉपिक दिया आईटीसी. तो अब मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं आईटीसी के बारे में कुछ सीखने वाला हूँ, लेकिन आप सीधा जंप कर गए मैचिंग के ऊपर. तो क्या हुआ कि मेरी ऑडियंस को आपने कुछ एस्पिरेशन कुछ दे दी और सामान कुछ परोस दिया, तो उससे क्या होता है, डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया. तो इम्पोर्टेंट बात यह है कि आप तीनों लोगों के लिए कि हम जो प्रेजेंटेशन का टॉपिक रखें, हम अपने आप को वहाँ तक कंसंट्रेट करें. जो दूसरी इम्पोर्टेंट बात है
वो ये कि हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि जब हम प्रेजेंटेशन देते हैं, क्योंकि मैं भी जब आपकी तरह से शुरू किया, मैं आपको कन्फेस करते हुए बताऊंगा कि पहली बार मैंने 2000 में प्रेजेंटेशन दी थी, तो पूरा सर्दियों का मौसम था, ठंड का माहौल था, लेकिन जैसे हमारी ये भक्ति पूरा स्वेटिंग कर रही थी, ऐसे ही पूरी सर्दी के मौसम में मैं 20 मिनट बोलने के बाद जाके वहाँ पे ऐसे बैठा जैसे मुझे किसी ने फेंक दिया हो, क्योंकि घबराहट होती है, स्वेटिंग हो रही थी, सब बिल्कुल ऐसे था। लेकिन ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम बोलते रहे, करते रहे, तो आपके अंदर जो है वो एक कॉन्फिडेंस, जैसा कि हमारे चीफ गेस्ट साहब ने भी कहा कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स आपके अंदर डेवलप हो जाती है और लीडरशिप। तो इसलिए ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन हम इस प्रयास में क्या करते हैं, कोशिश करते हैं मैं सब कुछ बोल दूँ। तो अभी क्या है कि 15 मिनट का टाइम है, 12 मिनट का टाइम है। जैसे हमारे को जो तीसरी बिटिया है विशाखा, इसने कहा कि देखो जी मैं पहले बता रही हूँ बहुत सारा बड़ा टॉपिक है, पर मैं फिर भी कोशिश करूँगी। तो इन्होंने क्या करा कि हर तीसरे मिनट बाद टॉपिक स्विच ओवर हो गया। तो क्या हुआ कि कंसंट्रेशन जो है वो आपका कंसंट्रेशन जो ऑडियंस का है वो नहीं आ पाएगा। जब तक वो समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप टॉपिक पे स्विच ओवर कर गए। तो हम लोग एक बात ध्यान रखें, जो भी प्रेजेंट पेपर करे, कि आपने कि बहुत थोड़ा सा टॉपिक रखना है, टाइम के हिसाब से रखना है। मुझे कई सेमिनारों में बोलने के लिए बोला जाता है, जैसे अभी यहाँ पर बात है 10 मिनट ही बोलना है, तो 10 मिनट बोलना है तो मैं कोशिश करूँ कि मैं पूरा आईटीसी तो पढ़ा ही जाऊँ, तो नहीं होगा ना। कल मैं वहाँ पे था थाने ब्रांच में, प्रोग्राम थोड़ा लेट शुरू हुआ, ओरिजिनली टाइम था 90 मिनट्स का, उन्होंने मेरे को शुरू करते बोल दिया जी 70 मिनट्स रह गए हैं। लेकिन आदत ऐसी है कि 70 मिनट्स में मैंने बोला कि वॉच चेक कर लीजिएगा, 70 मिनट्स के बाद क्लोज कर दूंगा। तो 4 टॉपिक कम कर दिए कि नहीं बोलूँगा, एक बात। दूसरी बात, जो तीसरी बात है वो ये कि हमें हमेशा एक बात ध्यान रखनी चाहिए कि हमें जो आता है वो नहीं बोलना है, जो ऑडियंस सुनना चाहती है वो बोलना है। तो हम क्या करते हैं कि जैसे मान लीजिए हमारी इस बिटिया ने क्या करा, लास्ट में सेक्शन सारे लगा दिए। अब इनमें से किसी को भी सेक्शन याद भी नहीं है, ठीक है ना। अब आप सेक्शन पे लगा के और बोल रहे हो कि जी मैं अपना, क्योंकि आपके पास तो नोट्स है, तो एक तो हम नोट्स पढ़ना, आपके पास नहीं थे, जो हमारी ये भक्ति है इसके पास नोट्स थे। अब इसने क्या करा, नोट्स पढ़ने शुरू कर दिए, तो आई कांटेक्ट नहीं है। तो इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है कि हम लोग जो है वो बोलें जो हमारी ऑडियंस सुनना चाहती है, वो नहीं बोलें जो मुझे आता है। तो नॉर्मली मैं आपको ये एक जनरल टेंडेंसी बता रहा हूँ, हर एक स्पीकर की एक जनरल टेंडेंसी होती है कि वो कहता है भाई मेरे को बहुत कुछ आता है, तो वो अपना जो है ज्ञान पूरा अपना जो है वो नॉलेज जो है वो ऑडियंस को सोचता आज तो इनमें भरी दूंगा। कोशिश ऐसी नहीं करनी चाहिए, कोशिश ऐसी करनी चाहिए जिसमें ऑडियंस को मजा आए, जिसमें वो एंजॉय करेंगे। कुछ टेक अवे तब होगा जब उनके जैसी बात की जाएगी, उनके हिसाब से बात की जाएगी, ठीक है। तो आपको पता है कि हमारे जो बच्चे हैं वो इंग्लिश में ज़्यादा पसंद करेंगे। तो आप अगर मान लीजिए एग्जाम्पल है कि चेन्नई जा रहे हैं तो आप प्योर इंग्लिश में बात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप दिल्ली में आ रहे हैं, हरियाणा में जा रहे हैं, हमारी गुड़िया हिसार से है, अगर हिसार में जा रहे हैं और आप इंग्लिश में बात नहीं करेंगे तो मज़ा नहीं आएगा। तो आपको लैंग्वेज भी और कंटेंट भी ऑडियंस सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए रादर देन आपके स्पीकर सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए। जो अगली इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, मैं टॉपिक के कंटेंट के ऊपर ज़्यादा कहना नहीं चाहूँगा, लेकिन सिर्फ मैं आपको ये कहूँगा कि इंटरेक्शंस बढ़ाइए ऑडियंस के साथ। आप तीनों में से किसी ने भी पूछा नहीं कि कोई क्वेश्चन है तो बताइए, आपका कोई पॉइंट है तो बताइए, ठीक है ना। तो वो होना चाहिए। मुझे पता है कि आपको क्वेश्चन पूछने का तो आप आंसर भी शायद ही दे पाएंगे, क्योंकि 1 मिनट के लिए हम तो अभी बच्चे हैं, अभी हम सीख रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी फॉर्मेलिटी के तो पूछ ही लीजिए। ज़्यादा मुश्किल लगे तो बोलो कि ठीक है मैं चाय के टाइम पे बताती हूँ या खाने के टाइम पे बताती हूँ। ज़्यादा मुश्किल लगे तो ऐसा बोल दीजिए कि भाई अभी टाइम कम बचा है, अभी तो क्या है ना, उनको बोल दीजिए, इशारा कर दीजिए, बेल बजा दीजिए। क्वेश्चन मुश्किल है लेकिन फिर भी पूछ तो लीजिए कि क्वेश्चन है कि कोई। तो इसलिए जो है वो बात भी अपने आप में इम्पोर्टेंट है। आई कांटेक्ट के बारे में मैंने आपको बता दिया। अब नैरोबी और बर्लिन जैसा आपने बोला ना, तो नैरोबी क्या होता है, इंपोर्ट है। इंपोर्ट में तो मैं बिल ऑफ एंट्री पे टैक्स पे करूँगा। नैरोबी जो है वो एक्सपोर्ट है, वो बर्लिन एक्सपोर्ट है। तो आपने नाम लिए, शायद आपने लोकेशन नहीं बतानी चाहिए, और अगर आपने लोकेशन बतानी चाहिए तो एक्सपोर्ट पे वैसे टैक्स नहीं लगता है। तो इसलिए ये तो क्रेडिट फ्लो करने का कोई चांस ही नहीं है। अगर ये नाम थे तो ऐसे नाम नहीं लेने चाहिए जिससे सामने वाला ऑडियंस कंफ्यूज हो जाए। ओ ये तो नैरोबी की बात हो रही है, केनिया की बात हो रही है और ये जर्मनी की बात हो रही है, तो एक्सपोर्ट के ऊपर टैक्स कैसे लगता है। तो मैं भी कंफ्यूज हो गया। फिर मैंने सोचा ये शायद नाम होंगे, है ना।
तो आप लोगों ने क्या करा, ऑडियंस को ही कंफ्यूज कर दिया। कम से कम मैं तो हो गया कि ये इंपोर्ट और एक्सपोर्ट के ऊपर क्रेडिट कैसे फ्लो कर रहा है। और एक इंपॉर्टेंट बात कहूंगा, आपसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, ऐसे टॉपिक कभी मत लीजिए। क्योंकि क्या है, आप बता रहे हैं कि जी 1 मिनट के लिए देखो जी ये फेक इनवॉइस इस तरीके से हो सकती है, ऐसे हो सकती है। ये हमारा तो काम नहीं है ना, हमारा धर्म ही नहीं है ये सब करना, डिस्कस करना। इंडस्ट्री वाला करता है, बिजनेसमैन करता है, उसको हमें रोकना है, ना कि हमें अपने सेमिनार्स में ये बताना है कि देखो जी ये 6 तरीके हैं। तो मैं मतलब फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग, मेरे को जैसे कि शुरू में ही बोला कि मैं बिल्कुल स्पष्ट व्यक्ति हूँ। मैं प्रेसिडेंट में भी रहता था तो मैं स्पष्ट बोलता था। जिन लोगों ने मेंबरशिप नहीं ली थी सीए बनने के बाद, मैंने उनके लिए एक प्रोविजन इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि अगर कोई मेंबर सीए बन जाएगा और मेंबरशिप नहीं लेगा तो उसको 3 साल बाद दोबारा एग्जाम देना पड़ेगा। 17,000 बच्चों ने मेंबरशिप ले ली तुरंत 1 महीने के अंदर। जिन्होंने मेंबरशिप नहीं ली थी, सीए तो बन गए, एंजॉय कर रहे हैं कंपनियों में, ठीक है, और मेंबरशिप ले नहीं रहे। हम कहते हैं उनसे मेंबरशिप ले लो तो कहते हैं आप कौन? हमने कहा ठीक है, हम बताते हैं हमको। तो इसलिए हम ये काम नहीं करते कि हमें बताएं कि ये कैसे होता है, हमें तो रोकना है, ठीक है ना। तो इसलिए दूसरी बात है, ई इनवॉइस का बेनिफिट जो होता है ना, वो फेक इनवॉइस को रोकने के लिए हो ही नहीं सकता। क्योंकि फेक इनवॉइस का मतलब क्या, मटेरियल नहीं गया। तो ई इनवॉइस हो, नॉर्मल इनवॉइस हो, ई इनवॉइस का जो पर्पस है वो कॉस्ट एंड टाइम सेविंग है, ठीक है। ई इनवॉइस का मतलब है कि अगर आपने इनवॉइस कैंसिल करनी है तो क्रेडिट नोट के थ्रू होगी, पर्पस वो है। फेक इनवॉइस ई इनवॉइस से कभी नहीं रुकती है। और जो है वो बाकी तो मैंने सब कुछ बता ही दिया। अभी जीएसटी के बारे में मैं आपको क्या रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जब भी हमारे जो स्पीकर्स बोलते हैं या मैं आप सबको बताऊं, तो आप है ना किसी एक टॉपिक पे फंडामेंटली बात करें ताकि सामने वाले को वो टेक अवे हो। जैसे मैं आपके सामने एक एग्जांपल रखता हूं। अभी जो है वो हमारे पास नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि जैसे हमारे भाई साहब आनंद जी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं। आनंद जी के पास एक क्लाइंट आया और बोला कि सर मुझे जो है वो जीएसटी लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा, ये मुझे क्वेश्चन पूछना है, मुझे टैक्स कितना रेट से लगेगा। तो नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि हम सीधा रेट ढूंढने लगते हैं किताबों में, एचएसएन क्लासिफिकेशन या एसएससी में, लेकिन कोई भी आदमी ये कोशिश नहीं करता जानने के लिए कि इस पर टैक्स लगेगा भी या नहीं लगेगा, जीएसटी एप्लीकेबल भी है या नहीं है। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि सबसे पहला प्रयास आप सबका और हमारा एक होना चाहिए कि सबसे पहले एक एक्टिविटी को देखो कि क्या ये वास्तव में टैक्सेबल सप्लाई भी है या नहीं है। अब टैक्सेबल सप्लाई तो कहीं डिफाइन नहीं है लॉ में, ठीक है साहब, तो डिफाइन तो सिर्फ सप्लाई है, सेक्शन 7 में सप्लाई डिफाइंड है। तो इसलिए टैक्सेबल सप्लाई तो है नहीं, तो हम देखेंगे कैसे कि इस पर टैक्सेबल सप्लाई में आती है या नहीं आती है। तो इसके लिए हमें जो है वो सप्लाई में से ही टैक्सेबल सप्लाई की डेफिनेशन ढूंढनी है। तो मैंने क्या करा, एक लेमैन अप्रोच के लिए एक टैक्सेबल सप्लाई को डिफाइन किया। तो टैक्सेबल सप्लाई इज इक्वल टू A + B - C - D। ये क्या होता है? अब देखिए मैं रुका, पॉज लिया, क्योंकि आप लोगों को मैं चाहता हूं आप डाइजेस्ट कर लें इसको। तो एज ए ओरेटरशिप की बात कर रहा हूं मैं आपसे, आपको मैंने बोला डाइजेस्ट कर लो। क्या हुआ ये A + B, मैंने कहा बोला मैं समझाता हूं। अब क्या है कि लेट अस से कि A + B - C - D क्या होता है। तो A जो है वो है सेक्शन 7। सेक्शन 7 क्या करता है, डिफाइन करता है सप्लाई को। अब हमारे लोग भी क्या करते हैं कि सप्लाई का मतलब सप्लाई है, नहीं साहब, सप्लाई के अंदर भी जो है वो 4 बातें होनी चाहिए तभी वो सप्लाई बनती है। अगर किसी एक्टिविटी को सप्लाई बनना है तो इस यूनिवर्स के नीचे जितनी भी एक्टिविटी है वो सारी सप्लाई नहीं है, उनमें से उन जो एक्टिविटी इन 4 बातों को पूरी करती है वो सप्लाई होती है। पहली बात क्या, दैट शुड बी अ गुड्स और सर्विस। तो इसीलिए इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी पे टैक्स नहीं लगता, क्योंकि वो ना गुड्स है ना सर्विस है। दूसरा, देयर शुड बी अ सेल, एक्सचेंज, बार्टर और डिस्पोजल। तो सेल परचेज होगा, कुछ होगा। तीसरा, फॉर अ कंसीडरेशन, ठीक है साहब। एंड फोर्थ है इन कोर्स और फर्दरेंस ऑफ बिजनेस। अब क्या हुआ सर, मैं यहां पर लेक्चर देने आया, यही लेक्चर सर्विस है, मैं डिलीवर भी कर रहा हूं, लेकिन इसमें कंसीडरेशन नहीं है। अगर यही अतुल गुप्ता अगर किसी प्राइवेट कॉलेज में वो लेक्चर दे रहा होता तो 50,000 रुपए बना के चार्ज करता है। तो क्या हुआ, यहां पर कंसीडरेशन एब्सेंट है, पर देखा जाए तो बची हुई 3 चीजें पूरी हैं। मैं सप्लाई ऑफ सर्विस, मैं सर्विस भी दे रहा हूं, उसका एक्सचेंज भी हो रहा है, और ये इन द कोर्स ऑफ फर्दरेंस भी है, क्योंकि मैं यही काम करता हूं। लेकिन क्योंकि यहां पर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है, इसलिए ये अपने आप में सप्लाई ही नहीं है। मैं मंदिर के बाहर सवेरे, आपने ब्रेड जो है, भक्ति ने क्या करा कि सवेरे जाती है और ब्रेड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करती है जो लोग बैठे हुए होते हैं। तो देखा जाए तो ब्रेड इज अ गुड्स, आप एक्सचेंज भी कर रहे हो, लेकिन कंसिडरेशन इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। तो पहली बात क्या कि अगर वो एक्टिविटी सप्लाई है, तो हमने क्या करा, पूरे यूनिवर्स में से जितनी भी एक्टिविटी हैं, ये चारों चीजें पूरी करती हैं, उनको हमने बोला, उसको एक बकेट लिया, उसमें डाल दिया, बोला ये सब सप्लाई हो गई। उसके बाद प्लस बी मतलब शेड्यूल 1, वो शेड्यूल 1 क्या कहता है कि नहीं भाई साहब 4 नहीं 3 से भी काम चलेगा, कंसिडरेशन नहीं भी होगा। तो उन्होंने बोला 5 ऐसी एक्टिविटी हैं, जैसे मान लीजिए मैंने पुराना लैपटॉप खरीदा, पुराना 2 साल बाद मैंने अपने एम्प्लॉय को गिफ्ट कर दिया, ठीक है साहब, उस पर क्रेडिट लिया हुआ था, और अगर क्रेडिट लिया हुआ था और वो लैपटॉप अगर मैं डिस्पोज ऑफ कर रहा हूं तो भी उसके ऊपर मुझे रिवर्स मेरे को कैलकुलेशन करके जीएसटी जमा कराना पड़ेगा, कंसिडरेशन नहीं भी हो। एम्प्लॉय को फ्री में दिया तब भी वो अपने आप में सप्लाई है। तो क्या बोला, वो 5 एक्टिविटी जिनमें 3 ही चीजें पूरी होती है, कंसिडरेशन एब्सेंट है, तो भी वो अपने आप में सप्लाई होगा, इसलिए उन्होंने हमें बताया। तो मैंने बोला A + B। अब ये बकेट भर चुकी है, किन से, उन एक्टिविटी से जिनमें 4 पूरे हुए या 3 पूरे हुए। -C - D मतलब -C क्या है, शेड्यूल 3 नेगेटिव लिस्ट दी हुई है। उन्होंने बोला जैसे मान लीजिए एम्प्लॉयर एम्प्लॉय रिलेशनशिप है, MLA है, आर्बिट्रल ट्राइब्यूनल है, इन सब के ऊपर जो सर्विस चार्ज किया जाएगा या एक्सचेंज होगा वो आपने जीएसटी के दायरे से बाहर है। उन्होंने बोला दिस विल नॉट बी, दिस नाइदर विल बी ट्रीटेड एज अ सप्लाई ऑफ गुड्स और सर्विस, नॉर सर्विस। तो मेरा -C हो गया, तो मैं क्या कर रहा हूं, उस बकेट में से वो एक्टिविटियां उठा के बाहर निकाल रहा हूं जो अपने आप में नेगेटिव लिस्ट में शेड्यूल 3 में दी हुई हैं। तो अभी तक क्या हो गया, सेक्शन 7 प्लस शेड्यूल 1 माइनस शेड्यूल 3, एंड फिर -D वो है हमारा एग्जम्पशन नोटिफिकेशन। सेक्शन 11 में हमें पावर दी गई, 12/2017 नोटिफिकेशन निकाली, और उसमें उन्होंने मुझे एग्जम्पशन दे दी और बोला कि ये एक्टिविटी चाहे सारी कंडीशंस पूरी करती हो पर एग्जम्प्ट मानी जाएगी। तो वो एक्टिविटी मैंने उस बकेट में से निकाली -D और बोला कि भैया तुम तो एग्जम्प्ट हो, एंजॉय करो। तो क्या हुआ, जो एक्टिविटी उस बकेट में बच गई, A + B - C - D, जो एक्टिविटी सप्लाई है लेकिन वो एग्जम्प्टेड नहीं है, वो नेगेटिव लिस्ट में नहीं है, वो टैक्सेबल सप्लाई है। तो जब भी आपके सामने क्वेश्चन आए कि इस पर टैक्स लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा, प्लॉटेड सेल टैक्स लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा, आपने कहा कोई मैं चैरिटेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हूं, मैं कोई एक्टिविटी करता हूं, उस पर टैक्स लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा, रेंटिंग ऑफ अ रेजिडेंशियल प्रॉपर्टी फॉर यूज एज रेजिडेंस टैक्स लगेगा या नहीं लगेगा। तो हमें ये देखने की बजाय कि रेट क्या है, पहले समझो कि वो एक्टिविटी टैक्सेबल सप्लाई भी है या नहीं है। आया समझ में जी? तो ये एक कंसेप्ट है जीएसटी का। मेरे पास ऐसे बहुत सारे कंसेप्ट हैं पर टाइम हमारे पास जो है वो अभी नहीं है, इसलिए अभी के लिए आप सभी को बेस्ट विशेस, थैंक्स टू द अगेन टू ब्रांच फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। और एक ही बात कहूंगा जो दोबारे जो इनॉग्रल में बोली थी, एस्पायर टू इंस्पायर। इनके करेज से इंस्पायर हुई और अगली बार जब हम आए तो आप में से, तो अभी औरंगाबाद का कोई भी बच्चा यहाँ पे नहीं खड़ा हुआ था, तो अगली बार जो है वो औरंगाबाद वालों ने यहाँ पर जो है वो अपने आप में खड़े होना है, हर सेशन में खड़े होना है, ठीक है साहब, और अपने आप में जो है वो आपने दिखाना है कि यस वी कैन आल्सो डू। बेस्ट विशेस टू ऑल ऑफ यू, गॉड ब्लेस टू यू।
Thank you, sir. Your valuable insights gave us a new perspective, which we will definitely include in our work.
It's time we announce the winners for a quiz conducted on Instagram. For the first session, our winners are Prachi Deshpande and Shruti Totla. The awards for the same will be given in valedictory session. Gratitude can transform common days into Thanksgiving, turn routine jobs into joy, and change ordinary opportunities into blessing. It gives me immense pleasure that opportunities provided to CA students through national conferences like this are taken to greater heights by our dignitaries and judges.
I humbly request CA Anand Nahar sir to present memento to CA Atul Gupta sir.
now request Vidhi Goda to present memento to CA Anand Nahar sir.
I request Ms. Kajal Agrawal to present memento to CA Nikhil Jaju sir. I again request Ms. Kajal Agrawal to present memento to CA Chetan Gujarati sir. Thank you, Kajal.
I would like to express my gratitude by thanking CA Atul Gupta sir for gracing this occasion by his presence. I would also like to thank our judges, CA Chetan Gujarati sir and CA Nikhil Jaju sir, and our session coordinator, CA Anand Nahar sir, who are devoting their time and making this event a big success.
After this wonderful session, I would now like to hand over the charge to Rajan Kabra and Aishwarya Jaiswal. Thank you. Everyone, blood donation camp has been organized on second floor. Interested candidates are requested to go up.
What happened? You sound a little off today.
You know, right, in our curriculum, we have only amendments, and now a drastic new change has been proposed in our CA curriculum. And also there is a talk about industrial training, and we students don't have a proper vision how to approach for the same.
So, for this session, we have CACCM Sushil Goyal sir, Chairperson, Student Skill Enrichment Board, and
CCM Dayanivas Sharma sir, Chairperson, Board of Studies Academics.
I request CA Nitin Bhattat sir to escort CA Sushil Goyal sir on the dais. I now request CA Anand Totla sir to escort CA Dayanavas Sharma sir on the dais. I request Bhargavi to adjoin them on the dais. Sir.
I would now request CA Nitin Bhattat sir to give a floral welcome to CA Sushil Goyal sir. I would now request CA Nitin Bhattat sir to give a floral welcome to CA Sushil Goyal sir.
Let's have a round of applause for them.
Now I request CA Anand Totla sir to give a floral welcome to CA Dayanivas Sharma sir.
I request Bhargavi to give floral welcome to our session coordinators, CA Nitin Bhattat sir and CA Anand Totla sir.
Bhargavi, we also request you to introduce our session chairpersons.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our today's speaker, CA Sushil Goyal sir and CA Dayanivas Sharma sir. CA Sushil Goyal sir is a chartered accountant, FCA, DSA. He is the author of book on service tax and has also authored 5 GST guides. He has an immense contributions on GST to his credit, as he is providing his services in the field of GST since its introduction in our country. Sir has developed a system of sending small GST messages to professionals and taxpayers for spreading the GST knowledge, and it's a great contribution. He has also been Executive Committee member of Custom, Excise and Service Tax Bar Association. He has also been co-chairman of Indirect Tax Committee of Merchants Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and many more committees like this. He has been visiting faculty in St. Xavier's College. In Marathi, Sushil means Sajjan and Sadachari, that is good charactered man, and Sir is a perfect fit for this. Apart from this, Sir has been involved in so many social activities. He was actively associated with JCs and was a member of Lions Club of Calcutta. There are much more things to tell about Sir, but I'll stop here. And thank you, Sir, for coming, and I welcome you on behalf of WRC of Aurangabad and Vikasa Aurangabad. That's it for Sushil Goyal, Sir. Now next, CA Dayanivas Sharma, Sir. He is a man of remarkable expertise and instructional credentials. Sir has qualified in 2005. He is a chartered accountant for information system and certified forensic chartered accountant, and has completed the ICAI administered diploma and certification course. Equipped with 23 years of experience in auditing, accounting, other related financial management services. After serving on several committees as chairman, vice chairman and member during his first term in 2019 to 22, he was re-elected to be second term on the ICI Central Council for the period 2022 to 2025. He is also a board member of XBRL India, Quality Review Board, Peer Review Board, Financial Review Board and Taxation Audit Quality Review Board. He is currently chairman of the Board of Studies and vice chairman of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board for the year 2022-23, and also a member of 11 technical committees and 10 non-technical committees. He is a member of the Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industries. He has also been a qualified member of Association of Mutual Funds of India since 2004. Apart from that, Sir was included in an illustrated book and recognized as a Young India Visionary by Innovative Media Group in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you, Sir, for coming and giving your time. Sir, you are a great mentor for us and a self-made man. I welcome you both on behalf of WIRC branch of Aurangabad and Vikasa.
Thank you, Bhargavi.
I now request Sir to take charge of the session.
Board of Studies colleague, Chairman Board of Studies, academic Dayabhai is on the dais. Basically, we have merged two sessions. One is the interaction with the Board of Studies Chairman Operation. Another is the CRET. And CRET is basically Committee for Review of Education and Training. Means new syllabus is coming, everything will be new. And Dayabhai will present that and discuss about that. And since everything is within the domain of Dayabhai now, so I will not take much time, but few interaction I want to do with all of you. Whether you are aware when we have to do GMCS, I asked question to all of you only, my friends. When we have to do GMCS, anybody? Before appearing to the CA final exam. Anybody else want to add something here, or it is final? It is before appearing final exam, we should do our GMCS. After 1 year of Article 6. That I wanted to hear. Because of the reason Institute thought that this GMCS is an important thing. Communication and management skill is required for all CA students, and in the new syllabus we are expecting we will have you 3-month residential GMCS. So GMCS is important, and whatever you will learn in GMCS sessions, you will utilize those skills in the office. So you will do just after completion of first year of Article 6. Next 2 years of Article 6 is with you to utilize these skills. But somehow the first communication which we have received is gone among the students that you have to do GMCS before appearing in final exam. No relation with the exam of the GMCS. Agreed? any relation with the GMCS with the exams, then why it is just before appearing exam? No logic, no ground. So please try to do your GMCS in your second year of articles. And in GMCS, whatever you are learning, please adopt them in your lifestyle. In the morning, I was telling that your mark sheet can take you to the interview table, but your communication and management skill will take you to the job. So you have to develop upon this. And for this purpose, ICI has taken a wonderful step, that is a 4-year residential GMCS. How many of you have heard about 4-week residential GMCS? 1, 2, 3. So please regularly visit the ICI portal. You will find that in place of GMCS, you can attend 4-week residential course in our world-class campus that is owned by ICI at Hyderabad, looked after by Dayanivas Bhai only. He is in charge of COE Hyderabad. And we have another campus that is in Jaipur. For boys, we are arranging classes at Jaipur, and for girls, it is in Hyderabad. The fees was 48,000 for the course, but understanding the importance and understanding the requirement of this residential GMCS, as I mentioned in the crate, we are proposing 3-month residential GMCS. We started with this, and to popularize this, we have given 75% reduction. Now anybody, and this reduction initially approved by the council for 3 months, and now we are entering into 3rd month. So it is starting from 4th of July at Jaipur as well as Hyderabad. If you enroll, only you are required to pay 12,000 rupees. And it is all air-conditioned accommodation, food and training. Everything is included there. So I hope all you will take advantage of this. And we are trying, I was talking to Umesh sir also, if some campus we can hire in Aurangabad or nearby place, definitely we will go for it. Because we want all our 100% students must attend residential GMCS, 4-week residential program. Friends, I always say one chartered accountant is equal to 2 MBAs from IM minus soft skill. बुरा नहीं मानना, those who are in casuals, don't take me wrong and don't take me otherwise also. ये IM वाले का नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होता तो ऑडिटोरियम का सीन क्या ऐसा ही होता, so colorful. Don't take me wrong, I'm not pointing out anybody. So this is, you have to start. ICI is proposing you in GMCS में जाओगे, ITT में जाओगे, टाई पहन के जाना, कोट पहन के जाना. And friends, please overcome this कि अच्छा लगने से लोग नजर लगा देते. We don't want to be best, and we expect best from ICI. Friends, अगर आप कोट टाई पहन के आओगे क्लास में तो आपका अटेंशन ज़्यादा रहता है, इसलिए टाई लगाते हैं लोग. ये देखने में कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छी नहीं लगती कि आपकी गर्दन थोड़ी टाइट रहेगी तो थोड़ा टेढ़ा मेढ़ा कम देखो, और टाई रहने से गर्दन नीचे झुकाने में भी थोड़ी दिक्कत होती, तो मोबाइल पे भी कम ध्यान दो. Friends, please try to best in your attire whenever you are coming to ICI. Decide whether you want half sleeve shirt or full sleeve shirt. Please do not roll over these shirts. You are not here for, I don't know what it's meant for, why we roll over our shirts. So please, and beginning is required from the students. ICI is always there. आपको GMCS में जाने से टाई पकड़ा देते हैं, जिसको आप ले जाके घर पे रख देते हैं. We expect कि हम MBA जैसे स्टूडेंट बने. We expect our quality should be as good. We have full of knowledge, only we required packing. The seminar, conferences, competitions, elocution contest. We have planned good number of competitions. Please take part there. We have debate competition coming in the month of July only. I want each one of you should take part there. Hope you will not take me as a person who is pointing out mistakes or finding mistakes, but to develop ourselves, we need to correct ourselves first. I just want to tell last line, if you want to make country good, we have to make ourselves first good. अगर सब आदमी अपनी अपनी जिम्मेवारी ले लें कि हम ठीक हो जाएंगे, हम रास्ते में कचरा नहीं डालेंगे, हम सब चीज़ ठीक से करेंगे, तो देश अपने आप सुधर जाएगा. Agreed? So all the best to all of you. I'm just leaving. The answer is there. So any question related to Board of Studies operation, there is here, you can ask, or if anybody right now coming to anything regarding Board of Studies, I can answer. किसी को कुछ पूछना, कुछ बोलना? Yes, please. बोलिए सर, मैं सुन लूंगा. अपने आपस की तो बात है, घर के अंदर. थैंक यू, गुड आइडिया. बट दया भाई प्रपोज कर रहे हैं कि जो लोग प्रैक्टिस में जाएंगे उनको 1 साल की ट्रेनिंग पास होने के बाद देंगे. डेफिनेटली वी विल गिव द ट्रेनिंग, बट उस लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए. हमारी पॉपुलेशन बहुत बड़ी है. हमें GMCS 4 वीक में लोगों को नहीं बुला पा रहा हूँ. 75% डिस्काउंट. कैन यू इमेजिन व्हाई वी हैव गिवन? हर चीज़ लट्ठी मार के ही चलेगी. लाइफ में सब कुछ तो हम करते आ रहे हैं ना. प्लीज हैव अ सीट. लाइफ में एवरीथिंग वी डू अंडर कंपल्सन. दैट्स व्हाई ना माय टारगेट, इवन आई एम इंक्लूडेड इनटू दैट, माय टारगेट टू हैव 6 पैक. कब से चल रहे हैं? 20 साल से. क्यों? कोई ड्यू डेट नहीं, कोई कंपल्सन नहीं. शादी हो गई 25 साल तक. सो प्लीज do believe on self-compliance. Do believe on self-compliance. Everything with due date, I think not required. Put your own due date. Put something. जब तक सूरज आपको उठाता है, आप शिखर पे नहीं पहुंच सकते. जिस दिन आप सूरज को उठाना शुरू करोगे. Agreed? If you have self-regulation, then definitely you will grow. We have noted, but इतनी बड़ी सेना को कहाँ पे कैंपस में लेके जाऊँ? It is good, but please do. शीशे में 3 बार देख के निकलो ना घर से. और कोई अगर आपको बोले, क्या बात लड़के देखने जा रहे हो क्या? For boys. तो ऐसा सज के निकलो ना. बात करें ना लोग कि ड्रेसअप हो तो योगेश जैसा नहीं. और गर्ल्स की ड्रेस, आई डोंट वांट टू कमेंट फ्रॉम द स्टेज, बट नाउ फॉर्मल और इनफॉर्मल का झगड़ा ही इतना बढ़ गया है कि व्हाट इज फॉर्मल फॉर गर्ल्स एंड व्हाट इज इनफॉर्मल फॉर गर्ल्स इज अ फाइटिंग इन माय ऑफिस रेगुलर. शर्ट आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, सलवार कुर्ती आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. यू कांट से छी व्हाट इज दिस सलवार कुर्ती. But please try to manage yourself. Wishing all the best to all of you. Thank you.
We hope this excellent session has imbibed a great sense of path that every student must follow. Thank you very much, sir.
I now request Inaugural Sharma sir to take charge of the session and enlighten us about the revolutionary credit policy.
बात करना तो मैं भी नीचे ही आ जाता हूँ. नीचे आके बात कर लूँ, ले लूँ माइक आपने, तो एक दूसरे से बात इजीली कर सकेंगे. अच्छा, now quickly, I think all of you are writing either written intermediate or going to write intermediate and do final, right? Or final? Foundation. How many are foundation here? अरे बाप रे. Okay, how many are inter here? And how many are final here? Okay, then means, then I think all the people who are going to be listening to me for the foundation will be excited. Intermediate will be partially excited. And final will be confused. I might think whether I should write this attempt or shall I skip the attempt. Correct, eh? I'm here today, as I was telling you, I'm a son-in-law of the city, right? And it is actually a privilege that I'm always here because my nani, nana, everyone is from Maharashtra. All the people come from the same place. And more importantly, my better half is from Aurangabad, so it makes me more confident. Even my father-in-law wanted to come and listen to me. I said, what will you do? Will you do CA again? He said, no, you be there, you continue and finish off. However, let me just tell you, this is a new education policy. How many of you have heard about it? How many of you have given your feedback on the new education policy? This is very sad. Okay, let me do one thing. Will you all promise me that after this session, you are actually going to give your feedback? Pakka? Chalo, I'll take you through the nice drive. But before taking this drive, I would like to tell you all one thing. As you all know that I am Board of Studies Chairman, Academics. Okay? एक राज की बात बोल दूँ. मैं सिर्फ CA की एग्जाम 14 बार लिखा हूँ. अच्छी बात, बुरी बात. और रादर कॉन्फिडेंस की बात ना, जो 14 बार लिखने के बाद सीधा बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज का चेयरमैन बनना, इट्स अ प्रिविलेज, है ना? तो मेरे लिए थोड़ी ताली वाली बजा दो उनको. और सबसे बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन मैं बताऊं आपको, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में जो SSP में सब लोग यूज़ कर रहे होंगे, तो द SSP आई हैव बीन पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल जर्नी. यूडेन बहुत सारे लोग सुने होंगे, उसका भी मैं एक छोटा सा पार्ट था. एंड नाउ आई एम द चेयरमैन ऑफ डायरेक्ट दिस इज द डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड री इंजीनियरिंग कमिटी, विच इज एंटायरली ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग इंस्टीट्यूट टू अ लेवल वेयर like all you students, you have BOS app downloaded? Yes. Just imagine now in BOS app there is going to be one more tab which is going to be called as a bot. I don't want to tell the name today, might be soon we are going to release that. What is going to be there in that? You just go and open your BOS app, click there, so that person will come and ask, yes, tell me how can I help you? And you just say that I want to know advantages of marginal costing. Okay, so that bot is going to throw you the screen of your study material, which will have that 7 points written. Same study material what you are reading, right? The same material is all going to be on this mobile app. And we are also now, you know, e-book is there. From e-book, now we are moving to audiobook, right? What is audiobook? That means you are traveling in a bus, train, auto, sitting in a garden, sitting at a home, sitting alone in a corner, and just want to know something, want to read something, so you open your laptop or mobile, go and click your study material, go and click the subject you want, from that subject, which topic you want, what part you want, and the study material will come out and it will start reading for you. You got my point? So now what is going to happen? Student anywhere, anytime learning is possible. Right? Correct now? And there are many such things which are coming. And this is being done by a person who's got 0 twice in information technology, that is me. Why I shared with you all this is only for one reason. You are here to live dreams of your parents. You are here, after listening to all the dignitaries in the morning, you can understand what we all go through and why we want student connect so much. And why we are interested that you all people should have the best quality education in the entire process. And that is how we actually have decided, why not we think a revolutionary thought process, get a revolutionary thought process in the form of new education policy. Now this new education policy, multiple people have been doing multiple videos, right, and sharing across the length and breadth, correct, and talking something without even knowing what is there in that, and students are getting impacted somewhere or the other. But tell me one thing, will you listen to your parents or you will listen to your neighbors? ICI is your parents, right? So listen to ICI rather than listening to all other videos on the YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever it is no worth. You understand from us what it is, and we'll take you through the entire process today very quickly so that you all people understand what we are thinking, why we are thinking like that. So what are the criteria which have been considered in the new CRET, Training and Learning Experience, which is one new education policy, NEP 2020, which talks about multiple things. We have adopted all. We have aligned the entire course with international education standards. Means what you are going to be today or what you are going to be tomorrow after qualifying, you will not be different from what is there at the international level. So we have aligned all those standards which are required for education and training in true sense in the new CRET. Third, we also have worked upon aligning with what is being done globally, whether we are superior or some other person is superior, because ultimately ICI is superior, na? So we thought, let us do one thing. We got 7 different best courses of the world of accounting and auditing. We did that comparison and we got something new which is not at all there with any other institute in the world. So that is what we are going to discuss today, right? So listen to it, because a lot of people are from foundation, couple of them are from inter, some are there for final, but more importantly you yourself are a battalion and a team which actually is going to be the future of this profession, right? So I want you to clearly listen to the discussion, right, and understand what it is. So I talked about every 10 years used to be the CRET. Every 10 years we used to change the education policy. But what was happening is it was more of a, plus minus kuch upar niche kar lo, and everything, because हमारा profession ही उतना है. Because we are talking about accounting and auditing, particularly in taxes, laws. So every 10 years we used to think, and this is the first time in the period of last 7 decades, we have got the new education policy within 5 years. After 2017, we introduced the new education policy, which is in 2022, right? Within 5 years. Why? In last 2 years, during pandemic, not only you, your younger brothers, younger sisters, families, relatives, children, the way they have been going to school, did they go to school? What did they do? They sat in the computer, learned from the computer, and they are taking their education. You might be thinking that, we used to go to school, see these kids are not even going to school. But we think that you are also lucky that you are also sitting in the classrooms, watching the pen drive videos, doing this, that and all other and passing your examination. But we never had that. So what we thought is, because the way of learning and teaching has undergone a major change, it is important that we also get that major change adopted by the institute in toto, or might be a little more. So when you see this 5 years, why we are getting is considering all those factors. More importantly, what has happened in past is most of the time CA course का मतलब ये है कि बच्चा सब कुछ जानना चाहिए. हम लोगों के लिए multiple laws, multiple acts. Even for you people today, we have multiple laws, multiple acts. And more importantly, when you talk about a situation where so much of thing has to be read, mug up, and you need to reproduce in examination, that means the kind of pain with which you go into the examination hall, I can understand. But you have not seen our pain. You have one day alternate exam, right? We don't even have that. We didn't even have that. You get at least 15 minutes before you write examination paper, the question paper, right? We never used to get that. We used to get the question paper just dot 3 hours means you read the paper, write the examination, get out. So that kind of pain and stress we have gone through. And versus today what we are seeing in the student is the patience, the thought process, the way they are working at, they want everything quick. They want to learn things quick, and they have that ability to learn quick because of the exposure they have got. Considering all these factors, what we thought is it is important that the student should get a benefit out of the entire process. And that is how we got this new concept where people are talking about various things. They are talking about the syllabus has been reduced, article period is reduced from 3 years to 2 years. This is done, that is done, but they don't even know what is the reason behind it. No one asks the reasoning. Without reasoning, no one will do, no? You think Atul Gupta sir, who is sitting here, you heard him, right? You think that he is going to be wrong? You think that Umesh Bhai is going to be wrong, Vishal Bhai, Sushil Bhai, me, all these 32 council members have ever thought that, we don't want to get out a successful policy. We want a successful policy. All of us want success, right? So considering all these factors, we have actually worked upon and realigned the entire process. Realign in the sense, rather than a painful learning, it should be enjoyable learning. What is enjoyable learning? I understand the subject, I understand what I am doing, rather than just remembering something in my mind, going in the examination, reproducing everything, coming out, I qualify, but still I don't know what I have studied. Hota hai na? Reality. So what we thought is, let us go back to the core areas of the profession, what we want student to be perfect with. सो गए क्या? डर लगता है खामोशी आ गई तो बच्चों के बीच में खामोशी, मेंबर्स के बीच में खामोशी समझ में आती है, बच्चों के बीच में थोड़ी मुश्किल है ना, right? So people have thought that we have cut down, we wanted to make the course easy. The answer is big no. Our course is actually tough, still going to be tough because of various factors, because we want experts. But how can we make experts? By burdening them, or actually reducing their burden by reducing their burden. Now how do we do reduction of burden, but we want that entire thing to be there with the student? That is what we have thought in this new education policy. And if you see, this is the new policy which has been there. Mind you, most of you might have seen in some WhatsApp circulation videos and all those things, right? So the 4 papers are continuing to be 4 papers, 8 papers have become 6, another 8 has become 6. In between there is a yellow line, what is that? We don't know. That is called self-paced learning module. What is that self-paced learning module? How it is going to be taught, how do I take classes, what do I do, how do I do, what is going to happen, who is going to learn for me, can someone copy, can someone sit next to me and take the classes and complete the entire self-paced learning, can I only do it or shall I tell someone to do it, when I should do it, how I should do it, all permutation combinations I understood. Right, na? गलत तो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं. So let us actually get the clarity with regards to what we are going to do. Right? What is the trimming? What is the qualitative learning experience which we want to get it for our student is something which we are going to discuss. क्या हुआ? फोन चालू है. आ जा इधर. स्टेज पे बिठा देंगे. उसको बुला लो. स्टेज पे बिठा देंगे उसको. चलो जाने दो. भाई फोन बंद कर देंगे. प्लीज. ठीक है? एक की वजह से पूरे डिस्टर्ब होते हैं. छोड़ दें. बाद में बात कर लें, नहीं तो बाहर जाके बात कर लें. ठीक है? Now, what is that we have done? 4 papers, 6 papers, 6 papers. Now, all the people who are in foundation might be thinking, so nice, no? 2 papers gone. अच्छा है, 8 पेपर पढ़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. ऐसा थोड़ी छोड़ेंगे हम. तो आज तक हिस्टोरिकल कॉस्ट के ऊपर अकाउंटिंग क्यों होती है और फेयर वैल्यू पे क्यों ही आज तक किसी को समझ में नहीं आया, बट अकाउंटिंग करते हैं, राइट? तो नाउ लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई दिस चेंजेस हैव कम. Understand, if you see 3 papers, 4 papers, why this change has come, how we have thought, what did we think? Let us go to the foundation level. In the foundation level, we had principle and practice of accounting, but we are now going to talk about accounting as such. What do we mean by that? We want fundamental of a chartered accountant to be so strong that today you never heard a concept that there is an untallied balance sheet, right? Untallied trial balance. How systems actually produce information, what is happening, what is debit, what is credit, how it should actually go through, what is the impact of a debit and a credit. 3 principles of accounting we are hearing all time, but where is it impacting? We want to make again a situation where the fundamentals of accounting should become very strong. So the focus is going to be on that accounting aspect, because most of the people are unable to pass the accounting entries also after passing, because they have just remembered, as I told, रट मारा, रिप्रोड्यूस करा, क्योंकि शेड्यूल फाइनल के बच्चे हैं या इंटर के बच्चे हैं, उनको पता है एक फॉर्मेट याद कर लो, उस फॉर्मेट के अंदर 7 स्टेप होते हैं, 7 स्टेप के अंदर 6ठे स्टेप के बाद यहाँ पे माइनस होता है या यहाँ पे प्लस होता है, उतना ही समझता है बच्चा, बिकॉज दैट इज हाउ दे आर बीन ट्रेन्ड और टॉट इन देयर डिफरेंट क्लासेस. सो नाउ डोंट वांट दैट काइंड ऑफ लर्निंग. Number 2, business laws and business correspondence. Business correspondence and reporting was more of English. That is not required for every student. So what we have done is we have eliminated that, and we wanted to focus 100 papers, 100 marks only on business laws, so that you understand business laws. Now what did we do with this business correspondence and reporting? We just moved out a student who has come from a different schooling background. That person only needs to read English, right? So that person only read that English, and we'll create a separate learning experience for them. We'll create a nice video, nice class for them, who can actually do their experiential learning by playing with the system itself. So we want students to actually learn when they want, how they want, and just do a self-assessment whether their understanding is right or wrong. So what will happen is that learning will be a student who is weak from his educational background. We need to upbring that person. I cannot get the other people down, so I need to push them up. So this video lectures and all what will be there for you people. And then the student who wants to take it is not going to be compulsory, it is going to be optional. You want to read. Even if a chartered accountant wants to read, here I need to go back and understand what the vocabulary is, what grammar is, what the sentence formation should be, how do I draft a letter, all the process. Anyone want to read, go and read that. We don't want to teach that, we don't want to take examination. You have done your schooling and come to that level, right? So the focus is again gone to, one portion is gone to learning which is with choice, and second part is learning which is compulsory, right? Now third paper, when you talk about business mathematics, logical reasoning and statistics, most of those things were not being used by a chartered accountant at a later point in time. So what we want, a student to know mathematics which is more of a user friendly when they are doing their practice life or they are doing a job life. So we are going to realign that portion also and get only that part of mathematics which is going to be useful for a student in time to come. अब मैं उसको अलजेब्रा पढ़ा के क्या करूँ, या फिर उसका दूसरा क्या है तुम्हारा फाउंडेशन में, ट्रिग्नोमेट्री है और क्या है, इंटीग्रेशन है, ऐसे क्या क्या है मेरे को मन आज तक खुद भी समझ में नहीं आया मेरे को. दैट इज डिफरेंट थिंग. इन माई 11th 12th नो आई गॉट 99 out of 100 in mathematics. That is different thing. But the most important part was I never used those mathematics in my entire lifetime. So what we want to get there is what is required. राइट, डेटा एनालिटिक्स के लिए क्या चाहिए, कितना मैथमेटिक्स चाहिए, कौन सा परम्यूटेशन कॉम्बिनेशन चाहिए, कैसा स्टैटिस्टिकल डेटा चाहिए. दैट इज ऑल समथिंग विच नीड्स टू बी ट्रेन टू अ स्टूडेंट सो दैट व्हेन अ स्टूडेंट बिकम्स अ रियल इंटरमीडिएट स्टूडेंट ही विल हैव दैट नॉलेज. थर्ड, फोर्थ, business economics and business and commercial laws. Business and commercial laws we have removed, and we are told business economics and might be world economics, from where import is happening, where export is happening, which country is doing better. So we don't want to teach you economics means वो कौन सा मार्शल थियरी क्या है, कुछ तो है मेरे को याद नहीं है. That is different that I got 89 in economics. Okay. वो तो आज तक क्या होता है, we are not using those things in a true sense. Whereas if my 12th standard student who's completed and he's writing his examination, just imagine when he goes and talks to his father saying that, do you know, Dad, what is Africa known for? Do you know what is America doing? Just imagine when you talk about macroeconomics and microeconomics, to what extent we need to teach a student, we should know. That person, today also you know, where the shirt is manufactured, you will get to know, right? What is being done, from where Starbucks is, you know. From where Apple is, you know. What volume of transactions are happening in data, you should know. How economics is moving towards adopting technology, and which country is ahead. What is a unicorn, you should know. Which country has got the maximum unicorns, you should know. This is what we want to teach in the economics, rather than teaching economics with this business and commercial knowledge, which is more of a general English. So the focus is towards experiential learning. That means the moment you are clearing your foundation, that quality of start should come. That's the reason the passing percentage for foundation is going from increasing from 40 to 50. We want a person to be tested thoroughly. That person should understand qualitatively, because that person only can become chartered accountant, rather than we creating failure stories. Let us also think about creating success story, and some person might be not interested in doing certain things. It is better that person actually skips at that point in time itself. So the foundation is going to be one of the most important filtration points in this process. Now, when you talk about intermediate, we have advanced accounting, accounting, corporate and other laws, cost and management, taxation, auditing. This all paper put together, you will not believe. Corporate and other laws is completely moved out, and we want 100 marks paper only on corporate laws, so that student who is going to complete his intermediate level and join articleship, that student will know what corporate laws is, because corporate law is changing time and again. The governance, the reporting requirement, the investment requirement, when you talk about how the financial statements are being prepared, how to eliminate frauds, what are to be reported, what is not there, what is there, what is board, what is international investment which is coming. The focus today, what is happening, 60-40 is the ratio, right? Neither I am perfect in 60, nor I am perfect in 40, right? So this, where will the other law go? Will go in self-paced learning. In the foundation, where will business and commercial knowledge go? It will go in self-paced learning. What is self-paced learning? We'll discuss. Then corporate law will be completely 100 marks paper, and final we are actually eliminating costing paper, not because of anything, because in intermediate and final more or less it is repeat only. The same heads are there, correct? Mera chartered accountant is much superior when he qualifies. And what is the volume of cost accounting work we do? Bare minimum, only for the purpose of specific purposes we do that. So final में से हम लोग costing हटाकर पूरा intermediate में shift कर दिए, ताकि focus again at that time of learning only should be there. Taxation, auditing and assurance. Now enterprise information system. अब इंटरप्राइज इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम में सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है? फीचर पूछा तो एडवांटेज लिखते हैं, एडवांटेज पूछा तो फीचर लिखते हैं, फिर वापस उमेश भाई के पास जाके बैठ जाते हैं बच्चे, सर हम तो एग्ज़ाम अच्छा लिखे, देखो आंसर भी करेक्ट है, अरे हम फेल कैसा हो गया? अरे भाई तुम समझे ही नहीं क्या सवाल है और क्या जवाब दिया। मैं हुआ ना 2 बार फेल, 0 आया ना 2 बार, वही चक्कर के अंदर 2 बार 0 आ गया। So now what has happened in information technology is now going to be embedded in the final all core papers, यानी income tax and information technology. How tax is actually evolving with adoption of technology, GST and information technology. How GST department is actually using different kind of pool of data or information which is there, which a student should be in position to determine. अभी 26 AS भरते हैं, वो data कहाँ से आता है, कौन से चीज़ का क्या रिकन्सिलेशन करना है, कितना रिकन्सिलेशन करना है, क्या हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट वो है, या हम देखें फीचर्स ऑफ व्हाटएवर। अब आप सोचो फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग है, राइट, बैलेंस शीट, प्रॉफिट लॉस अकाउंट, राइट। नो सिस्टम इन द वर्ल्ड इंक्लूडिंग SAP और Oracle can give you a format of Schedule 3 balance sheet. That means you need to pull it out, tally for that matter. Schedule 3 नहीं देता है, तो ट्रायल बैलेंस देगा, उसको आप निकालो, एक्सेल में कन्वर्ट करो, फिर उसकी बैलेंस शीट बनाओ, शेड्यूल बनाओ, प्रॉफिट लॉस अकाउंट बनाओ, बैलेंस शीट बनाओ, फिर तुम उसको साइन करो। यानी क्या हुआ, एक्सेल में कर रहे हैं। इंटरनल फाइनेंशियल कंट्रोल्स और ECOFAR which is there in auditing paper, no student understands that ECOFAR is relevant for that particular thing. Why? Because information technology, internal control over financial reporting. मेरे बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स में जो है, मैं वही बैलेंस शीट प्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूँ, कैसा पता चलेगा? What is fraud happening? Where is fraud happening? So technology driven learning is going to be the most important part, which will be embedded with ethics. So subject, technology, ethics. अब हम ethics auditing में पढ़ाते हैं, उनको पता ही नहीं बच्चों को कि क्या हो रहा है, whether I should do this or not. So what we are trying to do is, ethics के अंदर जितने criteria हैं, when you talk about income tax, what is the ethics? When you talk about GST, what is the ethics along with it? Where is the mistake? When you are giving a certificate for net worth, whether I can give it or not, without even looking into the auditing standards. So that is ethics. So these are the components which we are actually going to incorporate in the intermediate final level paper. So that's the reason information systems, enterprise information system is moved out, and only strategic management here. Financial management is there. Economics of finance is again moved to self-paced learning because there are other laws, right? So actually, a chartered accountant को क्या चाहिए? Accounting, auditing, income tax, GST, corporate law, financial reporting. यही एरिया है ना. FEMA कितने लोग प्रैक्टिस करते हैं? तुम लोग पढ़ते हो इंटरमीडिएट में. You read RERA, you read IPC. How many firms are doing practice in that? Not many, technically, if you ask. Right? So what we have done is all the other laws, actually we have moved to this concept of self-paced learning. Now we have created 4 sets in self-paced learning. A, B, C, D. A is with regards to economic laws, B is with regards to costing, which is going to be more of a applied costing rather than theoretical costing. Right? Then C is specialization area, and D is, for the first time we are introducing the concept of Constitution of India to be read by a student, because none of us know what our constitution is. And you are going to you are the drivers of the future financial economy of this country. And we don't even know what is our constitution. Psychology, philosophy. What is philosophy of an organization? Psychology of a person. How do I certify? Till the time I don't understand the philosophy of an organization and a psychology of a person, वो चोर है या बदमाश है हमको पता ही नहीं है. जब तक मैं उसको assessment ना करूं, उसकी balance sheet sign करने के लिए मेरे को 4 बार सोचना है. The world has become big. The country has become big. The cities have become big. States have become big. Villages have become big. Now, I always say one thing when the fraud discussion comes in, you please understand what is fraud. Fraud is an intention, and intentions cannot be audited. Am I right? Yes. So our intentions cannot be audited in lifetime. So how do you understand an intention? Is by psychology. What kind of person? So we are introducing, what is this going to be? We are not going to burden you with regards to पूरा का पूरा तुम्हारे पे फेंक दिया ना. Anywhere, anytime, learning. कहीं पे भी बैठो 2.5 साल 2 साल का आर्टिकल्स और 6 महीने का पोस्ट बिफोर फाइनल एग्जामिनेशन. यू हैव द 2.5 years. 2.5 years में 4 सेट्स करना है. यानी 1 साल कितने महीने हैं तुम्हारे पास? 6 महीने से ज़्यादा एक सेट खत्म करने के लिए. सेट का मतलब ये नहीं रहेगा 8 के 8, ये 10 के 10, ये 4 के 4. वी विल बी गिविंग यू चॉइस. Whichever you want to learn, you want to expertise. Example, prevention of money laundering, Competition Act, RERA. What is that you want to learn? You learn with your choice. Might be will give a combination. 10 में से 4 करो, 2 में से 1 करो, 5 में से 3 करो. We might give. They are all going to be basic knowledge. यानी कितनी बार सुनना है वीडियो सुन लो. When you get a confidence, think about it. Go to your advanced ITT or IT center. You will be actually proctored examination will be there. What is assessment? What is examination? It is not examination, it is assessment. What is the assessment? How much you have understood. How do I do assessment? By MCQ. What is the MCQ? Fundamental MCQ, where you need to get 50% marks to qualify. till the time you don't complete this in 2.5 years time. अब कोई बच्चा बोल रहा था कि सर ये तो फिर वापस पढ़ना पड़ेगा, फिर आर्टिकल्स क्यों पढ़ना पड़ेगा भाई? इट्स अ प्लेजर लर्निंग. Whenever अब तुम बोलेंगे नहीं इनको क्लास ही पढ़ना है, अरे क्लास में कोई पढ़ा ही नहीं सकता है क्योंकि इंस्टीट्यूट का मटेरियल है, एग्जामिनेशन इंस्टीट्यूट का है. Now once you complete 3 times hearing of FEMA, you get a confidence, right? You get a confidence, then you tell, okay, I'll go and complete my assessment test. You go and complete your assessment. God forbid you fail. What will happen? We'll give after 7 days, you can come and write your examination. So how it is? Is it a painful process than remembering that 40 marks के लिए पूरे 5 law, या मैं एक सेट पढ़कर समझकर एग्जाम लिख के आऊँ? Which is better? You got it? What is self-paced learning? Is it a different learning? Are we cutting down on the syllabus? The answer is big no. We are actually giving you a different advantage. We are the first institute, I think, which will come with this kind of self-paced learning module in the world. So this is where we are actually moving towards in the self-paced learning module. Right? Boring है क्या? पक्का? चलो फिर ठीक है. Now the fourth part is now the final paper. Now the final paper के अंदर भी 8 पेपर थे जो अब 6 पेपर हो गए. सबसे अच्छी बात ये कॉस्टिंग का पेपर हम सेल्फ पेस मॉड्यूल में लेके चले गए. वापस क्या है? फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग, स्ट्रेटेजिक फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट, एडवांस ऑडिटिंग, सेल्फ पेस लर्निंग हटा दो, डायरेक्ट टैक्स, इंटरनेशनल टैक्स एंड देन इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स. ये तो सिंपल है. द सबसे बड़ा गेम है ये. वी हैड electives 1 out of 6. Now this entire thing is going to be moving out and we are coming out with an integrated case business solution. Integrated business solution. What does integrated business solution mean? The 6th paper will be a changer of a student life. What is that meaning? Income tax, GST, corporate law, financial reporting, FEMA, A, B, C. सारे मिलके एक 40 पेज का केस स्टडी हम तुम्हारे हाथ में दे देंगे, जिसमें से 5 क्वेश्चन 6 क्वेश्चन रहेंगे. अब तुमको 3 घंटे दे देंगे, चलो लिख भाई, जो लिखना है लिख दो. यानी क्या हुआ? Can a student anymore do a rote learning and qualify examination, or he should understand and qualify examination? We want to take this to that level where a person qualifying from ICI, when he stands out of this door, he should be prized so well that even people like us who have qualified in past, we should actually have that jealousy. I'm telling my father, he's 75 years old now. He's a chartered accountant. I was telling, you know what, after this course which I realize is, you and I, or people like Yogesh Bhai and other people are not, or these 2 gentlemen who are sitting, they are not going to be the competition for you. Rather, you are going to be the competition for them. Because you are going to, yes, clap for yourself. What is that you are going to do? You are going to be more advanced in learning. You will learn the best out of it. What is given to you will be the best. And the paper 6 will be to a stage where Yogesh Bhai and I and Umesh Bhai and Pratul Bhai, everyone will think that यार एक बार तो attempt दे ही देते थे paper 6. अपने को भी कितना आता है देखिए. Now when you apply all these laws together, you think that it is difficult. But I also tell you, when I talked about trimming, I talked about aligning, I talked about how enjoyable learning can happen. Rather than getting frustrated to remember, mug up and write exam, let me understand, take pride and write exam. Right? आप बोलेंगे, कोई आदमी बोलेंगे कोचिंग क्लास में क्या पढ़ाएंगे? आप कोचिंग क्लास में क्या पढ़ाएंगे पता नहीं लगेगा. जो इंस्टीट्यूट पढ़ाएगा वही कोचिंग क्लास वाला ही पढ़ाएगा. Not from any other negative point, I'm telling you very clearly. What has happened over a period of time, this course has become a practice oriented, say employee oriented, and this has become a degree. It is not a degree, it is a responsibility, because you are the only people once you qualify who can sign a balance sheet and profit and loss account which defines the economy of the country, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, your signature is more powerful than mine, because my income tax return also to be filed by you. मजा? मजा आएगा ना सीए करने का कुछ? तो हमारा कंपटीशन खड़े रहो, हम भी देखते हैं, हम भी तैयार करते हैं अपने आप को. If you go and see my Facebook post, no, you please go back and see on my Facebook wall. There is a statement which is written: "Work until your idol become your rival." And my idol is my father, and I ensured that he always envies me for the work what I do. And I want each one of you to ensure that every chartered accountant who's passed before you should envy that you have been the best chartered accountants. We didn't get that opportunity to learn. Right? So, negative marking is coming up because we want people to be expert. We don't want guesswork in this entire process. So, negative marking will be there, 25% for wrong mistake, and then 30-70 ratio is going to be the examination process. 30% will be case study based, 70% will be paper written based, right? Then when we go to pass percentage, foundation as I told 50%, for inter and final will be 40% plus 50% aggregate, and then for self-paced learning as I told, the person should get 50%, then only yes बोल के रहेगा उसके लिए. उसके बाद exemption criteria, which was earlier a situation where if you get 60% marks, right, 60% marks, then you get exemption, and it was getting expired in 3 attempts. Now we are telling it will continue, but only condition is if you want to continue beyond 3 attempts, then in the balance 2 paper you need to get 50-50 each. So that is a deliberation which is there. But however, why do you have to think 3 attempt लेंगे हम? तो मेरे साथ खत्म कर दो ना उसको तो, right? So that is one important factor. Then practical training, as we talked about, from 3 years it has become 2 years. It will be exam free. What we mean by exam free, there will not be intermediate or final examination in the process. You need to do the self-paced learning. When do you do? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, anytime when your office is having no work, think about, okay, let me just finish off 3 hours का session है, खत्म कर लो, फिर इसके बाद 2 बार 3 बार भी अगर कर लो, घर पे बैठा हूँ, घर पे बैठी हूँ, बाथरूम में बैठे हैं, बहुत टाइम खराब करती है अपनी वहाँ पे भी. So you can listen to the entire discussion, है ना? तो wherever you are sitting, wherever you want to learn, you need not bother about anyone, you need not attend any class. Based on your time, 11 बजे, 12 बजे, 2 बजे उठ गए, या कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा, कुछ तो करना है, कुछ तो करना है, तो आप self-paced learning module कर लो, right? So that is one important factor. Then practical training, this is with regards to there will not be any transfer which will be there, only for industrial training the transfer will be allowed. I have a different opinion for this, might be later I'll talk about, I have limited time. Exit route, for the first time we are introducing the concept where the parents used to think that if I put my child into CA, whether he is going to or she is going to pass or fail, we don't even know. What has happened in the entire process is so many people actually failed and they could not complete CA. Might be they have not done one group, they have not done 2 groups of final, but they have completed intermediate, they have completed their articleship period, they have done everything and they are doing extremely good in life. But these people are lost in the world. We don't even know where they are, who have given 5 to 6 years of their life to this profession. So considering this factor, some people might have other commitments, other problems where the person has to leave and go for a job employment or whatever. So what is happening, he is going empty hand from this institute. So now what we thought is, now the person who has completed intermediate, who has completed self-paced learning module, who has completed GMCS and advanced ITT. So these 4 things if a person is completed, we will issue them a certificate called BAA. At least I'll carry an identity that I have completed my BAA out of the institute and he'll be there, right? So this is not only going to be applicable for the students who are going to enroll, but also the past students who could not clear from years together, for them also this will be applicable, so that these people will get identity in the market, right? So this is what is one of the important change which we are getting in. Then certificate of practice, yes, the person who is willing to go for certificate of practice after completing 2 years of articles, writing examination final, and I want certificate of practice, that person has to work under a chartered accountant for a period of 1 year under employment, not as an article. It's a employment. What is the salary which is available for a chartered accountant? The same salary with which they will go. There are multiple reasons for it. So what we want is, now people are going and creating mushrooming of firms. 75% of the firms in India are proprietary concerns, which is not a good sign to the nation. We don't even have 29 firms which are having more than 30 partners. in this country equal to one state, one firm. Get my point? So what is going to happen is people will work together. You have completed 2 years of articles with X or Y or Z, then you want to explore with someone else, you can actually go and work with that particular person if you like, and you want to get associated with the firm, you can become partner in the firm at a later point. So that is the whole concept with which we have got this. Then eligibility criteria, we are going to get international curriculum. For all your surprise, this is the first time ever Institute has thought about getting the international curriculum. That means country specific international curriculum will be there. यानी income tax, corporate law, GST, अगर उनका VAT है, so these laws will be replaced, but financial reporting, auditing, ethics, all that will be a standard international curriculum which will be created. Anywhere is a student want to join, not only an Indian student. Now for you the competition is also going to be foreign students which is going to be there. So people who want to do chartered accountancy course from ICAI anywhere in the world, or might be a student or a family which is moved from India to abroad and they want their children to do CA course of ICAI rather than doing ABC, right? They can actually enroll their student. Now what is their requirement? Articles they need to do it under a CPA or a CA of that respective country. That is allowed. Just imagine. कैसा रहेगा उसका exposure? क्या रहेगा उसका exposure? So now this international curriculum is going to be the biggest game changer for all the students, and this will be country specific, laws will be modified and that person can learn. Okay, so this is one more thing, and this is the entire chart which is there of the entire new curriculum, right, which this presentation or PDF will be given to the branch. That will be hosted. Already that has been hosted on the ICI website. My request to you all people, please honestly, if you think that this discussion has been worth, you think that you are able to dream for tomorrow, and it has given you some feathers to fly, and it has given some thoughts that yes, there is a change which is coming in. If you think that you can encourage one more person, aspire to inspire, which Atul Gupta sir talked about, right? If you are able, you are aspiring to inspire any other person, I think that is where we want you all people to move forward, right? God bless you all. I am always there, and these are the details on which we are available. Be rest assured that this course which we are going to come out is going to come out in a very different manner. It's going to be not a old wine in new bottle. It's going to be a complete new bottle and a new wine, right? Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply relieved by the burden of confusion we were carrying with us about new education policy.
I request C. Anand Totla sir to present a memento to C. Dayanivas Sharma sir for adorning the Confidence By session. We call Bhargavi to present mementos to our session coordinators, C. Nitin Bhattat sir and C. Anand Totla sir.
Blood donation camp has been arranged by those who wish to support this noble cause can go and donate blood on second floor.
Hunger for food. Kindly resist from satiating your hunger for knowledge. We shall be resuming the conference again at 2:45 p.m. sharp with an interesting technical session on company law. We request everyone to be back on time and grab your seats. Thank you.
Of the quiz for this session has been updated. Participants are requested to participate and win exciting prizes. A very warm welcome to everyone. We kindly request everyone to be seated and let's grace the event further.
Good afternoon and welcome back everyone. We hope lunch has satiated your hunger, but hunger for knowledge is still alive and burning.
All birds find shelter during the rain, but the eagle avoids the rain by flying above the clouds.
These eagles are our own fellow mates who have burned midnight oil to prepare for their paper presentations.
I, Prem Khandelwal,
And I, Rutuja Nyati, are here to open technical session 2, that is regarding company law.
as corporate world is enormously growing day by day, so are the companies. And here is our Golden Companies Act, acting as an apex to regulate the companies in all and has been proven to be the best acts till date. So let's begin with our session. I humbly request our session coordinator, CA Alok Devda sir, and Vikasa Treasurer Kailash Chandak to escort our session chairperson, CA Vishal Doshi sir, who is Vice Chairman of Board of Studies. We consider it a great honor to have you, sir.
We cordially request everyone to be seated for the function and grace the further session. Now I request CA Alok Devra sir to welcome our session chairperson, CA Vishal Doshi sir. A very heartiest welcome to you, sir. Now I request Vikasa Treasurer Kailash Chandak to welcome our session coordinator, CA Alok Devra sir.
Thank you, Kailash. Today, we have Samruddhi Lunawat ma'am, CA and CS, and CA Chetan Gattani sir as our honorable judges for the session. Now I request Vidhi Godha to welcome our judges, CA Samruddhi Lunawat ma'am and CA Chetan Gattani sir.
Thank you so much. Now I request Vikasa Treasurer Kailash Chandak to introduce our session chairperson, CA Vishal Doshi sir.
Hello. A very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our session speaker, the energetic personality, CA Vishal Doshi sir, Central Council member of ICAI. Sir is widely known as subject expert in auditing and assurance field. With his in-depth knowledge and insight in India's IFRS, accounting standards, corporate and regulatory laws, enterprise risk management, and host to other technical as well as non-technical sessions. Sir leads the auditing and assurance practice at KC Mehta and Company and has experience in diverse industries from manufacturing to service industries. It is often said that knowledge is power, but Sir believes that in any professional journey, knowledge is pursued and it is power only if it is shared. Also, Sir believes that by developing knowledge, we serve our client, but by sharing knowledge, we serve the profession. With his love for learning and contributing, he dons various feathers. He has been a chairman of Baroda branch of WIRC of ICAI, chairman of Baroda branch of Vikasa, and member of various professional committees with WIRC. Sir is the Vice Chairman of Auditing and Assurance Standard Board of Studies and Expert Advisory Committee of ICAI and member of various standing, core, standing and non-standing committee of ICAI for the year 2022 and 23. He has also been awarded a Rashtrapati Scott Award by the Honorable President of India. Sir is currently appointed as an expert member on Board of Studies in Accounting and Financial member by Maharaja Sayajirao University, Vadodara. In furtherance of his belief in the capabilities in Indian Chartered Accountants and as a means of contributing to the profession more closely, he participated and was elected as a Regional Council member of WIRC of ICAI for the term of 2019 to 2022. He has also been a Vice Chairman of the WIRC
of ICI for the term 2020 and 21. His designation and achievements are never ending. It is moment of extreme pleasure for all of us to have you as our chairperson. Respected sir, with due respect, I would like to thank you for your kind arrival at the CA Student National Conference 2022. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kailash, for your kind gesture.
So let's have an overview for the paper presentations again. After the start of paper presentation, first bell will ring at 12 minutes and the final bell will ring after 15 minutes. Paper presenters are required to take the note of the same.
Moving forward, we have 3 topics to be presented. So now I request our session coordinator, CA Alok Devra sir, to draw the lots.
Okay, so let's have an overview of the lots. First, we have Yash Agrawal. Second comes Shriya Jain. And third is Rajan Kabra. मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है. पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता साहब, हौसलों से उड़ान होती है. With these few lines, I request our first fellow presenters to come forward and give us a short brief on Companies Law Schedule 3. Yash, your time starts. Yash, your time starts.
It is said that change is hard in the beginning, messiest in the middle, but change is the thing which is best at the end. So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Yash Agrawal and I am here to present before you the changes in Schedule 3 brought by the MCA via notification dated 24th March 2021. Yes, my friends, MCA has brought about 10 presentation related disclosures and about 45 additional disclosure requirements via its notification. Yes, my friends, there are about 55 changes brought by MCA via its notification. I have tried to cover the important changes brought by MCA in my paper presentation. As said by Naina, life में जितना भी try कर लो बनी, कुछ तो life में छूटेगा ही. तो अभी जिंदगी का इसी पल का मजा लेते हैं. तो let's try to first understand what is Schedule 3. Let us first try to understand what is Schedule 3. Schedule 3 gives the financial framework under which the companies registered under this Act shall prepare its financial statements. Yes, my friends, all the companies registered under Companies Act shall comply with the Schedule 3 format given by the MCA. Next, moving on, we shall discuss the divisions in Schedule 3. The Schedule 3 is mainly divided into 3 divisions. The Division 1, the IGAP reporting framework, the Division 2, the Ind AS reporting framework, and Division 3, the Ind AS reporting framework for NBFCs. Now, moving ahead, we shall see the applicability. Whenever a new change comes via any notification, we check the applicability of such changes. Yes, my friends, we shall now see the applicability of the changes brought by MCA. The changes brought by MCA shall be applicable for companies having reporting date after 1st April 2021. From this, an inference can be drawn that the companies having reporting date before 31st March 2021 shall not be required to comply with the new requirements by the MCA. Now, moving ahead, for the ease of my presentation, I have divided my presentation in basically two parts. The presentation related changes brought by MCA and the additional disclosure requirements to be given. So now we shall first discuss the changes in Division 1. Yes, the I-gap reporting framework. The first we shall discuss the presentation related changes in the Division 1. The first change brought by MCA in the presentation is of the rounding off requirement. Earlier, rounding off was not mandatory for the companies. Earlier, rounding off was done on the basis of the total turnover of the company. But now, friends, the rounding off have been made mandatory for all the companies registered under this act. I am sure the figures appearing on the left side of the screen does not seem readable, whereas the figures appearing on the right seems more readable. That was the intention behind MCA, to make the financial statements more readable for the users of the financials. Now, moving ahead, we shall see the next change, that is the change in nomenclature of tangible assets. Earlier, before amendment, property, plant and equipment was subdivided into tangible assets and intangible assets. Technically speaking, my friends, property, plant and equipment does not include intangible assets. So to say that intangible assets is a part of property, plant and equipment was not appropriate. To make this thing appropriate, the MCA has added the word intangible assets with the property, plant and equipment, which shall be further divided into property, plant and equipment and intangible assets. Now, moving ahead, we shall see the next change, that is the presentation of current maturities. I am sure if I ask you that there are current maturities of long-term borrowings, what shall be the presentation of the same, giving you two options, the short-term borrowings or other current liabilities. I am sure many of you must think that current maturities are short-term borrowings. This can't be said as other current liabilities. As rightly thought, the MCA has now made it mandatory to disclose the current maturities under the head short-term borrowings. Now, moving to the next change is the presentation of security deposits. Earlier, security deposits were disclosed under long-term loans and advance. Technically speaking, security deposits are neither loan nor any advance. So, presentation of the same as long-term loans and advance was not appropriate. So, now such security deposits shall be presented under other non-current assets. Now, moving forward from presentation related changes, we shall now discuss the additional disclosures which are to be required in the Schedule 3 as per MCA. Now, my friends, the first additional disclosure we are required to give is the shareholding of promoters. The shareholding pattern of the promoter shall be shown as enumerated in the diagram. Yes, my friends, this shareholding pattern of promoters from an investor point of view gives us an immense information, such as if there is an increase or decrease in the shareholding pattern of the promoters. This shows the confidence of the shareholders in the confidence of the promoters in their own company. Yes, my friends. Now, moving ahead to the next change is the aging of trade payables. Yes, now the company is required to show the aging of trade payables in their balance sheet. For the trade payables are divided into disputed dues and non-disputed dues. Now, after thinking from an investor point of view, now let us think from an auditor point of view. This aging of trade payables also help us to understand the ITC reversal if the payment has not been made within 180 days of the due date. So now, moving to the next change, we shall see the aging of trade receivables. The next additional disclosure is regarding aging of trade receivables. The trade receivables are divided mainly into two parts, the disputed dues and undisputed dues. Now, what if I say you that there are trade receivables of 10 crores and trade payables of 5 crores. Current ratio of 2:1, right? Awesome. Now, what if I say you that out of such 10 crores, 8 crores have not been received for more than 2 or 3 years? Now, I am sure you must have changed the opinion about the company after listening to this statement. Yes, my friends, this aging schedule gives the aging of trade receivables for how long they have been not received from their due date. Now, moving ahead, the next additional disclosure is the disclosure regarding utilization of borrowings. Now, the company is required to disclose whether the fund borrowed have been used for the purpose for which they were borrowed, and if not, then the reason for the same shall be separately disclosed by the companies in the report. Now, moving to the next change is regarding the disclosure of financial ratios. Yes, my friends, earlier investor used to calculate such ratios for his investment purposes. Now it has been made mandatory for all the companies registered under Companies Act to disclose such financial ratios in their financials. Earlier listed companies were also mandatory, but now this compliance has been made mandatory for all the companies. Also, my friends, if there has been an variance of more than 25% in the ratio, the same shall be disclosed in the company's report. Now, moving ahead to the next change is the disclosure regarding cryptocurrency. Today's hot topic. I know ever since Elon Musk tweeted about that Tesla will be accepting cryptocurrencies for as a medium of exchange, we have seen a large spike in the prices of bitcoins. Yes, my friends. Now, seeing the interest of public in the cryptocurrency, MCA has also made it mandatory for the companies to disclose the profit or loss arrived from transactions traded in cryptocurrency. Also, the company is required to disclose the amount of currency held on the reporting date. Now, moving to the next change is the reconciliation of statement. Now, the companies are required to reconcile the statements submitted with bank for borrowings. Whenever any company or any individual takes a loan from a bank, he or she is required to submit monthly or quarterly reports to the bank. We have seen that the reports submitted to the bank sometimes do not matches with the final balance sheet which has been submitted by the auditor. If there is a variance in the same shall be disclosed separately in the company's report. Now, moving ahead to the next disclosure is the disclosure of title deeds of immovable property. This change has been brought after in correspondence with the CARO 2020, in correspondence with CARO 2020. Now, the company is required to disclose if there are any immovable property appearing in the balance sheet which are not in the name of the company. Yes, my friends, the immovable properties appearing in the balance sheet shall be in the name of company. If not, the reason for the same shall be given by the company. We have seen that sometimes the immovable properties appearing in balance sheet appears to be in the name of directors, but such assets appears in the balance sheet of the company. Now, moving ahead to the next change is the details of Benami property. This change has also been brought after in correspondence with the CARO 2020, where any proceedings have been initiated, the company is under Benami Act, then the company are required to disclose the same. Now, after we have discussed the changes in Division 1, that is IGAP reporting framework, we will now discuss the changes in Division 2, that is the Ind AS reporting framework. Firstly, we will see the
3 minutes left.
Presentation related changes. Now, the presentation of lease liabilities have changed. Earlier, lease liabilities used to appear in the notes of accounts under the head of current or non-current financial liabilities. Now, my friends, lease current liabilities are required to be disclosed on the face of the balance sheet. Yes, my friends, now we don't have to disclose under it. Now we have to disclose it on the face of the balance sheet. Now, moving to the next change is the presentation of security deposits. This change is similar to the change which we have discussed in Division 1. Now, the presentation of current maturities of long-term borrowings in Division 2 is also somewhat similar, which we have discussed in Division 1. These are the additional disclosure requirements which are same as Division 1. The shareholding of promoters, aging of trade payables, title deeds of immovable property, and so on, as you can see in the presentation. Now, the changes in Division 3, that is the Ind AS reporting framework. I have not covered the changes in Division 3 as they are most likely similar to the changes as discussed in the Division 1 and Division 2. It is said that progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change cannot progress. So, my dear friends, we shall adopt to these changes and must comply with the changes brought by MCA with some intentions, and we shall welcome such changes brought by MCA via notification dated 24th March 2021. I would like to thank our Honorable Chairperson Sir, and I would like to thank the Aurangabad branch of WRC of ICI and the Vikasa Aurangabad for giving me an opportunity to present my paper before such an wonderful audience. Thank you.
It was a good start for the session, Yash. Coming to the second part of our session. Today, as we all know, sustainability report makes organization decision-making processes more efficient and in turn enables them to reduce risk across their supply chain. So now here is a briefing by Shreya Jain. So I now request fellow presenter to come forward.
सबने सुना ये? एक पल में वक्त बदल दिए, जज्बात बदल दिए, जिंदगी बदल दी. What is the common thing between these three things? Badlav, right? Change is the only constant in life. In order to grow, we need to keep changing and updating ourselves. But not all changes are positive, are they? We all have heard about climate change. We all have heard about increase in poverty, and we all have heard about degrading conditions of the laborers. So allow me to tell you about one more change. A change that will not only help to minimize these negative changes, but also to eradicate some of them. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present on and off the dais, distinguished guests, members of the Institute, future chartered accountants, and enthusiastic learners. I am Shreya Jain from the city of stainless steel, Hisar, Haryana, and my topic for the day is Sustainability Report. Now, before I dive into Sustainability Report and tell you about all the technicalities of it, let's just try to understand how the concept came into existence. Let me ask you something. What is that one thing that comes to your mind whenever you hear the word sustainability? Anyone? Okay. So sustainability is the ability to continue a process for a period of time. Are you aware that world's 3,000 largest corporations cause about $2.2 trillion in environmental damage annually? Multinationals across the globe cause about 1/5 of the total CO2 emission, and that, my friend, is not a small number. So now, just imagine that you are a kid sitting at your home watching TV, suddenly the doorbell rings, your mom opens the door and you run to see who that is. And it's the pados wali auntie. She tells your mom that your kid is such a naughty boy. Whenever he comes to play to the park, he makes the place very dirty, he plucks the flower, and he even treats other children very poorly. What will your mom do? Will she just sit quietly? Or will she do something about it? She will do something about it, right? Exactly. Similarly, when these listed entities, whose entire existence depend upon the resources taken from the nature and people who work tirelessly for the organization, so when these organizations cast an impact on the environment, won't they be held responsible and accountable for their actions? Yes. So that is how the concept came into existence. Yes, business makes profit. It creates wealth and it increases value. But are they responsible corporate citizens? Are they sustainable in the future? That is the question what sustainability reporting answers. Now, what is sustainability reporting? Has anyone here knows anything about BRSR? Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. Anyone? No, because it's not in the syllabus maybe? Right? Okay. So, BRSR is this new reporting format which is issued by SEBI for financial year. It is for a mandatory basis from financial year 22-23 onwards, but for financial year 21-22 it is on a mandatory basis. It is applicable for 1,000 listed entities by market capitalization, top 1,000 listed entities, okay? Now, one may think that this is a new concept, like listed entities were supposed to comply with all these regulations, so this is something new, right? Which brings me to my next segment, that is evolution of sustainability reporting. Please focus on the screen. The whole thing started in 2009 when MCA introduced voluntary guidelines for corporate social responsibility. We might have heard about corporate social responsibility, right? After that, in 2012, SEBI mandated BRR, that is Business Responsibility Report, for top 100 listed entities. Thereafter, in 2014, CSR rules came into force. The earlier BRR report, which was earlier mandated for top 100 listed entities, it got extended to top 500 listed entities in 2015 and top 1,000 listed entities in 2019. Thereafter, on May 5th, 2021, SEBI issued a report called introducing BRSR, that is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. Now we know that BRSR was a step towards improving the sustainability reporting in India. It is definitely going to improve the transparency, but is there any way that this report is going to help the company itself? Or is it merely a compliance requirement? Let's find out. So, surprisingly, BRSR can be proven as a business advantage for the company itself as well. First, BRSR can help company become more attractive to customers. Customers are increasingly focusing on sustainable goods. But in case you need convincing, a study shows that whopping 81% of the global respondents feel that companies should be held accountable for their impact on the environment. 66% of the customers are willing to pay more for sustainable goods. This shows that customers prefer the companies who have strong environmental mission. Second, BRSR can help increase value creation. It is proven, and the global studies have shown, that the companies with ESG framework built in their business processes outperform their peers. It is true for India as well. Over a period of 12 years, it is proven that ESG leaders in India have outperformed their peers and the broader market. And the difference of outperformance has also increased. And the third and the most important of all, BRSR can help become company more attractive to investors as well, because it results in decrease in the financial risk of the investor. They're demanding the companies to give more disclosure upon on sustainability reporting. Moving forward, until now we know that there was this report called BRR, And now there is this new report called BRSR. Both reports were applicable to top 1,000 listed entities by market capitalization. So what changed? What is the impact on those 1,000 listed entities? Okay. Again, focus on the slide, please. The first change is that now BRSR has two type of disclosures, that is essential disclosures and leadership disclosures. बड़ा अच्छा नाम दिया है, but मतलब क्या है इस चीज़ का? Essential disclosure means mandatory disclosure and leadership disclosure means voluntary disclosures. नाम देख रहे हो? Leadership करो, तुम लोग वो insist कर रहे हैं तुमको कि तुम disclosure दो, but it is not mandatory right now. Second is BRSR Lite. This is a reporting format for smaller unlisted entities. It's also on a voluntary basis, but it can prove to be very helpful for those companies. Third, it is a disclosure requirement for MCA disclosure on MCA 21. Earlier, BRR report was supposed to be issued in annual report, but now the committee is planning that they should insist the companies to report on both annual report as well as MCA 21 in XBRL format. Fourth, now they have a guidance note available with the companies to help them aid in the reporting process. Fifth, BRSR now has more quantitative disclosures as compared to earlier BRR report. And sixth, and the last of all, which is very interesting actually, it is the committee is also planning to develop an index, that is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Index, which will help them to rate the companies based on their performance. Moving ahead, now that we know the changes and what is going to change for the companies, top 1,000 listed entities, we can move forward to structure of BRSR. The whole report is based on the 9 principles of NGRBC, that is National Guideline on Business Conduct. So the whole report is divided into 3 segments. Segment A is general disclosure, segment B is management and process disclosure, and section C is principle-wise performance disclosure. The general disclosure, which is section A, it includes general disclosure about the companies, the goods and services it produces, whether it has any holding in subsidiary, right? Section B, it includes the process and the policies framed by the company, leadership, and what are the outlooks. And section C, the most important of all, is principle-wise performance disclosure. Under this, the company has there are 9 principles of NGRBC. So every KPI has been divided into 2 segments, which is essential and leadership indicators. I told you about that, which is mandatory and voluntary indicators. That was the whole structure of BRSR report. Moving forward, until now we know the present scenario of the situation of the BRSR report. Moving forward, what the committee is planning to do in the future or upcoming years, let's study about that. First, the company is planning that the report may be explored to phasing out the implementation for all the companies gradually. Right now, it is applicable to top 1,000 listed entities, so it is planning that we will gradually increase the limit and we will cover all the corporates under this report. Second, the Institute of Corporate Affairs and the National Foundation of Corporate Governance, they're planning to take help from them, these institutes, to develop develop the strength to implement this process. Third is sector-wise BRSR formats. See what this is, that just like NGRBC, this BRSR report as well is a generic process. Like some of the questions, they may be less relevant for some sectors, and there must be some sectors जिनके लिए additional disclosures की requirement हो. So the committee is planning to develop a sector-wise BRSR report, which will maybe implement in future. Fourth is, we have already discussed about that, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Index. It is not yet developed, but in future, the committee might develop it, and based on which the companies will be ranked according to their performance. Okay. So, now that we know what is the committee planning to do in the future, let's try to conclude the whole presentation. BRSR is going to be proven to be a single source document for sustainability reporting disclosures in India. It is also going to be a base document for various stakeholders, including investors. In fact, especially investors. It will help to achieve the sustainability disclosure goals in India as well, and it will help companies to comply with NGRBC and ESG perspective. We all have heard about Michael Porter. We all have read statistics, right, at some point of time. So we all have heard about Michael Porter and we all have read his theories. So Michael Porter once said that businesses must reconnect company success with the social success. Shared value is not social responsibility, philanthropy, or even sustainability, but it is a new way to achieve economic success. It is not at the margin of what companies do, but at the center of it. In this era, BRSR is going to be proven as a very significant step towards towards companies to realize their responsibility, and it is going to help help the investors so that we can proudly say that BRSR can walk the talk, and then we can say, make in India responsibly. So thank you for being such a lovely audience. This was Shreya Jain. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. I'm open to questions if there are any. Yes, sir? Yes.
My question is, what is ICI doing in fact of regarding that ICA for students?
Yes, I mentioned ICA. So your question is what ICAI is doing in this respect? Yeah, exactly. Okay, ICI, as far as I know, ICI also has this committee called the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board. It is working from last 2 years, and the board is chaired by CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, if I'm not wrong. And ICA is also providing online courses in this respect. So ICA is working hand in hand with MCA and SEBI. I hope I've answered your question. Okay. Any other questions? What is going to be the impact of BRSR on IBC? Okay. So, as I've mentioned that BRSR has disclosures related to ESG, that is environmental, social and governance. It's not just about environmental disclosure. So this will bring in the accountability and transparency. Accountability and transparency will later on result in decrease in the financial risk. I mentioned in my presentation as well. So the decreased financial risk will later on result in decreased cases in IBC, right? And decreased cases in IBC will later on result in decreased number of liquidation in the companies. It's a very nice step, it's a very good step in this respect, and this change might be gradual, but it's a very nice change. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Indeed, that was a good presentation. Thank you, Shreya. Last but not the least, moving forward with our next topic, Caro 2020. As we all know, Caro 2016 has been replaced by Caro 2020 recently, and so are the applicabilities and reporting requirements. So now we call upon our last presenter, Rajan Kabra, for presenting Caro 2020. I request everyone to participate in the quiz. The link has been updated on the Instagram, so now I request everyone to participate and win exciting prizes for this event.
Hello, am I audible?
Until then, there's a blood donation camp held on the second floor. If anyone wishes to donate blood, kindly you can visit second floor.
Am I audible?
Rajan, your time starts now.
Imagine you are a frequent moped driver, or as said by some, you are a scooty driver, and suddenly I tell you to shift to motorbike. Yes, there are additional responsibilities on you, but you will also enjoy. Similar is the situation of auditors. We have to now focus on various amendments and new clauses in the CARO 2020. Today I am here to tell on the topic CARO 2020, Companies Auditors Report Order 2020, Applicability and Reporting Requirements. CARO 2020 shall be applicable from financial year 21-22, that is, for annual accounts ending 31st March 2022. First question that comes to our mind when we hear about CARO 2020 is what was the inherent need to implement CARO 2020, that is to amend it from CARO 2016. Here are some of the reasons. First reason is increase in transparency. With additional requirements, there is increase in transparency. Earlier, we had to report on 16 matters. Now, auditor has to report on 21 matters. Next is enhancement in corporate governance and improving the overall business reporting of the companies, aiding to curb financial scams being conducted by corporates lately. All companies, including foreign companies, are required to comply with provisions of CARO 2020. There are no changes in applicability to the companies as compared with CARO 2016. Taking into consideration the time constraints, our main areas of focus today will be new clauses and amendment in the CARO order. Let's discuss the clauses one by one, first focusing on the new clauses. First, let us talk about clause 8, that is unrecorded income. Let's take an example here. Say, he who must not be named limited has made a tax assessment of he who must not be named limited was conducted in the current year. Under the assessment, tax authorities have found certain income that has not been recorded in the books of accounts. So, this income was surrendered by the company. Auditor now needs to report on such income and transactions, as well as if the undisclosed income has been properly recorded in the books of accounts. Next clause is clause 40 that talks on internal audit system. Auditor has to report on the appropriateness of the internal audit system in accordance with the size and business activities of the company. Also, auditor has to report if the report of internal auditor has been considered while conducting the statutory audit. Clause 17 requires auditor to report on cash losses incurred by the company in current and immediately preceding financial year. Reporting on auditor's resignation. Auditor has to report on objections, issues and concerns raised by the outgoing auditors. This clause is also a newly introduced clause. Earlier, communication with resigning auditor was required by the Code of Ethics. Now, CARO 2020 has reinforced this requirement. Reporting on financial position. On basis of financial ratios, aging schedule and other information accompanying the financial statement, the board of directors plans and auditors understanding of the management, auditor has to report whether no material uncertainty exists as on the date of auditor report, whether all the liabilities that will be due within a period of 1 year shall be met by the company. Clause 20 talks about CSR. Here, auditor has to report whether your company has transferred the unspent amount to the fund specified in Schedule 7 under Section 135, subsection 5. Also, for a long-term CSR project, auditor has to ensure that the amount is transferred to a special account under Section 135, subsection 6. Qualifications or adverse auditor remarks in other group companies. Auditor has to disclose the qualification or adverse auditor remarks in companies which are included in consolidated financial statements. Auditor has to report about the companies and the respective paragraph numbers where such disclosures have been made. This clause is applicable only to consolidated financial statements. All other clauses except this clause is not applicable to CFS as per paragraph 2 of CARO 2020. Let us focus on reporting on property, plant and equipment and intangible assets. Under earlier clause, reporting was required on fixed assets. Now, reporting is required on PPE and intangible assets. Say for example, Dumbledore Limited has acquired the patent to use the Elder Wand. Now, auditor has to report on the reporting requirement shall be like maintenance of proper records, like registration of the patent, amortization schedule, etc. Earlier, reporting on title deeds was required in all cases.
Now, reporting on title deeds is not required if the company is lessee and lease agreement is executed in favor of the company. Like you can say, for example, Ron Limited has obtained a building on lease from Hermione Private Limited. In this case, the title deeds are in name of Hermione Private Limited, but lease agreement is executed in favor of Ron Limited. So, disclosure is not required. Let us go to the new subclauses, that is subclause B, subclause D and subclause E. Subclause B talks about revaluation. Here, auditor has to report whether the revaluation is based on valuation of registered valuer and also the amount of change if it is 10% or more. Let us take an example here. Say, Weasley Limited has revalued its building from 10 lakh to 12 lakh. So there is a change of 2 lakh, that is 20% change. So this change is 10% or more change. So this is required to be reported. However, had the revaluation been made of 10.5 lakh, so 0.5 lakh is 5% change only, which is less than 10%. So amount of change is not required to be reported. Next subclause is subclause E. That's about proceedings for holding Benami property. If any proceedings have been initiated against the company for holding Benami property under Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988, then disclosure is required in the auditor's report. Let's go to major changes in clause 2, details of inventory and working capital. Earlier, reporting was required on physical verification. Now, reporting is required on appropriateness of coverage and procedure of physical verification. Earlier, reporting was required on material discrepancies. Now, the word material has been defined by giving it a threshold of 10%. So the change is 10% or more in each class. If a discrepancy is 10% or more in each class of inventory, then reporting is required. Next is new subclause B that has been inserted in clause 2. Auditor is required to report if there has been sanctioned working capital limits at any time during the year of more than 5 crores. Also, the quarterly returns submitted to the banks should be in agreement with books of accounts. Say for example, in April 2021, sanctioned working capital limit is 4 crore. In March 2022, it is 3 crore. But in January 2022, it is 7 crore. So, at a point of time during the year, that is during January 2022, the limit exceeds 5 crore. So, reporting is required here. Another example about quarterly returns is that, say for example, the company has submitted quarterly returns with bank for quarter ended September 2021, in which debtor amount should be 2 crore. But as per books of accounts of September 2021, debtor amount is only 1 crore. So difference of 1 crore is required to be reported. Major changes in clause 3, details of loans or advances given. Earlier, reporting was required on loans on guarantees according to section 189, that is, loans given to related parties. Now, reporting on loans granted or guarantees and securities provided to group entities, that is, to subsidiaries, associates and joint ventures, and to other persons other than group entities is required. Earlier, only loans which are not prejudicial to company's interest were required to be reported. Now, both loans and investments not prejudicial to company's interest is required to be reported. Let's focus on the new subclauses. Auditor has to report on loans or advances which are renewed or extended or fresh loans granted. Let's take an example. Say Dobby Limited has given a loan of 2 crore. Time period has been extended for 50 lakh loan. Here, reporting requirements are total amount, that is 50 lakh, and percentage of this loan which are renewed or extended to total amount, that is 25%. Now, another subclause is loans repayable on demand or without specification of any terms. Let's continue the example. Say Dobby Limited has given loans of 2 crore. Loans which are repayable on demand are 50 lakhs. Loans repayable on demand to promoter are 25 lakhs. So reporting requirements are as follows. Total amount, that is 50 lakhs, percentage 25%, and loan to promoters and related parties, that is 25 lakhs. Clause 7 requires reporting for both disputed and undisputed statutory dues. Inclusion of GST in statutory dues. Earlier, GST was not included in statutory dues under CAR 2016. With GST applicability coming in 2017, GST is included as a statutory due. Major changes in clause 9. Earlier, reporting was required only if the loans are given by bank, financial institution, government and debenture holders. Now, reporting is required for loans given by all type of lenders. Let's talk about the new subclauses. First, auditor has to report whether the company has been declared a willful defaulter. Also, if the loans have been used for the object for which they were obtained. If the loan funds have been diverted, auditor has to ensure that the disclosures have been made. Funds raised for short-term basis should obviously not be used for long-term purposes. Also, auditor has to report the amount raised to pay the obligations of his associates, subsidiaries or joint ventures, or by pledging the securities held in the subsidiaries, associates or joint ventures. Clause 10. In this clause, auditor has to report on fund utilization of both public offers and private offers. Inclusion of compliance with section 62. Earlier, compliance with section 62 was not required. Now, compliance with both section 42 and section 62 is required. Section 62 talks about preferential allotment of shares. Major changes in clause 11, that is fraud and whistleblower complaints. In earlier order, reporting was required on frauds on or by the company or by employees or officers of the company. Now, reporting is required on all frauds, that is report on whether it is reported, whether it is conducted on the company or by the company, whether by employees or officers or by any other person. Let's talk about the new subclauses. Auditor has to report if he has filed Form 884 during the year to central government. 884 is required to be filed if fraud has been suspected or detected by the auditor of amount of 1 crore rupees or more. Auditor has to also ensure that he reports on whistleblower complaints whether these have been considered by the auditor. Clause 12, compliance by Nidhi Company. Auditor has to ensure that Nidhi Company is complying with the statutory obligations. New subclause C has been inserted here, which talks about default in payment of interest on deposits or repayment of deposits. Auditor has to report if there has been any default. Clause 16, that is registration under section 45IA of RBI Act 1934. Here, new subclauses B, C and D have been inserted. Earlier, reporting was not required for these clauses. Auditor has to ensure that the company has not carried out any non-banking financial or housing finance activities without taking proper registration. If a company is a core investment company, auditor has to ensure if an exempted or unregistered company, core investment company, continues to fulfill the criteria of exemption. In case of more than one core investment company in group entities, auditor has to ensure or disclose the number of core investment companies. What exactly is meant by core investment company? Core investment company is a company that makes investments within the group itself. Paragraph 4 talks about reasons to be stated for unfavorable or qualified answers. If answers to any of the questions in paragraph 3 are unfavorable or qualified, auditor has to state the basis for such unfavorable or qualified opinion. If auditor is unable to express his opinion, then he has to give the reasons why it is not possible for him to express his opinion. As we say, बाइक चलाने का मजा ही कुछ और है. वैसे ही there are numerous positive aspects of the CARO, especially to investors. But there are additional responsibilities on auditors. Auditors के कंधों पे responsibilities आ चुकी है. So be aware of it. Now auditors are required to appropriately comply with the new order for the betterment of the society. Thank you. I would like to thank Vikasa Aurangabad and Aurangabad branch of Vikasa for giving me this opportunity.
A good briefing by all presenters. A big round of applause for all our presenters. Now we would like to request CA Vishal Doshi sir to come forward and enlighten us with few words.
Pleasure to be back in this afternoon session, a post-lunch session, and from the noise that I was hearing, I was sure nobody was sleeping. So my friend Alok, why I'm saying friend because I'm happy to share that CA Alok Devra, he has worked with me in WRC on a couple of presentations that we came out on the audit and assurance. So honestly, abhi digital arena में बोलते हैं ना, वैसा ही है. We have interacted on numerous occasions on WhatsApp, on phone, email, but person to person आज इतने सालों बाद पहली बार मिला. So that is what is the technology now, Kailash, the MOCs, the I would say judges, Samruddhi and Chetan, the three speakers, Yash, Shreya, Rajan, excellent, very well presented. In fact, to Yash and Rajan, I would say it was an eye-opener for me when they presented on Schedule 3 and CARO. Because I have made about 20 odd presentations on Schedule 3 and CARO, and I take 1.5 hours, and they completed the whole in half an hour. So I think मेरे लिए it was an awakening कि मैं इतना क्या बोल रहा हूँ, तो जब आधे घंटे में complete हो सकता है. Yeah, so well done. Shreya, sustainability, honestly it's not my subject. मैंने जब फ़ोन आया था यहाँ से महेश भाई का, मैंने कहा ये कंपनीज एक्ट में सस्टेनेबिलिटी कैसे घुसा रहे हो यार, मेरे लिए डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाएगा. स्पीकर तो जो बोलना है बोल देगा, बट फॉर मी इट वुड बी डिफ़िकल्ट. सो थैंक्स, इट वाज रियली गुड दैट आई had some inputs into the sustainability and all. So friends, I would just like to mention over here, Yash started with that dialogue, बनी वाला, कुछ छूटेगा ना, क्योंकि वो सीए नहीं देने वाला था. मेरी अगर वो सीए देता और छोड़ता तो वो उसी पहाड़ से कूद जाता. Well friends, Schedule 3 Caro being interconnected, I would highlight some of the important aspects on that. Definitely both the speakers, Yash and Rajan, you covered that excellently. But how many of you here are doing articleship presently? A large number of you, right? Why I asked is because अभी ये आपकी responsibility है. आज आपने सुन तो लिया, but implement करने के लिए your principals would bank upon you that how you execute your responsibilities when it comes to Schedule 3 and Caro. Some of the important things, I'll just highlight 2-3 and मेरे लिए भी बेल बजाना है तो बजा देना, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. बट हाँ, वो 3 मिनट वाला पहला, फिर सीधा द एंड मत कर देना. Yeah. So very important would be your audit documentation. You are as students, and let me tell you, audit documentation is one area where as professionals we all lack, and lack very very badly. आप audit के paper में पढ़ते हैं audit documentation and everything, but it comes to actual practice, how much documentation you actually do. Right? So when we come to Schedule 3, when we come to Caro, what is happening is Schedule 3 is what the management discloses. As an auditor, we give a true and fair view. Now I'll give you an example, like Yash mentioned about the aging, payables aging, receivable aging. What is expected now? And why I'm telling you is, see, if you actually do these things, you will really, really love doing the audit under the revised Schedule 3 or the amendment to the Schedule 3. Aging जब आएगा, clients आपको देंगे या आप बनाएंगे, you will just take an export, you will take a dump of the outstanding, you will try to plot the invoice numbers, the dates, find out the due date if there is any due date, and do the whole tabular जो aging है, because that is for the overdue, the whole stuff. I would request you to go beyond that. आपने plotting कर दिया. Now let us say trade payables. There were 4 buckets that were given. Right? Outstanding for or overdue for less than 1 year, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and more than 3 years. Now let us say when you are auditing in that client, you find an amount of, I'll say hypothetically, let us say 50 lakhs, which is coming as undisputed, and it is in the 2 to 3 year bracket. What would you do? What you are expected to do is that you are expected to question. As an auditor, you are expected to question that how come 50 lakhs is undisputed amount, and for 2 to 3 years, that vendor, that supplier, आपसे पैसा नहीं मांग रहा है और आप पैसा नहीं दे रहे हो. Is it possible? Right. So this is what you will have. So whether it is disputed, or whether that is an error, that amount has to be written back, whatever is the conclusion, you might need to discuss with your principal. But your competence would come out when you ask these questions during the course of your audit. And like I said, these are the things that are being done for the first time. These are being disclosed for the first time, and that is where you will have to have a lot of, I would say, auditor's nose. That is what I always say. When you ask or you sniff such things and you ask on such things. One important aspect, another on the Schedule 3 specially, the general instructions to Schedule 3, friends, it mentions that comparatives have to be given for all the amounts. Are you aware? That means ये सारे tables, whatever Yash covered, सारे के comparatives आपको March 21 के भी देने पड़ेंगे. So it's not just March 22 only that you will have to report and audit. It is also for March 21 that you will have to do so. There are a lot of these things, like earlier with respect to trade receivables, when I would say, you had this, हमारा था unsecured considered good, unsecured considered doubtful, provision for doubtful debt, secured considered good, वो सारे classifications पहले थे. Those reporting they continue. In addition to that, what would be required is again a trade receivables aging schedule where all those amounts would be plotted between disputed, undisputed, considered good, or I would say significant increase in credit risk, that is what is the language used in the notification, and credit impaired. So ये जो सारे totals है, that should again match with the total of your trade receivables as well as the similar totals appearing in another disclosure जहाँ पे हम लोग अभी more than 6 months, less than 6 months considered good, doubtful वाले देते थे, ये दोनों भी आपको match करने पड़ेंगे. So there is a lot of things when we talk of ratios. Ratios are being reported for the first time, and let me tell you, some of the ratios can be extremely complex, especially the return on, see, current ratio, debt equity ratio, these are all very simple. But when we come to the return on investment and all those ratios, they can be pretty complex because it is not an examination question कि आपको as at सब numbers दे दिए हैं और आपको compute करके ratio देना है. This is a business, it's a going concern. Things would be moving, things are dynamic, and in that situation to find out a ROI, you will have to do a lot of preparation for implementing Schedule 3 this time. So Yash, it was an excellent presentation, very good, and keep it up. Coming to sustainability, I'm happy you even took a few questions at the end because you had a couple of minutes, Shreya. So sustainability friends, मेरे को बहुत सारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स पूछते हैं कि विशाल भाई अभी आप इतने घूमते हो, यू आर इन द काउंसिल, व्हाट डू यू सी, वेयर डू यू सी द फ्यूचर ऑफ द प्रोफेशन? इफ यू आस्क मी, one word I would say is sustainability. Worldwide, billions of dollars are being invested in sustainability. The United Nations has also, it has its own, the SDG, the Sustainability Development Goals that they have set, right? There are 17 goals, if I'm not mistaken, and the target that the UN has set to achieve this. So within each goals, again, there are sub-goals and it totals to about 170 odd goals. And the target to achieve it by the UN is 2030. They had put a 15-year target, and I think 2030 is the target when they want to achieve this. Now, I don't know how many of you are aware about carbon credits. That was what was there earlier. What exactly was it? So you have a company which is into a business जहाँ से pollution होता है, maybe by way of a byproduct or maybe by way of the smoke, उसका जो भी furnace होगा, जो भी operations है. Now what was carbon credit? That there were some thresholds that were there. Now if the carbon emission from that business unit was more than the permitted threshold, the company had to buy carbon credits, right? And those companies which were efficient on the pollution norms, they were giving credits. So they were eligible to earn the carbon credits. And how it all worked, I'll tell you, explain the logic. Why I'm explaining the logic is sustainability is being, if you ask me, is built on these things. So I am running a business. I am not making investments to control pollution in my factory, in my manufacturing facility, whatever it is, right? So I am being conservative, I am being thrifty, and I am not investing into the pollution control equipments or whatever I might do. And therefore, मेरे factory से जो भी by product आ रहा है, उसका pollution level norm से ज़्यादा है. And therefore, I am penalized because I have not made that investment into the capex or whatever. So I have to have the cash outflow by buying those particular carbon credits which are available in the market for sale. So that is how it works. And if I'm efficient, I am into a business which does not generate carbon credits, or I am into a business where I have made a lot of investments. I have put in money to ensure that whatever comes out of my manufacturing facility, my factory, it does not harm the climate, it does not harm the environment. So I am eligible for credits because I have already made those investments. And then there is actually a market where carbon credits are bought and sold. So those who are not efficient, they have to buy, they have to cash out, and those who are efficient, they earn, they cash in because they are able to sell credits. See, this is the whole funda of carbon credits, which goes back a couple of decades. Coming to SDG, Now, like Shreya mentioned, that the top 1000 listed companies by market cap have to report. What are they doing? We also have, since the Companies Act 2013 came, so it's now almost 10 years, the CSR. What is CSR ultimately? It is about the society, right? As a business, if you are earning money, then what are you doing for the society, for the poverty, for the environment, for climate, and all those stuff? That is what is CSR, right? And similar thing is there with respect to the sustainability also. At the ICI, I think that is what was the question that was asked. We have a committee, rightly replied by Shreya. CA Dr. Sanjeev Singhal is the chairman of that committee. In fact, with Sanjeev Bhai, I am in another committee, is the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, where he's the chairman and I am the vice chair. So recently, on the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav event that we have, the ICI also launched the, so there is a sustainability course, a certificate course on the sustainability related aspects. The SEBI and ICI are working together on what is a social stock exchange. It's a new funda altogether, friends. On social stock exchange and social audit standards. So other than the accounting standards and the normal auditing standards with respect to the financial numbers we have, what we have over here are the social audit standards. And once the entities, the NGOs and all, they get listed on the social stock exchange, they would all be subject to audits, the social audits, for which the social accounting standards, the social auditing standards are being framed. So SDG or sustainability, if you ask me, is the future. And even I think Daya sir took the session on CRET, where if you see in set C of the self-paced online module, one option is given is with respect to sustainability reporting. So if you want to diversify into that, if you want to expertise into that, you can select that once the course is announced. And you can, I can tell you, guarantee you that, and see, you can imagine when billions of dollars being poured into environment. Let us say the top 1000 companies, they report on the environment. There are no such standards. You need specialists. You need a lot of brains for that, and money will definitely come, because like rightly mentioned, investors are looking for those companies which do not do any further damage to the environment. They are ready to pump in money. There is a premium on such companies, on such businesses, on such industries. And this would be the area for the future. So Shreya, very, very well presented. Thank you on behalf of everybody. Coming to Caro 2020. Friends, I'll tell you a brief history. What happened is, as the name suggests, Caro 2020, it was announced in 2020. You might be surprised whether राजन ने गलती तो नहीं कर दी ना, वो सब फोटो वोटो कौन सा था, वो किसका था? हैरी पॉटर. हाँ, वो हैरी पॉटर में डेट वेट का कोई लोचा नहीं मार दिया? नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. Caro 2020 was actually notified in March 2020, where a lot of responsibilities were cast on the auditors. Friends, it's important for you to understand the difference between Schedule 3 and Caro. Caro is the responsibility of the auditor and only the auditor, because it is part of the auditor report. No management signs on the audit reports, and the full responsibility, the onerous responsibilities of reporting is on the auditor alone. Schedule 3, they are forming part of the financial statements. Financial statements, preparation of financial statements is the responsibility of the management, and we are supposed to express an opinion on it. So what would happen is that when it comes to Schedule 3, the first responsibility is that of the management, and on that we have to report. So to that extent, it is not a sole responsibility of ours, whereas Caro is a sole responsibility of ours. So Caro 2020 got notified in March 2020, and there were a lot of these changes, like Rajan rightly put it. And honestly, neither the industries nor the auditors were ready for it. From a Caro perspective, fortunately, COVID came in. That is, I said, from a Caro perspective, not from any other perspective. And government postponed it for 1 year. In the meanwhile, the amendments to Schedule 3, the institute represented with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and said that भाई ये सारे auditors की responsibility आप डाल रहे हैं, इसमें auditor क्या करेगा? Management तो पहले कुछ responsibility ले, फिर हम auditors लेंगे. And therefore, a lot of deliberations happened, and Schedule 3 got amended in March 21. again the COVID second wave came, and both Schedule 3 and Caro got postponed by 1 year. And that is why both the amendments to Schedule 3 and Caro 2020 are applicable for the financial year ending March 22 and onwards. So this is the brief history. Now what happened in between? Caro 2020 जब पहले announce हुआ था, so there were certain exemptions which Rajan showed in his presentation about the small companies, the one-person companies, the banking companies, the NBFCs, not the NBFCs, the insurance companies, and all those companies being exempted, and private companies on satisfaction of certain conditions. So this is the exempted category. Subsequent to that, what happened? The government changed, or I would say modified, the definition of a small company and increased the threshold for small companies with respect to the turnover and with respect to the paid up capital. Paid up capital is now 2 crores and turnover is now 20 crores. So what has happened? There is actually a conflict between a small company and when it comes to an exemption under the private company, which was not there in 2020. But because of this subsequent amendment, so today when you open the Caro, you might say कि small company के लिए ये exemption है, private company के लिए ये है, so which one would apply? So if a small company is exempted, then whether we need to go into a private company and also see that whether that small company being a private company is exempted from the criteria that has been applied to or given for the purpose of private company. Because this is what has happened, I would say, unintentionally. So we are revising, we have in fact revised the guidance note on Caro 2020. Friends, even for Schedule 3, let me tell you, there is a guidance note for each of the division, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. I would request all of you, please do download them, read them. It will definitely help in your audits. So Caro guidance note also, being a vice chair of the AASB, we have recently, just yesterday we had a meeting where we have concluded that, and by the end of this month, we are having our council meeting, and in the first week of July, you will find the revised guidance note on Caro 2020, where this issue has been addressed, that if a company, by the revised definition, becomes a small company, is a small company, then it is exempted from Caro. You need not then go into the conditions with respect to a private company, whether they are being satisfied or not. Right? So that was one thing which I wanted to draw your attention, because if you see the notification, there is a lot of confusion that happens over there. Another thing which I would like to say is with respect to the sanction limit, that 5 crore, what Rajan mentioned, and he very aptly gave an example where, during the year, if I recollect, it was sometime in, so you had a 3 crore, you had a 7 crore, which was there in January, and so the limit might have been 7 crore. I would just take it forward. That was perfectly correct. Let us say throughout the year, the amount utilized is less than 5 crores. I hope all of you are with me. Throughout the year, the amount utilized, मतलब आप बैंक स्टेटमेंट देखेंगे कैश क्रेडिट का या कुछ भी, तो उसमें आप देखेंगे कहीं पे भी 5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा क्लोजिंग बैलेंस ओवरड्रॉन नहीं आया है. But the sanction amount is 7 crores. Then also that reporting would come, because what is required is, what has been prescribed is that if the sanctioned amount is in excess of 5 crores, that reporting under Caro would come. So very well presented, Rajan. You made all the points extremely clear. And friends, I would like to conclude with another real life experience. In the morning I started with one, and I would end over here with another one real life experience which I don't miss sharing with students. My son, 15 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ अभी, उसके स्कूल में स्पोर्ट्स डे था. मैं नॉर्मली जाता नहीं ये सब में, but my wife was traveling, so I had to go. And my son and his classmates and all, they were preparing for the parade in some other part of that ground. And where I was sitting, वहाँ पे छोटे बच्चे, that kindergarten या class 1 के बच्चे की रेस चल रही थी. Now the boy who was leading the race, he was just, I would say, a few meters away from the finishing line. Just at that point in time, a few meters away, he looked back कि पीछे कितना दूर है, जो भी उसके second आ रहा है या जो भी है. Now that fellow was not far off, and what happened in the process, वो second वाला दौड़ के आगे निकल के रेस जीत गया. It's been 15 years, I still remember that incident. And what is the learning from this? If you are a leader, you remain a leader. You need not look back कि आपके पीछे कौन है. That is the responsibility of the person who is behind you to look who is in front of him. Not your responsibility to look who is behind you. You always in your life, in your career, always must look कि आपसे आगे कौन है. Keep that as the goal, keep that as the target कि मेरे को इसको beat करना है. वो पीछे वाला को किसको beat करना है, that is his story. We need not worry about it. So even when it comes to your examinations or anything, many times what happens is we get complacent. And I've seen this, I've experienced this also, that when you are interacting with your friends, your colleagues and all, बहुत बार वो question answer होता है ना, अरे इसका क्या है, ये पढ़ा तुमने, इसका क्या है, you know, things like that normally transpires between friends as conversation. And then the friend says, अरे यार मैंने तो ये पढ़ा नहीं है, मैंने तो ये छोड़ दिया. And what happens is, you know, we feel very proud that, you know, I am 2 steps ahead of that friend of ours. You don't know the full story, right? So you should on the contrary think who is more intelligent than you, maybe who gets an AIR, who has cleared the final full all the exams in the first attempt throughout. They are the people whom you should target कि इसको मेरे को beat करना है, rather than somebody who has given multiple attempts, right? So with this note, friends, once again I thank Aurangabad branch and all of you for a very patient listening, and my best wishes to all of you. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and guidance for our articleship tenure. It was pleasure having you. Thankfulness is beginning of gratitude. Gratitude is completion of thankfulness. Thankfulness may consist merely of words, but gratitude is shown in acts. So now I request CA Alok Devra sir to present a memento to CA Vishal Doshi sir. I humbly request Vikasa Core Committee member Vidhi Goda to greet our judges with a memento.
I now request Vikasa Treasurer Kailash Chandak to present a memento to our session coordinator CA Alok Devra sir. We express our heartiest thanks to our session chairperson Vishal Doshi sir. Thank you so much sir for sparing your valuable time with us and gracing this session.
A big thank you to the judges of our session, CA Samruddhi Lunawat ma'am and CA Chetan Gattani sir. It was indeed great pleasure having you.
I must mention a deep sense of appreciation for our session coordinator CA Alok Devra sir. Thank you so much sir for being with us.
We would like to thank our paper presenters for the session, without whom our session would have been incomplete. Thank you so much everyone. With sincere feelings of gratitude, I Rutuja Nyati
And I Prem Khandilwal.
would like to conclude and take your leave.
After this, we have a session like never before. Moot court. Have you guys witnessed court proceedings? If no, fasten your seat belts and get ready to experience our real court. Before we proceed with our moot court session, we have a short high tea break of 15 minutes. See you guys sharp at 4:25, 4:35.
Thank you so much.
Kindly be seated.
Everyone, please take your seats. Kindly note that Kushi Asava and Pooja Pandit are the winners of Company Law Session Google Forms.
Order, order. Kindly be seated on the place.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and my dearest audience. Friends, the first time I heard of Moot code, I didn't understand what does it mean. And I'm sure some of you are still unaware but excited to know what it is. So Casey, will you explain us what exactly mooting is?
Yeah, sure. Let's imagine आपको स्विमिंग के बारे में सब कुछ पढ़ा दिया जाए और डायरेक्टली किसी ओशन में तैरने के लिए छोड़ दिया जाए, या फिर मेडिकल साइंस की सारी किताबें पढ़ाकर ऑपरेशन थिएटर में ऑपरेशन परफॉर्म करने के लिए कहा जाए, तो क्या आपसे हो पाएगा? नहीं ना? आप सोच रहे होंगे ये क्या बात हुई? जब तक हम किसी काम को प्रैक्टिकली सीखेंगे नहीं, तब तक हम उसे कैसे कर पाएंगे? But Bruce Lee has also said that if you want to learn to swim, jump into water. On dry land, no frame of mind is ever going to help you. So moving in that line, many law schools hold mooting competitions to bridge the gap between theoretical learning and real life practices. Mooting is a simulation of real code to give students an insight on dealing with legal problems and how to present a case in front of judges. For deeper understanding, let us see it practically.
Oh, so it is basically an exercise of demonstrating a court proceeding. Now we get the picture. So I invite the judges of this session, CA Chetan Gattani sir and CA Shubham Rathi sir, with a request to come on stage and occupy the distinguished chair. So I invite the judges of this session, CA Anand Partani sir and CA Shubham Rathi sir, with a request to come on stage and occupy the distinguished chair. I request Vikasa Core Committee member Bhargavi Kishti to welcome the judges with flowers. So to ease a few concepts of direct taxes, we have with us Akshat Goyal, Sarvesh Bhutada and Nirali Kochar on department side and Gopika Kathe, Yashika Kasriwal and Krishna Bhosle on SSC side. Please come on stage. I request Anand Partani sir to please guide the students.
This particular session is organized for just how the tribunal proceedings is going on. So I request all the students keep quiet and just understand how this mood session will go on. We will give this session just like a tribunal hearing. What is happening? Shubham is regularly appearing and myself is regularly appearing in the tribunal. And how this proceeding is going on. Just for you, it is a good learning, and in my life, I can tell you that I am just appeared after my age of 45. Now you are getting just a mood session and to just learn how the proceeding is going on. So this is one of the good aspect this Vikasa has come out to do. So first of all, you just appreciate this is just a demo session or whatever you can call a mood session. From that, you can just learn the insight behind how the cases is pleaded and how the judges look into the matter. So my request is that you just understand how the proceedings is going. From both the side, department side and as well as the SSA side, when we raise a certain question, just keep quiet and instead of keep on the speaking, right? So just before that, when we intervene, you keep a quiet and submit your submission. While pleading the case, you just have to go through what the fact is. Thereafter, what is the case law, and from both the side we can listen, and thereafter we can deliver the judgment. Before that, we will like to state that during the proceedings, you should aware of the fact. You should aware of the fact what is the case, what is the lacuna, and what is the finding. What is the finding by the assessing officer in his assessment order, and what is the fact of the case, and what evidence you have submitted along with your paperwork. Okay, I think students and this SSC side must have submitted the paperwork. From the department side, definitely either there will be in paperwork or something, or the case I supposed to be this. This is the first round of hearing, then the rejoinder from the department side, and this case is filed by the SSC from the SSC. The first chance will go to the SSC to represent their case. Thereafter, we will listen to the department side. So we expect first paperwork from the SSC side, and then the written submission from the SSC side. Department may argue based on whatever the material they are having with them, or whatever the submission is provided by the assessing officer to them. So this is a process you can go ahead. Secondly, this session is just like just a playground. Don't feel that when we interrupt, you have been insulted. Just understand and give your submission that either Your Honor or respected sir. That is your language is expected. So we will move on the session, and in the closing remark, I'll tell you what are the areas where you can work on, and later you can play paper. Okay, then we can go ahead. I expect that the paper submission from the paper book from the SSC side to give us.
Thank you so much, sir. So, my dear friends, fasten your seat belts. Our flight Moot 2022 is ready to take off for the DT mooting session.
Yes, students, those who want to smile, please go out. Those who want to smile and loudly, please go out because you do not want to listen anything. Please.
Your Honor, we are challenging the order issued under Section 143(3), read with Section 147. The case pertains to assessment year 2017 and 18. The appellant, Mrs. Clear Gold, is a partnership firm having two partners. It is engaged in the business of jewelry trading. The assessee firm has filed a return of income for the relevant year, and the books of accounts of the assessee firm is audited. The assessing officer raised the question that the assessee has deposited cash of Rs 5,31,86,000 in high denominations of specified bank notes, that is, denomination of Rs 500 and 1000 rupees notes. The cash was deposited in the bank after demonetization. There were two issues as per the order. The first issue pertains to the additions made under Section 68. The AO made additions under Section 68 on the basis of three grounds. First of that is, there were abnormal jumps in the sales during the period of demonetization. Second ground for the additions is that the stock register submitted by the assessee was made after thought. And the further third ground for the additions is that the assessee has not filed the KYC details of the customers to whom sales were made during the period of demonetization. The second issue of the case pertains that the assessee firm has accepted cash loan from the partners and also repaid the same in cash, which as per AO is in contravention of Section 269 SS and 269T. Hence, penalty under Section 271D and 271E was levied by the AO. Now, I hand over the case to my colleague.
Your Honors, we have challenged the order of assessing officer on the very valid grounds. This is the copy of grounds on which we have challenged the order of passed by the assessing officer. We have challenged the addition of some Rs 5,31,86,000 by assessing officer under Section 68 of the Income Tax Act. The grounds of appeal for the same are as follows. Ground number one is, in the given case, looking towards the facts and circumstances of the case, Section 68 of the Income Tax Act does not apply, as the source of cash is the sales during the year 2016 and 17. The ground number two, appellant Mrs. Clear Gold is engaged in the jewelry business, and it is very normal that sales has been made in cash. Cash sales is normal in jewelry business. Ground number three, there is a double taxation, that is, as sales has been credited to P&L account of Mrs. Clear Gold, that is appellant, and Mrs. Clear Gold has paid the tax on the same as Mrs. Clear Gold, appellant is paying tax for 10 years since 10 years. Cash realization from such sale is also added under Section 68 of the Income Tax Act. That is, it is taxed as a sales and it has been taxed as an undisclosed income under Section 68. Ground number 4, sum has been also added under Section 68 of Income Tax Act without considering that books of account duly audited and appellant has paid VAT on the same sales. Ground number 5 for Section 68, appellant is in the bona fide belief that his chartered accountant who is filing his return has provided the stock details in the income tax return. Ground number 6, that LAO is failed to interpret the provisions of section 69A, read with rule 114B, serial number 18, that it is not a duty of a seller to provide the KYC or PAN details. It is a customer's duty to provide the PAN details in the transaction.
Your addition is 68 or 69?
In the 68.
Then why you are taking 69?
They have asked for the KYC details, sir.
For 69A, it is a KYC details.
For the grounds of section 68, they have mentioned the KYC details.
68 it is required. 69A is not required.
They have added sum of 5 crore.
First ground of appeal.
Their ground is KYC details has been not provided, so they consider that the bills has been fed.
You have put the appeal before us is under 68 edition. Whether
Yes.
it is a 16. Yeah. I think he has told 69. My colleague can. Yes, continue.
As per ground number 6 is for the KYC details, as they have been mentioned that the KYC has been not provided by the assessee, that is appellant, Mrs. Cleargold. So they consider that the bills are fake invoices, and they consider that there is no sales in the month. But KYC details is not mandatory to be provided by the assessee. It is duty of customer to be quote in the transaction. So as per section 139A, read with rule 114B, serial number 18, the mandate KYC details, that is PAN, is not mandatory to be provided by the assessee. On these grounds, the above said grounds, we strongly challenge the undue addition of sum of rupees 5 crore 31 lakh 86,000 under section 68 of the Income Tax Act by assessing officer. We have also challenged the penalty imposed under section 271D and 271E of the Income Tax Act. That is on the grounds of the same are ground number 7. My ground number 7 is for the penalty under section 271D and 271E is to impose penalty under section 271D. There must be a 2-person. We have to impose the penalty under section 271D and 271E, there must be 2 persons. But as per the Income Tax Act, definition provided in section 223, section 2 clause 23, the definition should be taken from the Partnership Act. And the Partnership Act said that the partners and partnership firm are 2 different separate legal entities. And so it is the impose of penalty under section 271D and 271E are baseless.
You mean to say that it is no partnership firm is different and individuals the partners are different?
Partners and partnership firm I corrected. Partnership firm and partner are not separate legal entity, they are the same. They are the same.
Which section you have put?
Section 2 clause 23 of the Income Tax Act, which says that the definition of partnership and partner should be taken from Partnership Act, and the Partnership Act provides that the partners and partnership firm are same, not 2 different legal entities. copy of the partnership form definition. So it is well-known definition, sir. You should provide us. Thank you. Ground number 8. Cash loan from the partner is taken to be made to cash loan taken from partner is made to repay the immediate payment of 2 creditors. So the penalty under section 271 271D and 271E cannot be levied because it is valid ground. Your Honor, I think and I believe that grounds of appeal are very well sufficient and appropriate to prove that the addition made by the income assessing officer under section 68 and the penalty imposed under section 271D and 271E are just baseless and not tenable. Your Honors, now I hand over the further arguments to my colleague.
Your Honors, our client, Messrs. Clear Gold, are into the jewelry business since last many years, and they have been regularly filing their income tax returns. And previously, there was no any defect in the previous filed returns. And this year also, the turnover for the AY 16-17 was 15 crore 65 lakh, and for AY 17-18, for which there was order is 18 crore 37 lakh. Your Honor, it is the hike of 17%, which is in the general trend of the business. The SSC is in reputed jeweler shop in our city, and the department has challenged on the basis of the sales for basically 2 months, that is November-December 2016, which was 6 crore 32 lakh, as against the previous year, that is 15-16 November-December, which was 2 crore 65 lakh. So the abnormal jump of 138% of sales was mainly due to the demonetization announcement, and as our Honorable Prime Minister announced the demonetization, there was huge rush in our jewelry shop, as it is one of the reputed, and it is not only that the sales hike was in the extraordinary sales were in our shop, but in the entire country. We have provided you with the newspaper supportings like the Hindu, Indian Express, and the Financial, and many other newspapers to show that not only in our shop but all the public at large felt gold as the safer investment to convert their 500 and 1000 notes and Sir, first one. It is India. Sir, it is of Economic Times, which says that the after demonetization announcement at 8 p.m. there was huge rush for jewelry shops between till midnight. Sir, Economic Times also we have provided. So, will you flip the page? Yeah, we have provided that. Also, it was the extraordinary sales was throughout the country, not only in our shop, but the entire India. Jewelry shops had huge sales during the period. So the abnormal sales. Also, there was sufficient cash balance in our cash book. The opening was 1 crore 71 lakh 95,000, which was due to the festive season in the October month. In the last week of October, there was Diwali, and due to which it is very normal on the occasion of Dhanteras and Dashera, people usually purchase gold. So they have. So we had huge sales, and the opening cash balance is high due to that thing. Again, Your Honors, the addition of rupees 3 crore 63 lakh 10,667 was due to the sales of demonetization. So 3 crore 63 lakh 10,667. It was in the short span of 4 to 5 years, and as soon as the announcement was made, we have made arrangements to increase the cash counters to meet our demand. Your honors, further.
You were showing cash balance continuously high from June onwards. So you were talking only for the October month.
Sir, the department has not challenged for the cash balance till October. They have basically challenged only for after the October month, like November and December post demonetization sales. 5 crore 31 lakh 86,000. Cash deposit. Yeah.
Only cash deposit.
So we are referring the cash book for the same. Yeah. Further, the department has challenged us for the closing stock, the quantitative details. Your honors, the SSC has been regularly filing its income tax returns, and they were on the bona fide belief of the chartered accountants that they have provided all the requirements necessary for the return of income, and nor the department has issued any show cause notice before for the quantitative details of the stock. So the SSC was on the bona fide belief that the return of income was valid. So your honors, I would like to say the department that they merely on the vague basis that the stock register is afterthought. We have already submitted our purchase invoices, sales invoices, and also we have regularly paid the VAT on it. So, and the stock register is in flow with the purchase and sale. So
you have provided the stock ledger wherein you have stated the stock at cost or this way. There is no quantitative sales here.
Sir, it was which one was submitted to the?
You have provided the stock ledger wherein no quantitative details, whereas the amount is written. Amount is written at SP, amount is written at cost.
Sir, in return of income there is no compulsion for quantitative. It is in the tax audit report.
You have provided the stock ledger wherein amount was shown, not the quantitative details. What is meaning of stock ledger? We assume that it is.
Yeah. Further, your honors, regarding the issue for KYC, the November month sales.
Please quiet.
For the November month sale, as per the Income Tax Act, it is only mandatory for sales of about rupees 2 lakh to provide the KYC details, and out of the cash deposit, 3 crore 82 lakh 6,060 rupees were of sales below 2 lakh, and for the remaining sales of 1 crore 50 lakh.
Stated the sales was 3 crore 64 lakhs. Now you are changing your stand to 3 crore 81 lakhs.
Sir, that was total sales, na?
You have stated 3 crore 63 lakhs. Now you are stating 3 crore 81 lakhs. So what is the correct figure according to you?
Sir, that it includes the opening also, the deposit one. Opening sales also. Sir, basically.
Earlier you have stated sales was 3 crore 63 lakhs. Now you are stating sales is 3 crore 81 lakhs.
Sir, that was only for the month of November addition. 3 crore 63. And this is of total of out of 2 months deposited. And for the remaining 1 crore 50 lakh sales, there was issue regarding KYC. So, and we have provided the copies of the section. Your honors, the next round of the SSC was for the of the department was that they and your honor, we would like to refer the case of Hirapanna, Visakhapatnam, Messrs. Hirapanna Jewellers versus Assistant Commissioner of Income Tax, Visakhapatnam, for our reference, in which the Honorable Supreme Court decision was in the SSE's favor. Also, for the further issue regarding the loan transaction, I would like to refer the case of R.M. Chidambaram versus Assistant DIT, wherein the case has stated that.
Can you read the grounds of appeal as
Sir, we have the conclusion for that. Deleting the addition of cash credit under Section 68 of the Income Tax Act, the Visakhapatnam bench, comprising N.K. Chaudhary and D.S. Surendra Singh, says we have no hesitation to hold that cash receipts represent the sales which SSE has rightly offered for taxation. We have gone through the trading account and find there was sufficient stock to effect the sales, and we do not find any defect in the stock as well as the sales. Since the SSE has already admitted the sales as revenue receipt, there is no case for making addition under Section 68. Sir, we have already treated the deposit under sales, and we have provided all the necessary documents, so we relate to that case.
Why have you not filed the quantitative details at the time of filing return?
Sir, the SEC was on the bona fide belief that the chartered accountants had done all the necessary requirements as per the Income Tax Act.
Whether chartered accountant attests income tax return filed by the SEC, whether he is the responsible person for filing return or the SEC himself is the person who is responsible for filing.
Sir, but he was on the bona fide belief. Sir, people trust chartered accountants.
Department side.
Your Honours, in this case, 8 grounds have been taken by the appellant. Regarding this, for the first 6 relate to the addition made under Section 68, and the rest to relate to 269 SS and T. So first of all, I will be taking the first 6 grounds regarding Section 68. In ground number 1, SSC has claimed that Section 68 does not apply in this present case. However, now as per Section 68, when a sum of money is found credited in the books of accounts of the SSC, and the SSC does not furnish any explanation for the same, or the explanation is not satisfactory, the same can be added under Section 68. The credit can be against share capital, against share application money, loans, sales, cash, anything. In the present case, rupees 5,31,86,000 has been credited in the bank account of the SSC, which has been added under Section 68. They have deposited the cash. Yes, sir. Sir, any sum received in the books of accounts that would be credited. For example, if we receive cash against share capital, so share capital is credited, cash is only debited. So in that case, share capital account will be credited, or in this case, cash account is credited, and bank account is debited. Yes, sir. Cash? So the assessee is claiming that the cash represents sales made by the assessee, but we contest that. So as explained, the section 68 squarely applies to the present case. Further, sir, as held by the Apex Court in the case of Chuharmal versus CIT, that the rigor of rules of Evidence Act do not apply in the proceedings of Income Tax Act. Further, as per the case of Sumati Dayal versus CIT, the Apex Court had held that the taxing authorities are entitled to look into the surrounding circumstances and find out the reality, and the matter has to be considered by applying the test of human probabilities. In this case, the assessee has deposited 5,31,86,000 after demonetization out of specified banknotes and claimed that the same is out of cash sales. However, considering the surrounding circumstances and the test of human probabilities, the claim made by the assessee does not hold good because of the following reasons. First of all, if you refer to page 3 of our submission, the table, we see that the sales made in November-December in the AY 17-18 is 6 crore 32 lakh, whereas the corresponding sales in the preceding financial year was only 2 crore 65 lakh. That is an additional increase of 139%. Whereas for the rest of the year, for the remaining 10 months, the sales in the current financial year was only 12 crore 5 lakh, and in the preceding financial year it was 13 crores. That is a decline of 7%. It is very surprising that the sales for 2 months have increased by 139% and for the rest of the year it has decreased by 7%. No coherent explanation has been given by the assessee in respect of the same. It is clear that the assessee has fabricated.
You have given the explanation that why the sales was increased.
Yes, I'm coming to that. Cutting that. Now, the assessee has claimed that cash sales of rupees 3 crore 63 lakh 10,667 have been made from on the date of 8th November 16 from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. after demonetization. It must be noted that the total cash sales made by the assessee during the rest of the financial year, the cash sales are only 1 crore 91 lakh 43,000. Now that has to be calculated from the stock register submitted by the assessee. So in fact, the assessee is claiming that the cash sales made during those 4 hours is almost twice the cash sales made during the entire rest of the financial year. The same is not practically possible and not believable at all for any person to make such huge sales in 4 hours. The assessee has provided news cuttings in support of this claim that huge number of customers came to the assessee's place, but those news cuttings are very general in nature and cannot be used as a direct source of evidence. The assessee has not furnished any photos or CCTV footage to prove the claim that so many customers came to the shop. It is not exactly mandatory, but the onus is on the assessee to prove that actual sales happened. Yes, the CCTV evidence, if it is unedited, it would prove that how many customers came to the shop. That would corroborate the evidence provided by the assessee. No, sir, at that time it was not mandatory to keep a CCTV footage. No, sir. So further, the assessee has furnished almost 150 invoices during those 4 hours from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. That is almost 1 invoice per 1.6 minutes. Now, we have visited the premises of the assessee and we have witnessed that the billing process is computerized and it takes a lot of time to prepare a bill and do all the preparations. It is practically not possible for any person to issue invoices at such a large speed unless the person is issuing fake invoices to disguise the unaccounted money in the guise of sales. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So further, the assessing officer required the assessee to furnish sales invoices. On perusal of the sales invoices furnished by the assessee, we find that those invoices do not contain the name, mobile number or address of any of the customers. They merely state that the sales have been made for cash. This must be contrasted with the rest of the financial year, where the name and the mobile number or address have been duly mentioned in the invoices. In fact, it is prevalent practice in jewelry industry to mention the name of the customer even in case of cash sales. Further, the AO also required the assessee to furnish the KYC details of customers. The same has also not been furnished by the assessee. It must also be noted that for the remaining part of financial year, that is from April to October and January to March, the KYC details were actually furnished by the assessee. So it has not been explained by the appellant why he stopped maintaining the KYC details only for 2 months when it normally maintained the details for the rest of the financial year. No, sir. Now, further, sir, as per Rule 114B as quoted by the SSC, read with Rule 114C of the Income Tax Rules. Rule 114C requires that any person who raises bills under serial number 18 as quoted by the SSC, which regards cash sales above 2 lakh, any person who raises the bills under serial number 18 has to ensure that the PAN has been correctly furnished. So the argument of the SSC that seller is under no obligation to collect the PAN and it is only the obligation of customer to furnish the PAN, that is incorrect. No, it is not given. No details have been given. No, they have not submitted. So KYC test they have not submitted. Further, sir, the SSA has contended that it was on a bona fide belief that the auditor has furnished the quantitative details in the Form 3CD. However, it must be noted that the auditor fills out the details only on the basis of documents and data provided by the SSC and not on his own. And it is also the responsibility of the applicant himself to check the details furnished in 3CD, because on the basis of that only he will fill his return of income. So he cannot claim innocence in this matter by putting blind belief that auditor must have done all those things. Now, the SSC has claimed that it has furnished all those documents and sales ledger and purchase invoices and bills, everything. However, the applicant created a string of documents to justify the fictitious sales made by him, such as sales ledger, etc. All these records are SSC's own records, and he can make any entry in them as he may wish. Now, mere submitting of those documents does not prove the genuineness of sales. I would like to draw attention to the case law of Sumati Dayal versus CIT Supreme Court. I think the copies are with you. In this case, the Apex Court observed that even though the SSC Sumati Dayal had all the evidences to prove that she had received cash out as a winnings from race horses. Now, she had all the winning tickets, the acknowledgement from the race organizers and everything. But the court observed that it is not possible for any person, let alone an inexperienced person like the SSC, to continuously win 5 jackpots in 5 continuous races. So the court applied the test of human probabilities. And even in the presence of all those documents and evidences with the SSC, held that the amount received is unaccounted money. The court observed that maybe SSC had...
How do you relate this Sumati Dayal case with this case?
Sir, I want to make the point that merely submitting of documents does not prove the genuineness of the transactions. We have to see the surrounding facts and circumstances.
I mean to say that how you relate this case with this, because fact of the Sumati Dayal case is different. It is just winning the battles consecutively. Bettings. Whereas in the case of this, it is just a huge rush. So how you relate with the human to that? Because he has already proved that there is a huge rush.
So now they have claimed there was a huge rush. They have not provided sufficient evidence, and if you look at the figures, the huge sales made by them, it is not possible.
We can normally say
So, but such a huge rush cannot justify the sales to the extent of twice the sales made in the rest of the entire financial year. That sales cannot be justified by a mere rush in 4 hours. And at 8 p.m. it was announced invitation, then people started coming, then the shop had made arrangements for catering those customers. There are merely maybe 3.5 hours to do all that amount of sales. That is almost twice the sales made in the entire financial year.
They are claiming that on that particular day, the sales are on that particular day. Other sales must be in the line with what you are claiming. They were claiming that that sales is very high in that particular day itself. So we should talk on the particular day itself, not on the what has happened in the past. This is a situation where nobody can have a control. We cannot see that it goes in a very systematic manner. The SSC has admitted that with that particular day, the sale is very high. So you are relating with the human probability is unjustified.
But sir, the onus is on the SSC only. It is settled out to prove the source of cash deposit.
On the SSC owners, I do agree with you. The SSC has to prove that the sale was that much. But it is not that they have the stocks, sufficient stocks. They have provided the stock agent or not provided or certified by the auditor. Okay. The auditors have certified the year-end figures, not the entire stock. So what is your say on that particular stock? There is a sufficient stock. Assessee was in position.
So the assessee has not furnished quantity details either in the return or in 3CD, and even now the stock is furnished is not quantitative details, it's only value.
They have submitted with the value.
Yes, sir. So they have not actually furnished quantity details of stock at all. So sir, continuing with that Sumati Dayal case. So even in this case, now we cannot simply rely on. So even in this case, we cannot simply rely on the documents furnished by the assessee. We have to look at the surrounding circumstances. The surrounding facts speak as follows: that the sales have abnormally increased. The assessee has the sales on 8th November has specifically increased multifold, and the assessee has not provided any details about the customers who have purchased those goods. The stock register submitted by the assessee is not quantitative at all. Further, sir. The assessee, the cash flow submitted by the assessee says that he had a cash balance of 5,41,45,667 on 8th November 2016, that is at the end of day. However, he has deposited the cash in various tranches started from 17th December 2016, that is after a gap of 39 days. Now, if we see that the average cash balance in the preceding financial year was only 29,50,000. So the cash balance on 8th November was almost 18 times the normal cash balance. So any rational person would try to get rid of such a huge cash balance by depositing the same in bank at the earliest possible opportunity in one go. But the appellant has chosen to wait for 39 days and deposited the same in various tranches. It is rather clear that assessee was busy deciding how to convert the unaccounted money into accounted money, and when he actually decided the same, then he deposited the money in bank.
We will provide an opportunity to the assessee side to provide the complete stock ledgers with the quantitative. It will suffice the
So we will have to actually observe what are the quantity details, and then only we can comment on that. So then, as I said, it is a settled law that onus of proving the source of cash deposit lies on the assessee. He has to prove the three things to prove the same: the identity of the person paying the money, the capacity of the person to advance the money, and genuineness of the transactions. Now, only after these three conditions have been satisfied, only then the onus will shift on the revenue to prove that the transactions are unexplained. Before that, the department cannot be called upon to prove that the transactions are unexplained. The onus is on the assessee. In this case, the assessee has not provided details of the customers, he has failed to prove the identity of the customers, and he has also failed to prove the genuineness of the transactions. So he has failed to fulfill the onus, and therefore department cannot be called upon to prove that the transactions are unexplained. Further, sir, in one ground, the assessee has claimed that making addition under section 68 would lead to double taxation because the amount has already been offered as sales. However, I would like to point out that the assessee has converted his unaccounted money in the guise of sales and has paid tax only at the rate of 30%. But on unaccounted money, tax is payable under section 115 BBE at 60% plus 25% surcharge plus 4% cess and plus 10% penalty in 271 AAC, aggregating to almost 83%. So by doing all this transaction, assessee has actually evaded tax and paid tax only 30% or 83%. So it cannot be said that it would lead to double taxation, and he has already paid the tax on same. Further, sir, in ground number 4, the appellant has claimed that the books are audited and are subject to VAT. But the same does not protect the assessee. Now, because the job of the auditor is not to check each and every invoice to establish genuineness of each and every invoice, and he provides only reasonable assurance on the true and fair view of the books of accounts. It is actually the responsibility of the assessee to prove that the receipts are genuine, and he cannot escape responsibility by hiding behind the auditor. And yes, sir, they have submitted the VAT returns, but that does not prove anything. VAT returns are submitted quarterly, so they have submitted return after December. So even they have booked fictitious sales, they can pay tax on fictitious sales. That does not prove that the sales are genuine. So in view of all these arguments, the addition made by A under section 68 is justified and be sustained. For ground 7 and 8, I would like to pass on to my colleague.
Your Honor, the appellant firm has during the year received loan of rupees 10 lakh from its partner in cash. It has also repaid loan of rupees 3 lakh to partners in cash. The same has not been disputed by the appellant. The amount has been represented as loan and not as capital contribution in the books of accounts of the appellant. Further, interest rate at 8% is payable on the loan, making clear that it is loan and not capital contribution. Further, since the amounts are in excess of 20,000 and have been accepted or repaid otherwise than by accepted mode, they are clearly fall within the ambit of section 269 SS and 269T respectively. Therefore, the AO has correctly levied the penalty under section 271D and 271E of income tax. Regarding SS's contention that 269 SS and 269T do not apply to transaction between firm and its partner, attention is to be drawn to the provisions of section 269 SS and 269T. As per section 269 SS, no person shall take or accept loan from any other person, any loan or deposit or whether AO is passed separate order? No, sir. In this order itself it is passed. Yes, sir. It is valid. The proceedings of penalty has to be separate. Sorry, sir. Okay. As per section 269T, no person or other person shall repay any loan or deposit made to any person. From the above, it follows that section 269 SS and 269T prohibit any person from accepting and repaying loan in excess in cash in excess of rupees 20,000 or more to any other person. The word person has been defined in clause 31 of section 2 of income tax, that a person includes an individual, an undivided family, a company and its firm, and etc. Thus, the word person includes a firm separately from its part individual. Therefore, it is clear that Income Tax Act considers firm as a separate person from its partner. Since the income tax is a special act, no common law will apply to it. Thus, even though a partnership firm has no separate legal existence in common law, a firm has been considered as a separate person and assessee under the Income Tax Act. Therefore, the firm to be treated as separate from partner for all the purposes within the Income Tax Act. It is similarly held by Delhi High Court in the case of CIT versus Nagpur Golden Transport Company. Therefore, a firm is separate person from its partner, and section 269 SS and 269T apply to loan accepted by firm from its partner and loan repaid by firm to its partner. Your Honor, may I please refer to the para 11 of case held by the Honorable High Court of Kerala in the case of Griya Lakshmi Vision versus additional CIT. AO has stated, though it is admitted case that amounts were received from partners and other sister concerns of the SSE and were repaid, there is no material whatsoever to infer that these receipts were anything other than loans or deposits. There is no law that every receipt from partner or sister concern cannot in all circumstances be treated as loan or deposit. Your Honor, may I please request my colleague to carry here on.
Your Honor, since the appellant firm has accepted and repaid loans from its partners in cash, penalty is leviable under section 271D and 271E. The penalty under these sections can be waived only reasonable cause is shown by the assessee under section 273B. However, no reasonable cause has been shown by the assessee firm for accepting loans in cash from partners, which is evident from the following reasons. The assessee firm as well as the partners have bank accounts and the transaction could have been easily routed through the banking channels. The assessee has not explained why it concluded these transactions in cash while the banking channel was easily available. The assessee has claimed that the cash loan was taken to meet urgent payment to creditors. However, as from the cash book they have furnished to us, loan was taken on 15th April. As on 1st April, the assessee had a cash balance of rupees 30 lakh, out of which they have made an expense of rupees 3,50,000. Thus, they had an excess balance of rupees 26,50,000 apart from cash sales made by the assessee during the month. The assessee could have easily made the payment to creditors out of this cash, and there was no need to avail the cash loans from the partners. Further, assessee has claimed that the cash loan was required to pay 10 lakhs to two creditors. However, the cash flow statement does not show any repayment to creditors in the month of April. Thus, the cost shown by the assessee is false. Further, assessee has claimed that he had made payment of rupees 4 lakh and 6 lakh each to two creditors. However, as per section 269 ST, no person can accept cash payment in excess of rupees 2 lakh from any person in a single day in a single transaction.
It is a department has levied any penalty on this ST?
Yes, sir. And
Okay, why this ground has been taken?
sorry, sir.
Whether department has levied any penalty under 269 ST?
No, sir.
Then why this ground has been taken?
So we are saying that this penalty is leviable, but it is not issued yet. So assessee's claim is that penalty can be levied.
Go ahead.
Also, not only have the loans been accepted in cash, they have also been repaid in cash. Therefore, assessee cannot claim that it was out of emergency, as the repayment has also been made in cash on a separate date. Thus, the default has occurred twice, first by accepting the loan in cash and then by repaying the loan in cash. It is highly probable that the partners deposited their unaccounted cash in the firm and the firm has deposited the same in the bank, claiming it out of the cash sales. Thus, the partners may evade tax on their unaccounted money, which would have been caught if deposited in their individual names. Thus, only if the assessee proves that the transaction is genuine and bona fide and provides a reasonable cause as to why he could not get a loan through banking channels, discretion under 273B can be exercised. In the present case, the transaction is not genuine and there is no reasonable cause shown by the assessee. Therefore, the assessee is not entitled to the benefit of section 273B and penalty levied by assessing officer is in accordance with law and hence sustained.
SEC side, anything?
Your Honor, I would like to make a note that arrangements of extra counters were made on the same day as there was huge rush. So we have added 4 counters extra, and I know that we were billing electronically, but on the same day we have manual billing which afterwards were billed electronically. So I would like to let that 150 invoices in within 4 to 5 hours was very much possible because we were having total 5 counters over there. Also, late deposit of cash in bank was because of there was huge rush in the banks. So a normal businessman would either do his business or go to banks for such and standing in such a big line. So it was very obvious that he was doing his own business, and afterwards when he got the time, he ran and deposited the same into the bank. Your Honors, regarding the quantitative details, we would like to refer the case of Sumati Dayal versus CIT, in which the department himself stated that merely submission of documents does not prove that the SSE has done something wrong. So merely we have not provided quantitative details, that does not mean that we didn't have stock at that time. So we would like to refer the case referred by the department only of Sumati Dayal versus CIT for proving that the merely submission of the details would not affect the should not affect the provision of the section, and
and also the VAT returns were duly submitted in time, and SSE was on the bona fide belief on the chartered accountant, and if we fail to give any reasonable cause, we would love to have the penalty under section 271J on the chartered accountants, but the SSE was on the belief of CA. They trusted us.
Any counter argument?
Your Honor, we have provided the source of cash as a sales, abnormal sales. Yes, it is abnormal because the demonetization itself was abnormal. We go through the demonetization, we know it is abnormal, and therefore the sales was abnormal. As my opponent Akshat said that the cash account has been debited and the bank account has been credited, so he itself accepted that the cash was properly maintained by the cashiers during the year. So Akshat has been quoted the word, the news was a general, it was a general cutting, but the news was a general, but the demonetization was not a general, it was abnormal. My opponent Akshat has been given the CCTV footage, and he claimed that the rush was normal. Yes, rush was normal as per the demonetization, because the circumstances was like a demonetization. The rush was normal, and the rush was normal, but the buying customers are 100%. The probability of buying customers was 100%. Just one ground, sir. One ground, please. Rule number 114C referred by the Akshat is only for the verification of PAN, not the providing details of a PAN.
Your Honours, first of all, the appellant has claimed that he had made arrangements for made 5 cash counters and everything to manage those customers. But the appellant had only 4 hours after the announcement. Like at 8 p.m. it was announced, then he had been thinking, panicking, and then he thought we have to make those cash counters. And all those arrangements take a lot of time. We cannot just, in a click of a second, you make all those arrangements. So the actual time available after making those arrangements becomes even less. So it is just not possible to make such huge amount of sales in such a short period of time.
At what time you just prepared this particular decks? How much minute it took time to prepare these decks?
This, sir?
These decks, this bench, how much time you took? 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
कितना टाइम लगा?
बेंच में आने के लिए
ये जो स्टेज पे अरेंजमेंट किया है अभी, ये जो इसको कितना टाइम लगा? ऐसा उनका क्वेश्चन.
Sir, it took time only 5 minutes because there is a preparation of so many days and months. They do not have any preparation. They do not know months before they do not know what happened. The Vikasa Aurangabad had been preparing for days and months. That is why they could do the preparations in 5 minutes. That is no comparison for that. Further, Your Honor, the appellant has quoted a case of Sumati Dayal to say that mere non-submission of documents will not lead to adverse conclusion. I would like to highlight that merely non-submission of quantitative details had not led to this edition. We have considered so many different facts like abnormal sales, KYC, stock register, cash flow, and all those surrounding circumstances to make that addition. It is not merely one non-providing of details that has made the addition. Further, as I highlighted before, the onus is on the assessee to prove the source of deposit. It is not on the department to prove that the money is unexplained. So that argument cannot be used on the department to say that department does not have sufficient evidence. The onus of evidence is on the appellant. Further, Your Honor, the appellant has relied on the case law of Hirapanna Jewelers in Visakhapatnam IT80. In that case, the court had observed that the sales, the stock and everything had been accepted by the assessing officer and no adverse remarks had been drawn regarding that. In the present case, first of all, the sales have not been, we have contested that the sales are not actual. Further, the stock details, the quantity details have not been even been provided by the appellant. So the facts of the case are different and that cannot be directly applied in our case. All the judgments regarding demonetization given regarding the facts and circumstances of the case, and we have to consider the facts of this case and not directly apply some other judgment regarding this. Further, sir, the opposing counsel said that I had accepted something like that cash details have been maintained. So no such acceptance has been made by me or any of our counsel or the assessing officer. The details have been maintained. We have merely quoted that a certain entry has been made in books of that cash has been deposited. We have not accepted that all that things have been properly maintained, or that conclusion does not automatically arise from that statement. Thank you.
Both the department as well as SSC side has quoted the case laws. They have quoted, they have explained the fact of the case. I appreciate the student who has prepared it. I would like to state my angle and on this particular case. The case is about the cash deposited in the demonetization period, which is an extraordinary sales on that particular day due to the rush hours and panic situations. Department is waiving that it is a just normal transaction, whereas it is a situation like abnormal. So I reject the department on this particular ground. This is abnormal because situation was abnormal. The most of the cases is decided on the facts and circumstances of that particular given point of time. But at the same time, I also pointed out that there is no proper stock register was maintained, and the submission of the entirely depend on the CA has bona fidely audited. Whereas in the 3CD, only quantitative details of year end is posted, not the entire stock register. Whereas in the 3CD, just it is stated that the stock ledger is verified. Okay, that is accepted. Stock ledger is verified. Whether in that stock ledger, whether it is any negative cash, negative balances of stocks, whether purchases was there, so that entire this is a half-hearted assessment order. Therefore, we have decided to set aside the case and for the re-preparation. The assessing officer has been directed to verify the stock register, to verify the purchases, to verify when the payment was made of the purchases, whether and the evidence of the purchases, whether sufficient stock was there or not. The human probabilities relating to the how the stock has been received, how it has been cleared, whether that shop has that sufficient place to store such a big stock, whether it was sold a bullion or it is a jewelry, it needs to be verified, and after that, then we have not remanding the case, we are set aside the case. Thanks. Okay, on the penalty,
Okay, for penalty, both the sides have filed their respective judgments. So I have gone through the judgment filed by the department, but factually the case can be distinguished from the case law which the SSC has filed. So in our opinion, the penalty which is levied under section 271D and E for the contravention of provisions 269 SS and T. So we will delete the penalty and we will give this issue in favor of the assessee.
Thank you very much, judges, for your judgment. Wasn't it knowledgeable, Sakshi?
Yes, it was. I request Vikasa Vice Chairperson Shivani Kana to acknowledge CA Anand Pattani sir and CA Shubham Rathi sir for their knowledge and judgments. Thank you so much.
We close the session. Thank you.
Do you know what is our next session is about? It's about GST. Sakshi, what is GST?
GST. GST मतलब good night, sweet dreams and take care.
Wait. It does not mean good night, sweet dreams and take care. It means goods and service tax. It was introduced in 2017 with the motto of One Nation, One Tax. To increase the knowledge of students, I appeal the judges of the indirect tax Moot session, CA Jagdish Modani sir and CA Sachin Dotla sir, to please come on stage and occupy their respective chairs. Is about to complete in 20 minutes. Please be seated.
Please take your seats.
High tea is not started yet. Please be seated. Thank you so much. We have with us Madhura Navandar, Ayush Tibra and Pranay Jain on department side and Ronak Jain, Darshan Munot and Amay Swami on assessee side. Please come on the stage. Jagdish Modani sir to say some words. I request CA Sachin Dotla sir to start the indirect tax.
Member, Mikasa committee member, to just announce in the hall, the students who all are present are in the hall, ask them to come in the hall. And we should hear them. Now the concept of tribunal, the presentation, the questionnaire, the answers and the cross, you understood well. Now we will not repeat the process, but we will understand the case law and how they are presenting both teams. We'll just hear them and we'll conclude. Then we'll proceed for high tea. So who all
those students who are present outside the hall, outside the podium, please come inside and we'll start the session. So who is going to take first? Assessee? Yes? So please submit your submission, the papers.
A very good evening to all of you. I am Darshan along with my partners Amay and Ronak. We are here to represent our client Mr. Aryan Mehta, who is engaged in the business of selling garments at Surat. First of all, I would like to briefly explain the case at hand. Our client runs a business named as Arihan Sales and Services. In financial year 2017-18, the turnover of our client was rupees 15 crore 65 lakhs. Our client is under scrutiny on the basis of following 2 points. First point, excess ITC claimed in GSTR 3B which is not confirmed in GSTR 2A or 8A. This disallowance of ITC is on the basis of section 16 subsection 2 clause AA, and the amount of disallowance is CGST of rupees 9,83,038, SGST of the same amount, and IGST of rupees 40. Second point, ITC on purchase invoice uploaded by supplier in GSTR 1 filed after last date of availment under section 16 subsection 4. This disallowance of ITC is on the basis of section 16 subsection 4. An amount of disallowance is CGST of rupees 2,72,784, SGST of the same amount, and IGST of rupees 4,58,000. Opportunity was received by our client to submit the response, but our client failed to submit the response to the above discrepancies, and demand was raised under section 73 of the total liability of rupees 78,39,644 with interest and penalty. An order was passed under section 73 subsection 9. Here I would like to acknowledge the judges with the following relevant information also. Turnover of our client for financial year 17-18 was rupees 15 crore 65 lakhs. Also, here I would like to emphasize on the point that the excess ITC under IGST includes import ITC as well as ITC under reverse charge mechanism. यहाँ मुझे जावली LLB का डायलॉग याद आ गया. कौन है ये लोग? कहाँ से आते हैं ये लोग? The department has generated demand from the GST quotal difference. This case is at appellate stage, that is, any officer not below the rank of Joint Commissioner makes an appeal where such decision or order is passed by Additional or Joint Commissioner. Now, our partner Amay will put forward our points for the argument.
Thank you, Darshan. I would like to present my argument by answering the first ground, that is, a taxpayer can claim ITC on the basis of below criteria: receipt of valid invoice by the supplier, receipt of goods and services, and check whether the goods and services do not cover under section 17 subsection 5, that is block credit. Taxpayers follows this practice from July 2017 to 2019. During this time, the government introduced GSTR 2A and clarified that this is just a facility for taxpayers for reconciliation of ITC, which was not mandatory as per law during this period. By referring the case of Union of India versus Bhartiya Limited, the case of 8654 of 2020. However, subsection 4 was inserted to Rule 36 of CGST Rules 2017 with respect to 9th October 2019, wherein availment of ITC on the basis of GSTR 2A was made mandatory. It is important to note that this provision was inserted with prospective effect, not retrospective effect. In short, for the period of financial year 2017-18, the rule of availment of ITC on the basis of 2A was not mandatory, so it was not applicable to our client. The insertion of section 16 subsection 2 clause AA, the rule got its power from the act for the implementation. However, furnishing of invoice by the supplier is out of the control of recipient, and same get constitutionally challenged before the court of the law. Also, it will create transitional difficulties for the invoices issued before 1st January 2022 but ITC availing on or after 1st January 2022. Also, here 8A of GSTR 9 is mentioned. Here regarding the matching of ITC, as per GST, there is no section or rule that claims that ITC should be matched with 8A of GSTR 9. I would like to refer Eicher Motor Limited and Union of India case that is entitled to take credit once input is received in the factory on the basis of existing scheme. Later, government cannot deny this or lapse it. Further, I would like to move towards the constitutional aspect of this section by extending the application of section 16 subsection 2 clause AA to deny credit to the innocent purchaser. The GST officers are treating it guilty purchaser who colluded with sellers to claim false credit and innocent purchaser equally. This is violating the Article 14 of Constitution. The credit earned under the GST Act is a property of tax person, and therefore the denial of ITC is violation of Article 300A of Constitution of India. Article 300A provides that no person shall be deprived of his property by authority of law. Now our partner Ronak will continue.
Thank you. Now moving ahead with this case with respect to section 16 subsection 2 clause AA, I will quote a relevant case law here, DY Bethel Enterprises versus State Tax Officer, wherein it was held that ITC cannot be straight away recovered from the recipient on account of failure of paying off tax by the supplier without giving the recipient an opportunity to examine the supplier as witness and without initiating recovery proceedings against the supplier. Now in the case under consideration, the department has neither given the recipient an opportunity to examine the supplier as a witness nor initiated any recovery proceedings against the supplier. So this order is arbitrary and is bad in law. As far as the ITC with respect to RCM and imports is concerned, it is well known that ITC is restricted. The restriction on ITC is applicable only to those invoices which were supposed to be uploaded by the supplier but were not uploaded. Here, the ITC with respect to imports is never uploaded by the supplier, and with respect to ITC, with respect to RCM, the recipient is entitled to claim ITC as and when he discharges his RCM liability. This means that the taxpayer could avail full ITC with respect to IGST paid on imports and also towards the documents received under RCM. Hence, the addition or the inclusion of import IGST and RCM tax amounting to 9,85,000 is again bad in law. Now, moving ahead to the case with respect to section 16 subsection 4. Let me start off with reading the relevant provision. Section 16 subsection 4 of the CGST Act states that a registered person is not entitled to claim any ITC with respect to an invoice or debit note after the due date of furnishing of return of the September month following the end of financial year to which such invoice pertains, or the date of filing the relevant annual return, whichever is earlier. Now, the CBIC in its order dated 31st December 2018 had stated that since financial year 17-18 was the first year of implementation of goods and services tax, and that the taxpayer was still in process of familiarizing himself with this new taxation system, the taxpayer faced difficulties in complying with provisions of section 16 subsection 4. Hence, the department, by this aforementioned order number 2/2018, extended the last date to claim ITC for the financial year 17-18 till the due date to file return for March 2019, that is 20th April 2019. It is hereby submitted before your honor that though the assessee had failed to claim ITC before the original deadline under section 16 subsection 4, that is 20th October 2018, the assessee has claimed ITC well before the extended due date, that is 20th April 2019. On account of this, the assessee has very well complied with law while claiming ITC for financial year 17-18. Finally, I would like to raise the point of revenue neutrality. concepts like revenue neutrality gain a lot of importance, especially in indirect taxes, where the revenue does not stand to lose or gain anything in the proceedings against an assessee. In the case under consideration, the government is not losing any revenue on account of the recipient availing the ITC, as all the due taxes have already been paid to the supplier and it would have been remitted by the supplier to the government. Hence, there is no reason why the recipient should be stopped from claiming the ITC, keeping in mind the objective of the GST law, which is to ensure seamless flow of credit. Now I would like to invite Darshan for the concluding remarks.
With this, we the representatives have presented our arguments. We humbly pray before your honorable authority to allow the various grounds of appeal to meet the end of law and justice. Thank you.
May it please your lordship, my name is Miss Madhura and we appear for the department in this action with my learned seniors Miss Ayush and Miss Pranay. The council seeks permission to this bench for your excellency. The council takes permission to commence his pleading before this memorial. If it may please this honorable court, this is the council appearing on behalf of the department in this case of Messrs. Aryan Sales and Services. If your lordship is well versed with the facts and jurisdiction of the case, the council would like to proceed to the issues at the hand. Lordship, in this case, the court is entertaining 6 issues. With your permission, the council seeks to move on the first issue. As per Custom Act 1962, the IGST paid on import is reflected on IceGate portal, and since assessee is not opting for LOC, the IGST paid by them is lower than the credit being availed by them. Hence, the excess credit availed on the arbitrary basis should be paid back with interest. And now I would like to call upon Ayush to argue on the further issues.
The import ITC is not first point, it's a fourth point of it. Yes. So the correction is right?
Thank you, Madhura. First of all, I like to answer the assessee side, the question they asked, कहाँ से आए हैं ये लोग? तो हम डिपार्टमेंट है, दिल्ली से आए हैं और आपके आईटीसी को चुन के, एक्सेस आईटीसी को चुन के रिवर्स करने आए हैं. So, Your Honor, I would like to put my argument on the first issue mentioned by the assessee related to section 16 subsection 2. First of all, ITC took on self-assessment basis by the assessee is not good in law as the credit is related to the supplier who was unregistered before the date of the credit has been availed by the assessee. And this is because the supplier registration was cancelled before the date of availment of the ITC. Secondly, while filing the annual return and reconciliation statement under GSTR form number 9 and 9C, which should be filed before 5th February 2020, which is extended date, and you have mentioned that you have extended date and submitted the claim the ITC on the extended under section 16 subsection 4, and the details of the ITC declared must be backed by the proper documents and tax invoices. The documents and the tax invoices were not presented by the assessee side when they were given the proper opportunity. And hence, we conclude that they have not the tax documents and they have claimed the ITC on arbitrary basis, which should not be claimed and reversed under DRC 03. Hence, the excess ITC shall be denied irrespective of the differences under form GSTR 2A. The assessee has also mentioned about the non-applicability of section 16 subsection 2 AA, which is true. But section 16 subsection 2 clause AA states the details of the invoice of the debit note referred to in the clause A has been furnished by the supplier. And clause A specifically says credit would not be allowed of any input tax unless he is in possession of the tax invoice or debit note issued by the supplier. Since the assessee does not have any possession of such documents and not presented the same with opportunity when opportunity was given to him before the issue of show cause notice, Hence, the applicability of the law cannot be questioned when the condition mentioned under the same law is not followed. Lastly, since the assessee contained that if supplier didn't pay the tax, assessee should be given the total ITC, whatever he is claiming. Proviso of section 16 states that where the recipient fails to pay to the supplier of the goods and services or both the amount towards the value of the supplier, according to which the tax within a period of 180 days from the date of the issue of the invoice and amount equal to the input tax credit availed, the recipient shall be added to the output tax liability. Which means अगर रिसिपेंट ने 180 डेज में सप्लायर को माल का पेमेंट नहीं किया तो उसने जो आईटीसी क्लेम करी है उसको वो रिवर्स बैक करना पड़ेगा एंड दे आर क्लेमिंग दैट सप्लायर ने टैक्स डिपॉजिट नहीं किया सो द क्रेडिट अवेल्ड शुड बी रिवर्स बैक एंड ड्यू टू विच द फुल पेमेंट इज नॉट मेड द रिसिपेंट एज पर रिकॉर्ड्स ऑफ सप्लायर द आईटीसी इज नॉट द प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ द पिटिशनर but has to be construed as a concession and cannot be availed without complying with the condition prescribed. Now, I would like to call Mr. Pranay to state the fact of arguments for the pending issues. Thank you.
Pranay. Yes, sorry. No, before you comment, this case is on tribunal, right? Since you are from department, you are appellate authority, first appellate authority. So now the verification of documents has already been done at jurisdiction level, right? So they have submitted documents, you verified, the order has been issued, they filed appeal with commission appeals, right?
But sir, the documents which were given by the SSC were fake and bogus. They were nowhere related to it. They were prepared in the last minute when they were asked. They didn't have proper documents and they didn't.
But the Pranay, the case, the allegation you have mentioned in our example is not on the fake invoices on the ITC.
Yeah, but sir, that's what we are mentioning the documents. Even if the SSC is saying that they have given the documents, what we are trying to justify over here is that the documents which were given by the SSC were not proper in order. They were not properly maintained. They were not right, and they were bogus.
So before we remind back to the jurisdiction level, other than this documentation verification part, other points are there.
Yeah.
On 16.4.
Yeah, exactly.
16.2, you can leave 16.2.
Yes, sir.
16.4 if you have any point.
Yes, sir. That's what we are going forward for. So, Honorable Lordship, I would now like to put forward my arguments based on the fourth issue raised by the petitioners. Under the GST Act, the preliminary duties of the department officers are pushed towards the recipient assessee. That is, the recipient must ensure that the supplier has filed its returns before claiming the ITC. It cannot say that the supplier is nowhere related to recipient, and because of the fault of recipient, because of the fault of the supplier, the recipient is nowhere liable because it's nowhere given on the statute. Again, any queries from the department regarding the comparison of GSTR 2A versus GSTR 3B should be legally taken up. But what Mr. Aryan did is not at all a practical way to claim ITC, and also that comparison contradicts with the GST Act. With respect to the case law, Mr. Ronak from the petitioner side mentioned BYBL Enterprises with State Tax Officer. We from the department side, the respondent side, want to point out that the assessee has availed the input tax credit on the basis that the tax had already been remitted to the government. But it turned out the sellers have not paid any tax to the government. And when an opportunity was given to the petitioner to furnish the documents, no, they were not able to submit the proof for the same. The department was entirely justified in the same proceeding to recover the same from the petitioner's hearing. The respondent cannot be faulted for reverse whatever ITC which was claimed by the assessee. We would also like to bring into consideration the case law of Ms. Surat Mercantile Association with Union of India, which commented that the amendment which was proposed in the Finance Bill 2021 to insert the new clause AA after the section A, that is ITC on invoice or the debit note, can be availed only when the details of such invoice or a debit note have been furnished by the supplier in the statement of outward supply, and such detail having communicated to the recipient of such invoice or a debit note I would like to put forward to the tribunal that such amendment was proposed to avoid such unnecessary litigations in respect to challenging the validity of Rule 36(4). So therefore I request the petitioner to not say that 16(2)AA stands null and void, because no, it does not.
No, they have said the amendment placed in January.
Yes, sir.
So
It was
it is
placed.
applicable and it is prospective.
It was stated over that they had said that. But the reason why we are mentioning this is because that such amendment was brought into action was to avoid such litigation issues.
Intention of the government.
Yeah, the intention of the lawmaker is to avoid such litigation issues. So they can't say that because of that such issues, it cannot be held that that recipient can never be held liable. Yeah. Again, the sixth point issued by the petitioner, I would like to mention it through a case law held by the Apex Court in ALD Automotive Private Limited with commercial tax officer, which clearly laid down that the statute provides stipulated conditions for availment of input tax credit, and input tax is not an absolute but a conditional and a restrictional right, and is subject to the fulfillment of the condition in the statute. I mean that subsection 16 subsection 4 cannot be read in isolation but has to be read with subsection 1, subsection 2, subsection 3 of section 16 of CGST Act. The point of revenue neutrality raised by the petitioner does not form a part of the taxation statute itself. I just don't know from where the runner from petitioner side is saying that revenue neutrality brings a role, because nowhere in the statute it's given, or nowhere in the rules, or nowhere in the act it's given that the revenue neutrality makes a part of the CGST Act. The principle has evolved in the course of jurisdiction or the pronouncement over a period of time that the assessee is trying to take it as a defense in replying to the show cause notice and in its proceedings. I would also like to bring forward a case law in Forbes Marshall Private Limited, West Commissioner of Central Excise Pune 1, in which the tribunal held that simply because a situation leads to revenue neutrality does not imply that a tax need not be paid in time. And the point raised by the assessee that the government has not lost any interest between these 2 days is totally wrong, because the government has lost its interest between the due date and the payment date, for which the tribunal held that interest is payable by the assessee. I would now like to conclude my arguments with this prayer. Wherefore, in the lights of the facts put forward and the arguments advanced and the authorities cited, it's most humbly prayed by the respondent in this matter that the Honorable Tribunal may be pleased to hold that the petitioner is ineligible for plea of non-reversal of ITC, and we hope that the tribunal will declare that the issue raised by the respondent by the department under section 73 of rupees 12,55,822 with interest and penalty, and order passed under section 73 subsection 9. We also request the tribunal to dismiss this case raised by the petitioner and or pass any other order, direction or relief that this honorable court may deem fit in the interest of justice, equity and good conscience, all of which is most humbly and respectfully prayed for the council and the petitioners who are humbly bound to pray. Thank you.
So before we comment on our judgment, we should not give a judgment, but before we should comment on our judgment, the people present in the hall, if you observe this ITC, the case law is very crucial part. The particular case is on the 16.4 and 16.2a, which is nowadays very hot issue, and no one in the High Court or Supreme Court succeeded with the favorable order in their taxpayer side. So this case is already been lodged at the High Court by writ petition. There is no tribunal. There are some appeals which are pending with tribunal. Tribunal is going to be formed in future, in the coming days. But this issue is very crucial. No one knows, even the department, the High Court lawyers and the practitioner like us, consultant like us, knows what should be the result. But the commendable research and the presentation they have given, both sides, the assessee and the department, is very appreciable, and I should thank these people. They have presented you with the case laws and with the relevant service tax matters. I'll just comment on two sides. They're trying to justice there. Then assessee, even department has even given a very good presentation. They have pointed out 2 points of the assessee. So I'll comment on quickly. I'll comment on the assessee side. What should they correct themselves, where they can raise some other issues or constellation matter. They have very good size and plus side, where they can say that the constellation eligibility and their ITC availment right is fact by the Constitution Act. So the case law they have taken as a support, it can be a different case law. There are multiple case laws in the previous law, in the service tax and excise, as well as in custom. So they can take the point is very valid. The case law shall be different. The case can be a good one, the strong one. Second, the revenue neutrality point was wrong. Definitely, even department has also given the same point. So if you are raising revenue neutrality point, the supplier has not made the payment, and the payment should be made in due date. So if supplier has not made the payment, there is no revenue neutrality, right? So the point is not valid. They have commented the particular point, and they have raised their issue. The department side, again, some points which is running beyond the particular show cause notice as good as order. So you have identified new points which is not allowed at tribunal level, I believe. So there are two or three points which were identified at tribunal level. I don't think so it is tenable. Definitely whatever the points they have raised, you should cross that with the supporting cases, right? So I must say assessee is good at their defined level, and department can study further on the particular part. The judgment and the comment my colleague will give on the judgment part.
Continuing on, it seems departmental authority has raised query on non-submission of certain documents which we are supposed to submit at jurisdictional level and not at appellate level. Hence, this court has opined that this should be remanded back to detailed verification. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you to the judges for their judgments. I hope you have understood the moot and its importance. Also, you might have learned many knowledgeable and unforgettable things from it. I request Vikasa Core Committee member Kajal Agrawal to acknowledge CA Sachin Totla sir and CA Jagdish Modani sir for their valuable time.
We are very grateful to all chief guests, judges of all the sessions, and ICA Aurangabad branch committee. We also appreciate the participants for their efforts to make the evening a memorable one. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude towards everyone, back and front, to make this day a success. Last but not the least, we are very grateful to the audience for their rapt attention.
Tomorrow's sun will bring us more knowledge from experienced speakers and also technical sessions. On fun side, students have arranged Shark Tank sessions. The end of one chapter is just the beginning of another. Stay tuned, the best is always yet to come. So let us meet up tomorrow for breakfast at 9 in the morning. I request everyone to join for high tea.
So, for the day, thank you all.